League of Legends, The Lord of the Thousand Year War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, The Gardener Granny. The ambiguous atmosphere made Alina realize that the relationship between her and List became very strange. Strictly speaking, the two were just companions in exploration and adventure, but there were always some contacts that went beyond the bottom line of companionship. The suppressed desire did not get a chance to relax, and the food was getting less and less. The continuation of life and the expansion of desire were intertwined enough to drive ordinary people crazy. Fortunately, Alina knew the importance of conserving physical strength. The pleasure of eating marrow and tasting taste was ultimately not as good as the fear of becoming a skeleton. What's more, the man traveling with her did not take the initiative to make any special requests. This made Alina, who always insisted on not causing trouble for men, find no reason to relieve the emptiness. She let the fire in her body grow stronger and stronger, and she had to keep a calm face. Seeing that the food was getting less and less, and the end of the darkness was still the same forest, Alina had made a decision. If she really couldn't get out, she must go crazy before she died, and end this tormenting journey with a last madness. She thought so, until the man stopped, and said the long-awaited words in a relaxed tone. "Hold my hand tight. The end of the spiritual maze may be ahead. We'd better not get separated." The woman nodded, and once again suppressed the words she hadn't said. The two took a few steps forward, just like a diver who had been silent in the deep sea for a long time took off his diving suit and returned to the surface of the sea. The scenery in front of them suddenly became clear, and the environment also gave a lively feedback. Lester's first impression was that the garden in front of him was alive. Not only the plants had life, but the garden itself was a living thing with self-awareness. This was the first feedback rune Alina gave him. Looking up, the dark sky was not very clear. The light was sprinkled from the sky, and it was unconsciously snatched away by the huge and greedy plants on both sides of the path, leaving no trace. The vines emitting blue or green fluorescence wrapped around the ancient trees and hung down from the high branches. They moved without wind, like green tentacles. The longest one even wanted to wrap around Lester's arm and drill into the chest of another person. Because the vines moved very gently and had no hostility from beginning to end, Lester only used his arms to block the vines that reached out to him, and Alina patted the tentacles of the vines and watched the vines reluctantly shrink back. Looking around, under the ancient tree was a sea of martial flowers, which was even more shocking than the magic garden of Presidium. Common flower species such as tulips, roses, hyacinths or chrysanthemums, orchids, rare ones such as crystal orchids, jade vines, Udumbera flowers, or white crystal colored unknown flowers similar to epiphyllums. Looking around, the originally closed flower buds quickly bloomed within a few seconds, blooming with their own colors and brilliance. In the swaying sea of flowers, Lester couldn't tell who the various colors in the sea of flowers belonged to. All the flowers were clustered together, embellishing every empty space. This growth trend seriously violated the survival law of plants. In addition to the garden itself can provide the flowers with magical energy for survival, Lester can't find a second reason. Various flower plants as tall as calves surrounded the ancient tree, forming a vast sea of flowers. The magical flowers emitting golden and silver light echoed with the glittering vines on the ancient tree. The light was bright enough to illuminate the various scenes in the garden, as if they had sensed the sight of humans. Many flower buds that were just closed slowly opened, facing the two people, nodding naively and illuminating the way forward. It was called a road, but it was just a very special garden path, composed of yellow and white flowers, pointing softly to the winding front. The deeper flower fragrance was mixed with fruit fragrance, as if some delicious fruit was waiting for the visitors to taste. Looking down at himself, who was only wrapped in a piece of cloth, Lester suddenly had the urge to tear off the last piece of cloth and return to nature. Fortunately, his reason stopped his inexplicable perverted impulse in time, so that he did not do anything rude in front of another cool lady. Before he could figure out what had affected him, the woman next to him knelt on the flowers and covered her mouth in disbelief with her hands. It turns out that there is a real magic garden inside the mental maze. Could it be that the magic garden of Presidium was also built according to this magic garden? After driving away the enthusiastic vine tentacles again, Lester helped the dazed woman up. In a place where the woman could not see, a twisted shadow drilled into Alina's body from the ground. Lester knew that Evelyn was going to take action against the little devil possessed in Alina's body. It's not impossible, but what we should do now is to confirm whether the environment here is dangerous. Besides, it's not good for you or me to see people like this. What should we do next? If there is no other way, we can only follow this road. Not knowing how Evelyn did, Lester decided to follow his own judgment. Going deeper along the flower path, the plants became more and more bizarre. There were many gorgeous plants suspected of parasitism entwined with the ancient trees, entrenched under the gold foil leaves and silver branches. Seeing the two approaching, the gorgeous large disc of flowers slowly opened, revealing the fragrant stamens. The body's instinct prompted Alina to put her nose close to sniff, but she was directly pulled by the man and blocked in front of her. Be careful, the more beautiful things are, the more deadly they are. The woman in a trance reacted with a jump in her heart. She almost got tricked. Although holding the moon rose and making a sword drawing gesture, Lester did not launch an attack. It was not a wise choice to rashly show hostility in an unfamiliar place. If he angered something inexplicable, he would be very passive. And if he remembered correctly, there should be a powerful gardener in this garden. Sure enough, after being actively avoided by humans, the gorgeous flowers did not intend to continue to entangle. After slowly closing, they quickly retracted under the tree, and the leaves folded again, disguised as part of the silver tree and golden flowers. After walking for about 10 minutes, the plants on the road had more aggressive features than before, with rose vine-like thorns, cockleber-like cold and hard barbs, and silver-white vines and snow lilies growing on the vines. With just one glance, Lester understood that the plant in front of him was longing for his body and soul. Literally, it wanted to be completely integrated with him. I have never seen such a magical plant. It can only be seen in such a mysterious place. Do you want to touch it? You can try. No, I have known for a long time that this garden is very dangerous unless it is by your side. In response to the woman's implicit expression, Lester made a witty remark calmly. Honesty is the most beautiful and most easily deteriorating quality. I hope you can keep it, just like I can still stand in front of you, because I don't want to be a wonderful dinner for plants. Although the woman was a little disappointed that she didn't get a response, she soon regrouped and looked for the next opportunity. The two continued to move forward. Unlike the tall ancient tree with golden leaves and silver branches before, not far away was a strange fruit tree with a tumor-like feature at the root and a spiral trunk. The rough and strong wood tumor cloudwood was full of fist-sized vermilion fruits. The plump fruits bent the branches and exuded bursts of fruit fragrance. Obviously, the smell she smelled before came from this strange fruit tree that she had never seen before. Want to eat one? To Alina's surprise, the man did not consider the issue of danger this time. Are you sure it's edible? Is it because the tree is ugly and has nothing to do with beauty? Pointing to the heavy fruit tree, Lester smiled softly. I'm sure it's edible because it tries its best to grow fruits not for survival, but for dedication. It wants to gain recognition, or in other words, the recognition of a certain existence. This is why it strives to grow. If there is no one it cares about, it won't work so hard. Outsider, you seem to know a lot about cloud fruit. The ancient language of the land-based Vastea, the obscure and hoarse voice came from behind, like violent raindrops hitting plants with a very special rhythm, which scared Alina, who was about to say something. She instinctively pulled up the longbow and put up the homemade wooden arrow. The person who spoke was an old woman, surrounded by countless flowers, with a hunched back, pure wreaths and colorful shawls wrapped around her shoulders, wearing a simple and hard animal skin coat that covered most of her body, with only a pair of green pupils flashing green light in the dark, which matched the silver single-edged scissors in her hands, making people feel uneasy. Who are you? Facing Alina's questioning, the old woman's eyes did not shift at all, and always focused on Lester, as if she did not regard the woman as a threat. Calm down, she is not hostile. Under the man's comfort, the woman put down her weapon, but she was still alert, because unlike what the man said, she felt a fatal threat, especially the moment she picked up the weapon. Not just the old woman, this sense of threat came from all directions. "Grandma, we won't hurt anyone." Land-based Vastaya ancient language, thanks to the language scroll provided by Helena. Although it was a bit stumbling, the old woman's face hidden and the shadows changed a little, and became less hostile. I didn't expect that there would be foreigners who could understand the language of our ancestors. Although it's a bit lame, it's still rare. Ancient language. Looking at the man beside her in shock, Elena felt a little numb. What else is there that men don't understand? Picking a fruit and peeling off the smooth vermilion peel, Lester took the initiative to hand the orange-like six-petal cloud fruit to the gardener. The old woman took it, but didn't eat it. Instead, she waited for Lester's next words with a strange smile. This time Lester did not continue to show his somewhat lame Vastaya ancient language. "Granny, you should know Ionian. I know a lot of languages, child. I'm curious, why did you give me this cloud fruit? I didn't see anyone else in this magical garden, so I guess these fruit-laden cloud fruit trees are only for one person. That is you, Grandma, and you don't seem to like cloud fruit." She tore off a petal and put it in her mouth. Her cheeks, which were as dry as ancient bark, began to move, and the old woman bared her gapped teeth. "Too sour, that's why I can't get used to it. Even if it has tried hard to grow, fullness can't change its essence. But you, the outsider, although you are young, I can't see the real you. You are very special. Let's taste it together." The orange-red juice dripped from the corner of her mouth. The old woman wiped it casually with the back of her hand, tore off the third petal, and handed the other half back to Lester, who didn't think it was dirty, and took it, and put it in his mouth. To Lester's surprise, the cloud fruit was not as sour as he imagined, or as the old woman said, it could only be regarded as sour and sweet. Perhaps because she ate too much sweet food, the old woman's perception of sweetness and sourness is somewhat different from that of normal people. "It seems that compared to me, the cloud fruit is more suitable for you. Outsiders, pick a few fruits to eat. After eating, I will send you out. Both this garden and you are very dangerous." After looking at the weapon that the man had never put down in his left hand, the old woman used the scissors in her hand to cut off several crooked branches of the cloud fruit tree. The branches and several plump cloud fruits were born, but the old woman didn't even look at them. "Since you didn't hurt these flowers, you can leave here safely and return to your world. If we accidentally came here because we got lost, the old woman's suggestion must be very good." After a pause, there was something strange in the old woman's eyes. "Do you want to go further inside?" "Yes, we want to go to Omikaelan." Without any intention of hiding, Lester stated his purpose. If he couldn't convince the old woman, the worst result would be to use the sword in his hand to get a pass. There was no point in deceiving the old woman. "Omikaelan, it's been a long time since outsiders have come here. It's not a good idea for you to go in now, but I won't stop you, because I'm only responsible for taking care of the garden and feeding the flowers." Seeing that the matter had been settled, Elena, who was listening on the side, spoke up. "In other words, are you willing to let us go, old lady?" Only then did the old lady set her eyes on the woman, sweeping across her smooth and white skin, and her eyes stayed on the woman's face. The old lady's face was more smiling. "Your young but unnourished body, your scent makes the comfortable flowers become restless." The old lady laughed softly at the woman's somewhat shy expression. "Of course I will let you go, but before that, I need you to do something for me." Chapter 327 Visitors from afar. A dozen kilometers outside of Presidium, a trade caravan consisting of local merchants and villagers from other places was moving slowly on the dirt road. Suddenly, the sky was overcast and the unpredictable weather stopped the caravan. A drizzle of rain fell from the sky. More than a dozen ox-drawn carts were carrying goods from various places. Under the care of each owner, they were skillfully covered with rough hand-sewn animal skin raincloths to prevent their goods from getting wet. If they wanted to exchange for something useful, no one would choose to sit back and watch. "Stinky boy, what are you still doing? Come over and help." Hearing his uncle's slightly reprimanding voice, the gloomy Banwei woke up from his sister's marriage, patted his mature face that was beginning to grow a beard, and ran to the other side of the cart in 3 or 2 steps. Together with another tall, dark-skinned Vastaya tiger man, he pushed several bags of dried sea fish under the sea beast skin of the cart owner. When the two finished their work, the owner of the cart used hemp ropes to tie the animal skins tightly to both sides of the cart, so that the rain could not find any place to invade. After saying a few nice words to the cart owner who was willing to take care of him, and sending him away, Black Panther frowned, and came to his nephew, saying with some regret, "What's the matter? Do you want our efforts for more than half a year to go to waste? Your aunt and your mother rely on our seafood to exchange for some spices to survive the winter. If they are caught in the rain, it will be all over. Sorry, uncle." Sighing deeply, Black Panther looked at his somewhat depressed nephew in front of him, and he also knew that it was not easy for the little guy. After getting married 2 years ago, Banwei's family was supported by Banwei alone. This was not a problem for the hard-working and intelligent Banwei, but the problem was Banwei's sister Xiaoza, who was also his niece. A year ago, when it was time for Little Claw to get married, Spotted Tail even prepared the dowry, but Little Claw refused to get married no matter what. This made Spotted Tail and his mother worried sick, and even his uncle felt helpless. He wanted to take care of the younger generation, but since the Tiger Man was not an option, he shamelessly introduced Little Claw to several Vastaya foreign boys who had better conditions and appreciated her looks. Unfortunately, Little Claw seemed to be possessed by a demon and refused to accept any of them. In short, she refused to get married no matter what. When asked why, she refused to explain, which left the whole family dumbfounded. This dragged on for 2 years. Men should get married when they are old enough, and women should get married when they are old enough. If it drags on like this, the good girl that everyone is fighting for will become an old girl that no one wants. It is not impossible for the beautiful and lovely Little Claw, who can be called the flower of the tiger people, to find an old bachelor or a disabled Vastaya. However, if such a result really happens, no one can accept it. If she never gets married, she will become a real laughingstock, and the family of Spotted Tail will never be able to hold their heads up. Spotted Tail, who dotes on his sister Little Claw, stopped trying to persuade her after several times. Instead, he was in a state of worry every day, not concentrating on his work, and no one knew what he was thinking. The sky got darker and the rain gradually got heavier. The summer rain in Ionia was accompanied by a cool summer breeze that hit his face, dispelling the irritating heat. Pulling his nephew to hide in the temporary shelter set up by the convoy, Black Panther found a corner, scratched his head, and persuaded him earnestly. "I've already told you about Little Claw. If you persuade her a little more, maybe she will accept it. We can't keep dragging this out. This is not a solution. Uncle, I can more or less guess why Little Claw refuses to get married." Black Panther had never thought of this before. He was a little speechless, waiting for his nephew's next words. Spotted Tail raised his right hand and stared at his black and red pads. At that time, the human named Lister also held his hand, giving him an experience and feeling he had never had before. He would probably never forget this feeling in his life. If his sister also fell into it, it was not difficult to understand. "My sister Little Claw, I'm afraid she has fallen in love with a human male she has only met once." "What? You mean the reason why Little Claw refuses to get married is because she has fallen in love with a stranger human she has only met once?" Seeing that the originally mature and steady uncle had become a little out of control, Spotted Tail smiled bitterly and nodded. "That man's name is Lister. He's from the western continent of Eloran and Anaxon. 3 years ago, after my sister and I left your place with pickled fish, we happened to meet Lister, who had just arrived in Ionia on an ox cart heading to Praia. Perhaps that man was too special, so that Little Claw never got over it. Instead, she became a little distraught after we parted. To be honest, I thought that Little Claw's abnormal state would not last too long. After all, it was just a beautiful and accidental encounter. Who knew Little Claw would become like this now?" How confused. How confused. It's not that I don't agree with Little Claw marrying a human, but how can there be someone who is possessed after only meeting someone once? Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? If it's Lister, then it should be correct, because, actually, I like him very much. If I were not a man, I'm afraid I would make the same choice as Little Claw. Black Panther stared at his unshaven nephew with wide eyes. He couldn't believe or imagine that these words came from his reliable nephew. What kind of devil is that Lister? Can he seduce people's souls just by meeting them once? And can he be popular with both men and women? Black Panther, just doesn't believe it. Just when Black Panther wanted to rebuke his nephew's extraordinary idea, a stranger wearing a full cover cloak and a big hood came to this small corner at some point. Soon, the stranger took off the hood covering his face, revealing a blue-purple face with strange tattoos. Excuse me, can you tell me about Lister? Who are you? I don't know you, and I won't tell you about Lister. Please leave here. Riz had long anticipated the hostility of the Vastaya Tiger youth, and he also had many ways to resolve the hostility. After all, the least lacking thing in his journey was various hostilities. Instead, a very charming Valoran who could attract foreigners across races caught his attention. He would never forget that 3 years ago, he had just left Valoran and started his journey to find the holder of the Red Rune. He spent more than 2 years searching for some islands between the two continents, and finally determined that his goal was Ionia. He did not expect to get such coincidental information on the way to Presidium. If he could not find out clearly, he would probably wake up in his dreams at night, dreaming that the target he was looking for had left Ionia and went to an unknown area again. Then he had to take a boat for another 2 years, floating on the sea and vomiting in the cabin. God knows why he would get seasick when he was not afraid of long-distance space teleportation. Please don't panic. I'm also from Valoran. You may have heard of the name of the Wandering Wizard. That's me. My name is Riz. I lived in Narxus for a long time before and met many famous and capable Narxans, but I've never heard of Lister. Maybe Lister is just a fake name. Riz, who always felt that Lister was somehow familiar, quickly recalled the book A Day and a Thousand Nights, the biography of King Lister, the ancestor of the Vastaya, that he accidentally got in an underground black market. This was an adult fan fiction work about the Lord of the Emerald Territory that was popular in the underground world on the black market. Riz found it a little funny when he thought that he subconsciously guessed that this Lister from Ionia was Lister, the Lord of the Emerald Territory. This book was a little funny when he thought that he had subconsciously guessed that this Ionia Lister was Lister, the Lord of the Emerald Territory. I was really stupid on the boat ride. I actually connected to unrelated people with completely different statuses because of a vulgar work. What's more, before I left Valoran, the Lord of Emerald Territory was still in power in Emerald Territory, and the holder of the Red Rune had already left Valoran at that time. Therefore, anyone could be Lister, except Lister, the Lord of Emerald Territory, who would not be Lister, nor the holder of the Red Rune. Other things were uncertain, but only this one thing Riz could be sure of, which also gave him more confidence in finding the holder of the rune. Tell me, Spotted Tail, although I don't know who the Wandering Wizard is, I don't think this bold wizard is a bad guy. I also want to know if you and Little Claw were deceived by the Narxans. What's more, this happened 3 years ago. There is no special meaning in telling it now. You are not considered to have betrayed your friend. Black Panther also began to persuade his nephew. Considering that what Black Panther said made some sense, Spotted Tail nodded, allowing Riz to successfully integrate into this small corner, and began to tell everything that happened at the beginning. He is willing to use the important etiquette of his hometown to entertain you and the girl Little Claw. So, this barbarian from Narxus is surprisingly polite. Uncle, you said he is polite, but you still call Lister a barbarian. Oh, sorry, I accidentally said it. It's mainly because I heard that Narxans love war the most. I heard that until now, there are still endless wars in the Valoran continent because of the warlike Narxans. Seeing that his uncle admitted his mistake, Banwui turned his head to look at the guy who called himself a Wandering Wizard. You said you lived in Narxus for a long time, so have you heard that there is a friendly etiquette of clasping fingers in Narxus? The young man of the Vastaya Tiger responded with a somewhat embarrassed face. Well, at least I have never seen or heard of such etiquette. It is better to say that interlocking fingers is a common gesture between lovers in Narxus. If I heard correctly just now, that Lister not only shook hands with your sister like this, but also shook hands with you like this? The Black Panther with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. Spotted tail with red cheeks. Sure enough, that Lister is an emotional liar. He just wants to take advantage of you and Little Claw. How hateful. So, Lister wants to take advantage of me. He not only likes my sister, but also me. What? You actually said that Lord Lister who saved Presidium is a liar? He saved my life. An angry voice came from not far away, and the visitor rolled up his sleeves. Well, we are not talking about one person, but another Lister. How could the great hero Lister be an emotional liar? Hearing what the Vastaya tiger said, the visitor let go of his hostility. Be careful with your words next time. Lord Lister is a hero who saved Presidium and exorcised the true demon. You can't just say that casually. When the people who stood up for the hero Lister left, the three of them fell into a strange silence again. Until Riz hesitated and spoke. Maybe it's the same person? Impossible. How could the great hero Lister be such a despicable guy? Uncle, Lister is not a despicable person. I don't allow you to say that to him. If he is not a despicable person, why would he use such a clumsy lie to deceive you and Little Claw? There is obviously no such etiquette in Narxus. I just want to ask, has Lister told you about Narxus? Or has he shown any special power? The three of them wanted to express their opinions, and they said their own things, arguing fiercely. The rain has stopped. The sky is clear. Everyone get ready and continue on the road. Someone in the shed shouted, and seeing that everyone started to move, Black Panther and Spotted Tail also knew that now was not the time to argue, and walked out of the shed one after the other. Anyway, we can see clearly what kind of person Lister is. Spotted Tail, you have to persuade Little Claw when you go back. If she really refuses to get married because of that Narxan man, then she is too stupid. That liar is not worth it at all. I still don't believe that Lister is that kind of person. Maybe that wandering wizard is ignorant. Watching the two Vastaya tigers leave, Riz did not follow them. He knew that he would not get more information from them. When the rune perception was confused, he could only try his luck in Presidium to see if he could find some clues. This time, Riz did not continue to follow the caravan, but set out on the road alone. For him, walking was much faster than pulling a cart with goods. The hero who saved Presidium and exorcised the true devil. Although I heard of such a person when I was in Praia, I didn't expect that this person is so famous in Ionia. The strength of the true devil is unquestionable. Anyone who can defeat the true devil alone must be very powerful. Maybe I should go to the magic garden first. If this Lister is the one who obtained the red rune and defeated the true devil with the power of the red rune, then there must be some rune breath left at the scene. If this is the case, then I just need to inquire about Lister's news along the way, and I can quickly find the other party and recover the rune. After determining the next direction of action, Riz's pace couldn't help but become much lighter. Chapter 328 Forget-Me-Not Garden. Half a month ago, two hard-working gardeners appeared in the Forget-Me-Not Garden. Because the Forget-Me-Not Garden itself is a special magical realm, the flowers that can survive only with magical energy do not need gardeners to do some watering and fertilizing work, and the gardener is also responsible for pruning branches and leaves. In this way, the work of the new gardener is very intriguing. According to the gardener, Lester and Alina only need to help the restless flowers calm down their emotions every day for a month. They thought it was a soothing job similar to that of a psychological counselor or a blind master. It sounds simple, but Lester did not expect that calming the so-called flower emotions requires replenishing them with new emotional energy. This made Lester understand the essence of the Forget-Me-Not Garden, a melting pot that smelts and purifies desires and emotions. All species with rational and emotional thinking are slag in the furnace. As for where the special energy absorbed by plants or little demons went, I'm afraid that no one knows except for a few monsters hiding behind the scenes. What is hidden behind this is definitely not simple, and it may also be related to the secret of Vastaya Zaru's immortality. For humans, the source of emotional energy mostly comes from memories of the past. The ups and downs experienced in life are the most beautiful lunch for the flowers in the Forget-Me-Not Garden, and all the restlessness is just because the flowers are not full. in the psychedelic forest, on this mysterious land surrounding the holy land of Omikaelan. It seems that both the mental maze and the forget-me-not garden attach great importance to human desires and emotions. The methods of use are also different, but the point of action seems to point to a deeper place. That place is called Omikaelan. It is said to be the holy land of Vastaya Zyro, but judging from everything Lester has experienced, it is more like a hell where monsters are entrenched. If memories can be erased at will, what are the feelings accumulated between people in the past? If there is no memory, does everything experienced in life lose its original meaning? Sitting cross-legged in the sea of flowers, Lester lowered his head and pondered until a playful call came from behind. "List, open your mouth." He opened his mouth obediently, and the woman put the plump and juicy peeled grapes into the man's mouth with a smile. After eating 2 bites of the grapes, the man and the woman kissed, expressing their intimacy and love for each other. Soon, the two hugged each other and began to whisper. Although it was the first time, the movements were very skillful, as if they had done it many times, and the cooperation between the two was very harmonious. "What fruit do you want to eat today? I'll pick it for you. Whatever you like to eat." "I like to eat, because I like you the most, my wife, my Alina, the only one in my life." Hearing the man's sweet words, the woman smiled like a flower, fed the man another grape, hugged the man who was closest to her tightly, put her cheek on the man's chest, and listened to the man's strong heartbeat. "It would be nice if we could hold each other like this for the rest of our lives, never separate, and always feel each other's body temperature and breath. I want to be with you forever. When we are really tired of each other, you will definitely get tired of me." "No, I will never get tired of you." Patting the woman's smooth back gently, the man always felt that everything that was happening now was the same as the life experienced by the first human ancestor created by God in the Garden of Eden at the beginning of the creation of the world in the Bible. Before Adam and Eve were tempted by the snake and ate the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they were also carefree. They did not need to consider shame and betrayal. They lived in the garden and shared each other's happiness and joy very simply. The only difference is that Adam and Eve were a couple for many days, while he and Alina were a couple for one day without any memories. Every day, they would forget everything that happened in the past day, and every day they would get to know each other again like a newlywed couple, just because the memories and joys and sorrows of the past day would become nutrients for the flowers. This is what Lester thought of. It is the only way to avoid the trap set by the gardener with ulterior motives. Only in this way can the emotional energy generated by the two people feed the whole garden. Unless he chooses to tear his face with the gardener and go to war with the whole garden, he can only do this. If you are reluctant to abandon the past, you can only sacrifice the future and turn the easy to get feelings into cheap goods, so that there will be no psychological burden of abandonment. This is also the case in most relationships between men and women in the previous life. Only by treating the other party as a cheap thing can you give up without any psychological burden. People who are serious about their feelings will lose everything. Lester didn't expect that he could find the sense of depravity in the previous life in the Rune continent where the folk customs are simple and human nature is pure. "I want to see the epifilm, List. Can you go with me?" Holding the woman's hand tightly, Lester looked at the woman's expectant eyes seriously and responded to the starry sky in the woman's eyes. "No matter where you go, I will accompany you. I know that you are the best to me." The two inseparable figures slowly disappeared into the depths of the flower path. The gardener held the scissors in his hand and casually cut off the snow white lily that was sticking its head out and blooming stamens, letting the beautiful snow white lily fall to the ground with half a branch. The gardener still looked at the direction where the two left, without moving his eyes away. "This is why I don't like it. In your hands, beauty can only be used to satisfy your despicable desires and become worthless." Catcher the scissors merged, and another beautiful snow white lily fell to the ground, and was stepped on by the ugly wooden shoes and wrinkled old feet, breaking into pieces. Opening his eyes, Lester looked at the woman who was still sleeping with her eyes closed in front of him, and his eyes became soft. "Alina, do you still remember me?" Rubbing her hazy eyes, the woman got up, looked at the man blankly, and smiled politely. "Of course, you are List. I remember that we need to play husband and wife for a day today. At night, we will give everything today to the flowers, and start again tomorrow, until the day we leave the garden. Is there any problem?" The man shook his head, raised the corners of his mouth, and chuckled. No problem. I'm glad that you can still remember everything that happened yesterday. The day of love passed quickly. As the sky became darker, the flowers in the garden began to be restless and agitated. They took the initiative to bloom towards the two of them and showed their fragrant stamens. Go, end this day, and tomorrow is a new beginning. Patting the woman's back, Lester wiped away the tears from the corners of Alina's eyes and said softly, "Don't feel reluctant. Think of this as a dream. Now is the time to wake up from the dream. Please be strong." The woman left the man's arms, walked a few steps, stopped, turned back, and saw the man's back. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. As long as the man had a little bit of nostalgia, as long as there was a little bit, she would have the courage to face everything without being alone. However, she didn't. Just as the man said, everything in front of her was just a dream that was destined to end. Tomorrow, I will forget you, and you will forget me. We have been through so much, but nothing will remain. Are you really indifferent to this? This is just an illusory dream. From the moment we chose to pick it up and shape the dream, we were ready to let it go. Alina, will you accept a false memory? I won't anyway. Watching the man leave without looking back, the woman gritted her teeth and aimed her lips at the snow-white lips approaching her face, letting the memory node in her mind stay at the moment she woke up today, took a deep breath, and blew it out fiercely. The pale white mist swirled into the pistol along with the exhaled airflow, beautiful as an illusory dream. The woman with damaged memory slowly closed her eyes and was gently caught by the flower bed. The man appeared in front of the woman, picked her up from the flower bed and gently placed her on his legs, using life energy to regulate the woman's somewhat weak body until the woman's damaged body was fully recovered. Evelyn transformed into a shadow cat and jumped out of the darkness, staring at the sleeping woman with some dissatisfaction, baring her teeth. "Master, I don't think there is any point in you doing this. She will completely forget you and treat you as a stranger, but you have not abandoned all the memories of her and still remember her. This will only make you bear this memory that will not have any results alone. This is unfair to you." "No, Evelyn, this is fair. She lost the pain of not getting what she wanted, and I gained the indifference of all my efforts. We both got what we really wanted." Putting Alina on the flower bed again, kissing the woman's smooth forehead, Lester picked up the cat and held Evelyn in his arms. "Only unforgettable pain can make me let go of it all completely. I should have changed my mind when Xiao left me. It's just that my promise to Alina prevents me from completely letting go of the past and ignoring the feelings of these girls. To be honest, true feelings are still too luxurious for me. Xiao's departure alone made me suffer for 3 years. For someone like me, only playing along can make me feel at ease. I can't tolerate that when Modkaiser is planning to conquer the underworld. I'm still struggling with worldly love. Even Huangsu can easily shake my mind. This has become my weakness, a fatal weakness. Therefore, I need a kind of pain to free my weak self." Lester shifted his gaze away from Malfuen's bright golden vertical pupils and looked at Alina, who was sleeping with her eyes closed, with an infinitely gentle smile on his face. "They are not the same person. I know this, but I always treat them as the same person. Emotions have seriously hindered my reason and judgment. It starts with Alina and ends with Alina. This is the best ending. From now on, I will not accept new feelings. Let Alina put a perfect end to all this. If, Master, she is willing to keep your memory for even one day, will you still make such a decision? In fact, to satisfy these greedy flowers, only half a day of memory is enough." The woman wandered between the fruit trees picking fruits, and when she turned around, she saw the old woman who rarely appeared. "Grandma, what day is it today?" The old woman held a pair of scissors, her green eyes staring at the long branches with drooping fruits, gestured twice, but the scissors in her hand still did not cut off the crooked branches. Just like she had pruned the plants in the garden countless times, but still could not stop those plants from growing crooked. Some things are destined to be irreversible. Even if she was unwilling, she sometimes had to accept such an ending. "Today is the last day. You can leave tomorrow." Watching the old woman put down the scissors and turn away, the various fruits in the woman's arms were scattered all over the ground. She wanted to recall every detail of the past month with the man, but she found that she couldn't remember anything at all. She forgot everything. After 29 reincarnations, he left her nothing. She lost all hope and courage. If this is the ending, then what is the point of her initial expectations? Standing there in silence, the woman finally picked up the fruits that had become a little dirty on the ground and did not pick fresher and cleaner ones. She just walked back with the dirty fruits in her arms. It seemed that he didn't notice that there was some dirt on the fruit. The man gently opened his mouth under the woman's arrangement and took in the woman's love in his heart, along with the dust. After eating something, the woman felt a little bored, but she was willing to obey the man's arrangement and let herself lie in the man's arms, to accept the man's comfort. At least at this moment, she was in a good mood, because the man accidentally touched her itch. Today is the last day. Mother-in-law said we can leave tomorrow. Is that so? Time has passed a little too fast. Sorry, I can't get used to it. Yes, it has. Almost a month has passed, and we have nothing left. The unspeakable silence made the atmosphere between the two of them a little strange. The woman struggled to leave the man's arms and turned around. I want to see the epithalame. Do you need me to accompany you? Turning back, the woman nodded. The epithalame in the forget-me-not garden is different from the epithalame in the material world. The petals with magical luster are as crystal clear as silver white crystals, and the stamens are shining with light spots like snowflakes. The crystal epithalame in the forget-me-not garden that can bloom anytime and anywhere is also a rare flower species that can only bloom at a fixed time. Lester knows that besides the snow white hydrangea, Elena's favorite is the crystal epithalame. Lester also knows that today is the last time they will see the crystal epithalame together. Chapter 329 Immortal Zyro. This is your favorite spot. You often say that beautiful things are always short-lived. Before you have time to reach out and embrace them, they have already gone away alone in a trance. Without listening carefully to the man's voice, the woman surrounded by the man just quietly looked at the flowers that had not yet bloomed. Elena felt a little irritated. She liked it like this now, but she knew that if she couldn't completely cut off this memory, she would be uncomfortable for the rest of her life. Perhaps this was what the man thought. The woman held the man's hand and clenched it at her lower abdomen. List, do you know? You are just like this epithalame. You always like to be alone in a quiet place and admire your beauty. When others want to get close to you, you will reject them with indifference and arrogance, and then capture the prey by blooming your own beauty. If it is valuable, you will lead the prey back to your home. If it is not valuable, the prey will be ruthlessly abandoned. This is you, my favorite man. You are an out-and-out bastard. Lester suddenly froze. The woman staring at the epithalame was still talking to herself. Even if we can only love each other for one day, I'm willing to do it. Who made me fall in love with you? The night blooming cereus has bloomed, and fireflies are floating and rising from the core of the flower. The crystal clear petals reflect the silver white magic luster. This is a beautiful scenery that is difficult for ordinary people to see. There is only one person left to watch the scenery. He sits alone on the flower bed, frowning and slowly lowering his head. She has made her own choice. Surrounded by greedy flowers crying for food, the woman surrounded by flowers lies coldly on the flower bed. The bright red ribbon begins to spread from her wrists, covered with sharp thorns, making the gorgeous color more dark and deep. At this moment, the woman has become a fatal pastille. The old woman rarely put down the scissors, bent down to tidy up the woman's messy blonde hair, and showed the woman's pale beautiful cheeks in front of the silent man. On the woman's face, the man saw a smile and stubborn resistance. Although he won, he also lost, and was defeated. Blood makes the flowers more extreme. Now, the garden needs more memories to calm its restlessness. She left her share to you forever. Child, I'm very curious, what choice will you make? Without responding to the mother-in-law's meaning, Lester knelt on the ground, carefully lifted the woman on the flower bed, and placed her on his thighs. Everything was like the first time they met. Snow White became more and more manic, and the thorny vines hung down from the treetops, approaching the man. The old woman picked up the scissors and left without looking back, with hurried steps. Maybe you should forget all this. Gently stroking the woman's cheek, Lester kissed the woman's cold lips gently and approached the woman's ear. You are right, I'm a bastard. I say I'm a companion, but I always want to abandon you and calculate you. My self-conceited arrogance is really disgusting. Thank you for letting me see myself clearly. After making a final farewell, Lester stood up and faced the flowers that surrounded him and waited to be fed. The man drew out his long knife and his expression suddenly became indifferent. A month has passed, and I have given you the most precious things, but you are still not satisfied. Now, I have nothing to give. Sensing the hostility, the flowers began to retreat, and the thorns and vines cut through the air, weaving into a thorny web, and rushing towards Lester. Unfortunately, the speed of the vine's extension and contraction was far less than the shimmering knife light. The broken petals flew all over the sky, and the vines broke, spilling a piece of deep purple juice. The man shuttled through the garden and played a lonely flower dance with the sound of the sword beside the cold corpse. On the other side, the old woman sitting cross-legged in a tree hole sighed softly, closed her eyes, and let the wailing of the flowers fill her ears, but a hint of pleasure appeared at the corner of her mouth. Until there were no more flowers in sight, Lester put the knife back into the sheath, found Delina from the sea of petals, tied her up with vines, and carried her on his back. The old woman appeared not far away at the right time, holding a pair of scissors in her hand, pointing to the depths of the path. Child, go ahead. No matter if it's right or wrong, as long as it's the path you choose, it's worth it. No matter what the result is, please make sure to finish it. Nodding to the old woman, the man left in silence. The old woman bent down, picked up a broken snow white lily, and sniffed it a few times. 9,000 years. Do you have anger and fear? Which side is more? Hehe. At the end of the secret flower path is an open flower wall. On the other side of the flower wall is a mountain that is so high that you can't see the top. From time to time, the deep cave entrance can hear chaotic wind whistling like ghosts crying. Judging from Lester's own experience, there are many wind vents and branches in the cave, which are connected in all directions, and it is easy to get lost. Fortunately, he was prepared. Evelyn, it's up to you. After the shadow cat jumped out of the shadow, it climbed directly onto Lester's shoulder. Through the remaining source of desire of the little devil, Evelyn could sense the approximate direction. The cave was not dark. The luminous fungi and the strange mica crystals emitting colorful light were enough to illuminate the way forward. The terrain gradually descended. After circling around the fork in the road for a few times, Lester had to stop. He decided to let Evelyn explore first. Come back when you find the exit. I'll wait for you here. Putting down the cold body, the man cherished the last time together. In Presidium, in front of the tree wall outside the magic garden, Riz was stopped by the warrior guarding the entrance of the tree wall. The magic garden has not been repaired yet. Please go somewhere else. Okay. Nodding, Riz turned around and left without hesitation, letting the guards relax. At midnight, when the last group of soul summoners left the magic garden, Riz, wearing a hood, walked out in the magical light of the arcane teleportation array. Riz already had a complete action plan on how to use arcane teleportation magic to bypass the guards, so the warriors of the magic garden naturally couldn't stop him. The sight was full of desolation and depression, completely different from the flower beds of 30 years ago, which were full of colorful flowers. At this moment, Riz only felt the breath of death in the garden. Looking around, Riz did not notice any special power remaining among the withered flowers and willows, so he approached the withered blooming spirit tree. In midsummer, the bare blooming spirit tree had no leaves, the old branches turned yellow, and the new branches had not grown. Even if the entire magic garden was constantly transmitting magical energy to the blooming spirit tree, the blooming spirit tree could not leave any for itself. Under the effect of perception magic, Riz quickly found the reason for the loss of vitality of the blooming spirit tree. Deep underground, a large piece of manic ice fog attached to the main root system, dyeing the brown-black rhizome into ice blue. If there was no powerful spiritual energy that gently protected the main root system, the ice fog would not take long to turn the entire blooming spirit tree into an ice sculpture. The strange ice mist absorbs the magical energy that the blooming spirit tree relies on for survival. The amazing thing is that the ice mist can transform the various magical energies it absorbs into ice element and continue to maintain its own existence, as if it has its own consciousness and life. Riz thinks that he has a deep understanding of arcane magic and rune magic, but he has never seen a spell that can maintain its own activity, establish energy circulation, and maintain magic operation after leaving the caster. Irresponsibly speaking, this is no different from artificially creating a magical life with wisdom and self-awareness. This kind of miracle power is very similar to the power of runes. Retracting his right hand, sensing the light of magic dissipating, Riz frowned. If we forcibly remove these out of control element attached to the main root system, the blossoming spirit tree will most likely die completely. No wonder the spiritual energy left by karma has not been able to restore the blossoming spirit tree to its original state in the past 3 years. We can only use gentle energy to slowly wear away the mutated and out of control ice element in a protective and containment manner. Without special means, we can only rely on the power of time to save the blossoming spirit tree. This group of ice mist is what Lister left behind. Unfortunately, it is separated by karma's spiritual energy. I can't confirm whether there is the breath of runes in the ice mist. However, judging from the results alone, only the power of runes can do such incredible things. Frowning and thinking for a while, Riz was not sure whether he could solve the problem of ice mist after dispelling karma's spiritual energy protection. To be on the safe side, Riz gave up the idea of further exploration. If killing the blossoming spirit tree caused hostility between Karma and Ionia, it would be more harm than good, and would seriously affect his subsequent actions, not to mention that he sneaked in through space teleportation. Things have come to this point. Regardless of whether Lister has mastered the power of runes, he needs to contact it in person. Now my connection with the holder of the red rune has been cut off, and there's nowhere to look for him. I might as well find out the whereabouts of this Lister. It's a pity that Karma has passed away, otherwise I might be able to gain something by looking for Karma. At present, there is no way to get more information in Presidium. It's time to go to the Temple of Balance. As a fellow guardian of the Soul Blossom Festival, the spiritual sense that has fought with Lister should know something about Lister. Riz had just left when he sensed an unknown magical fluctuation in the magic garden. 3 guards with weapons quickly came to the magic garden under the blessing of acceleration magic, only to find that the garden was empty. Sensing the flow of magic again, the distribution of element in the air gradually returned to normal. It couldn't really be. Your perception was wrong. There was no movement just now. But what? What can you do about a great wizard who can freely enter and exit the magic garden through space teleportation? After the transformation of the giant cross-border magic circle, the golden sunlight spread in every corner of the forest. Magical animals and miracle plants can be seen everywhere. The rainbow white deer and the one-horned Pegasus accompanied their friend the ancient saber-toothed tiger and licked the clear water rich in original magic power around the clear magic stream. They looked like they lived in harmony. Various pure-blooded Vastea people and a few rare pure-blooded humans gathered together to form more than a dozen villages scattered throughout the forest, living together in this land of Eden flowing with milk and honey. The ancestor village was guarded by many villages in the center. Unlike the lazy atmosphere in the past, the few Vastea Zairu who were willing to take charge of things in the nature house of the ancestor village at this time rarely gathered together. There seems to be a small problem with Pansagina, and an outsider was allowed in. The male Vastea Zairu who was speaking had the face of a middle-aged man, with his head drooping on the table, his ears like a big dog drooping on both sides, and dark circles under his eyes, looking a little listless. Small problem? Chilly, forget it. She has always had problems, and guarding the gate of the sacred forest like a dog is her best choice. The white and slender legs were crossed on the table, and the female Vastea Zairu, who was wearing ice silk underwear under a short leather skirt, held her full and white chest with both hands, and her pretty face with pink and gorgeous facial lines was full of arrogance. Hit by the indiscriminate attack, Chili, who had dog-like features, was depressed, but the beautiful female winged person did not care at all, and continued to speak. Only that old woman's face and body are the most suitable for her. Chera, don't say that. Although we have different ideas, Pansagina is one of us after all, and we are equal. Oslan, who was naked and only wearing a pair of silk shorts, had strong muscles and a handsome face of a young man, holding a petite, cute but expressionless cat girl. After licking his dry lips in the opposite direction of Chena, Oslan turned his head and asked with a smile, "I'm very interested in that outsider. Chili, is the outsider a man or a woman? How does she look? Is she 1/10 as beautiful as our Cheddar? Shaking his head, Chili whispered. It's a man and a woman, but it's a pity that the woman is dead. How can I say that the only remaining man is not ordinary? Aslan, don't bother Amelia, I need her help. Putting the cat girl down from his arms, tidying up the girl's messy clothes, Aslan touched the girl's cat ears. Go, my Amelia, let me see if that man is qualified to be my 36,792nd wife. Cheddar, if you marry me now, you can still move up one place. Cheddar turned away in disgust, not bothering to pay attention to Aslan's teasing. Instead, the petite cat girl nodded obediently and handed her little hand to Chili, receiving the thoughts from Chili. So that's how it is. He's unexpectedly handsome, more handsome than Aslan. The cold and crisp voice of the cat girl made Aslan open his mouth, with an unbelievable look on his face. Impossible. There can't be a man in this world who is more beautiful than me. Amelia, you can't be mistaken, right? More handsome than me. Can I become the wife of that man? No. I will never accept such a result. Although she is also a member of Aslan's army of wives, Amelia did not mean to go against her conscience and made serious supplements. Yes, I was wrong. Before Aslan could breathe a sigh of relief, the cold voice came into his ears again. He is much more handsome than Aslan. No, I want to be a husband, not a wife. Hearing Amelia, who never disdained to lie, say this, Cheddar also became more curious. Although he has never been interested in men, there are definitely very few people who can make Amelia praise him like this in the past 9,000 years. He can't even count them on 5 fingers. Soon, under the construction of Amelia's original magic, or 3-dimensional magical human body image appeared in front of everyone. The shirtless man had a stern expression, holding a knife in one hand and carrying a cold female corpse on his back. Glancing at the man in the image, Cheddar smiled and picked up the cute and petite Amelia. Amelia, you are right. He is indeed much more handsome than Aslan. April 28th to April 30th is the double monthly ticket time. You can save up and vote. I have been too busy at work recently and may not be able to reply to everyone's comments in the book review area in time. If you have any questions, you can directly at me in the group. Chapter 330 Hidden Dragon's Wish. Walking in the Golden Woods, Lester followed the sound of the stream and found a small stream with a rainbow hanging next to it. Under the curious gaze of the deer, the man began to dig a pit with his hands. Nana the kind deer did not notice the danger. After a few steps closer, it licked the man's cheek with its little tongue. Thank you, I'm fine. Nana when the deer was entangled, a Vastaya otter carrying a bucket staggered over. It seemed that he had just seen an uninvited guest. The otter man opened his eyes wide, screamed, covered his mouth, dropped the bucket and ran away, as if he had seen a pervert who liked to expose himself. Lester didn't care about the otter who ran away. He buried Alina in the pit. Finding a beautiful place in Omakaelan to bury Alina was the only thing he could do for Alina. Nana seeing that Lester was leaving, the deer followed him reluctantly and cried. Seeing that the deer was unwilling to leave, Lester squatted down and hugged the little guy. I'm glad you like me, but you have your home, I have mine. We both have places to go back to. Go back to your own path. Unfortunately, the fawn still refused to leave. The man fell silent, the atmosphere became a little cold, and the fawn became a little uneasy, but the trust in the man made it still unwilling to leave. Young man, what are you hesitating about? Why don't you be the most authentic yourself? Looking at the white-haired old man coming from the other side of the stream upstream, Lester shook his head and said nothing. The old man smiled, and smiled wantonly, as if he had seen through a liar who was good at disguising himself. He hadn't heard the authentic Presidium accent for a long time, but fortunately he had not forgotten where he came from. Young man, quickly pull out the knife in your hand, and give that beast a quick death. Kindness and good intentions that become a burden will destroy a person. If you allow these insignificant things to continue to block your way forward, you will lose more precious things. Men should be more decisive. They should be ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to themselves, in order to accomplish great things, instead of setting up rules and regulations for themselves, and using hypocritical things like benevolence, righteousness, and kindness to restrain their own steps forward. You are not such a waste, I can see that, but you are still blocked by something. You should kick it away. Are you teaching me how to do things? Facing the chattering old man, Lester pulled out the moon rose. The deer was finally scared away by the evil breath emitted by the moon rose, but the old man laughed. Yes, I'm teaching you how to do things, young man. For most of the time, swords are more effective than words, and they can also see a person's nature more clearly. The old man took off the long sword behind him calmly, slashed in the air, and the long sword made a soul-stirring sword sound. Lester frowned. The old man holding the long sword seemed to have turned into a sword light. Sensing the threat of his kind, Yugi violently flashed a dark red luster, and he rang the knife without giving in. The murderous spirits of the two formed a terrible cyclone during the collision, causing the animals within a radius of 100 miles to flee. Lester raised Yugi indifferently. What do you mean? With a flick of his wrist, the old man smiled and said, just talk about the sword spirit until you have fun. The moment the voice fell, a distance of more than 10 meters flashed by, and the sword light and shadow cut through the air. The two had already fought together. Although Lester had not deliberately learned the sword method, he also learned the simplest and most effective knife skills in his career as a killer. His moves were fierce, and every knife was deadly. He focused on the vital points, highlighting a strong force and momentum. Only 5 methods of cutting, pulling, cutting, stabbing, and chopping were enough to lead to a terrible knife net. Although he was not at an advantage in terms of strength, the old man's sword was not at a disadvantage. Instead, he used his exquisite skills to remove most of the force from the long sword, and with his exquisite body movements, he became an invulnerable dragon, moving easily through the terrible sword net. After adapting to Lester's simple and effective attack method, the old man turned the tables and attacked Lester's many vital points. In the increasingly fierce attack of the old man, Lester's sword force soon showed a huge flaw. After hesitating for a while, Lester, who was not strong enough, gave up using special power and let the long sword in his hand be blocked. The tip of the sword flashed with cold light and pierced into the open chest, and then went up along the neck. The blade of the long sword stopped dangerously at Lester's throat. Evelyn in the shadow began to become manic, but had to put away her claws and Lester's comfort. It's great to be able to swing the sword just by instinct. Young man, I was right about you. It's fun. It's fun. I've lived with these beasts for so many years, and I'm finally having fun. The old man put away his sword and patted Lester on the shoulder. What's your name? Black hair. You're an Ionian, right? Lester, from Valoran. So you're from Valoran. You must want to know the situation here. Do you want to chat? It's a good opportunity to go to our village and sit down. I can also find you a suitable set of clothes. It's not good to be a savage all the time. Although he was a little disappointed that his excellent junior was not from Ionia, the old man didn't care too much. Whether it's Valoran or Ionian, as long as they are on this land, they are considered human beings. As long as they are purebred humans, they are considered compatriots. Facing the old man's invitation, Lester nodded. It must have been difficult to get here. How did you deal with that old bitch with the scissors? I took care of her garden for a month. The old man raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. With such a big commotion, I thought you beat up the old bitch. So you must have forgotten a lot of things? Those flowers are not easy to satisfy. Yes, so I cut them all down. Haha. Well done. The old man was very interested in talking. He asked questions all the way. His enthusiasm was so great that Lester couldn't resist it and could only deal with it casually. After more than 2 hours, the two finally walked out of the Golden Forest and came to a small village with about 100 households. Lester found that this area seemed to be mostly human. He only met a few Vastaya on the way here. After seeing the old man, they ran away quickly with a look of horror. The relationship between the old man and the Vastaya seemed to be hostile, but the old man didn't mention it, so he didn't ask. If any taboos were touched and made the old man unhappy, the subsequent communication would not be easy. Master, you are back. Several young men carrying baskets outside the village bowed to the old man as they saw him coming. Well, go ahead. Lester watched the curious young man leave and turned to look at the old man. You seem to have a very high status in the village. The old man waved his hand with a calm face. I just did some things that the villagers recognized. It's not a matter of status. I happen to have a few pots of fruit wine at home. Let's go have a few drinks and have a good chat. Seeing that the old man had no intention of explaining, the other villagers did not ask more questions, but just looked at the old man with respect as he returned to his house. The old man's wooden house was no different from the houses of other villagers. It was just that there was a larger outer courtyard. In addition to the common radishes, cabbages and leeks, the outer courtyard also planted some vegetables that Lester had never seen before, which seemed to be the specialty of Omikaelan. Taking 2 large pieces of dried meat from the drying rack at the door, the old man pushed open the unlocked door and motioned Lester to go in first. Wait for me to go to the cellar to get some wine and some food. You sit down first. There is a set of cloth clothes under my bed. You can put them on first. The furnishings in the room were very simple. There was a low table and 3 low stools. There was a wooden bed covered with fur in the corner, and a simple weapon rack for hunting bows and long swords. After changing into simple cloth clothes, Lester sat on the low stool and waited for the old man to come back. In less than 3 minutes, the old man came in with 2 mud-sealed earthenware jars and placed 2 plates of chopped dried meat and pickled radish on the wooden plate. He placed the long sword on the weapon rack, sat down on the other side of the low table, and pushed the opened earthenware jar to Lester. The strong aroma of wine wafted out of the jar. Lester knew that this fruit wine was definitely not an ordinary product. Young man, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Yinlang. You can call me Leo Long. What's your name? Yinlang. So you're here. This is really. My name is List. I recognize you, Master Yinlang. Confused by Lester's overly complicated expression, Yinlang took a sip of fruit wine and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. So many years have passed. I thought no one remembered me. Could it be that my Langayan style has been passed down? It's impossible. I remember that, before I came in, I didn't have time to teach the Langayan body method. List, tell me quickly. Because you didn't leave the Langayan body method, Master Iris couldn't support Langayan style alone. He could only concentrate on studying the skills you left behind and created Wuyan style in decades. In the next hour or so, Lester explained the development of Wuyan style in detail, especially when he heard that Iris was still actively exploring the spiritual maze, trying to find himself to fulfill his wish. Yinlang burst into tears. Iris, that child, is too honest. I'm sorry for him. After crying for a long time, the old man said with red eyes, Xiaoyu, Huangsu and Awat are also good kids. How are they? Are they okay? Huangsu and Awat have grown a lot. Xiaoyu, she's gone. The old man was stunned, staring at Lester's sad eyes, and asked tremblingly, how did she go? After Lester told him everything that happened in the Presidium blooming disaster, Yinlang stood up with red eyes, grabbed Lester's collar, panted angrily and wanted to beat him up, but couldn't do it. In the end, he could only let go powerlessly and slumped back on the stool. Xiaoyu is the most outstanding inheritor of the Kirigakuryu. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have died. It's useless to say this now. Although I really want to beat you up, I know that you can't blame you for the girl's death. It's fate. It's all fate. The two drank half a can of wine in silence. After confirming that the Kirigakuryu curse power cycle was indeed established in Lester's body by taking his pulse, the old man who completely believed in Lester's words broke the heavy atmosphere and wiped away the remaining tears. Boy, remember, Xiao, that girl recognized you. Iris and the others also recognized you. Then I will recognize you too and treat you as a successor of Wu Ainliu. Not only that, I will also teach you the dragon invisibility method and the experience of using weapons that I created myself. Don't look at me like that. You are not allowed to leave until you have finished learning. When you leave, remember to bring these things back to Wu Ainliu, which will also be regarded as a resolution of my lifelong regret. Master Yinlang, you. The old man blew his beard and glared loudly. Still calling me master? Seeing that the old man did not regard himself as an outsider, Lester bowed his head sincerely. Teacher Yinlang. Hearing the new name, the old man smiled. That's right, come, drink. After both of them walked out of their sad mood, the sighing old man asked about Lester's situation. I came here on my own initiative to find Zaya's transformation method. Zaya? Transformation method? Zaya is a dragon bird. In Ionia, it seems to be called a wind beast. For some reason, I promised Zaya to find a way for her to change into a human form. Thinking that Vastea Zairu might have a transformation method, I found a way to come in. Huh? What do you want to do by making a beast transform into a woman's form? Lester remained calm and collected in response to the old man's strange look. What can I do? My goal is to make Zaya speak human language. Oh, this is really not a coincidence. Any questions? Nodding, the old man sighed. That group of humanoid beasts do have the original magic that can help beasts transform into human forms, but the situation in Omikaran is more complicated, and our relationship with that group of Vastea people is not very good. Forget it. Let me tell you about the current situation. The old man took out a beast skin map from the box under the bed, spread it directly on the ground, and pointed to a circle mark on the map. This is where we are. This village is called Rabia Village by the locals. It is one of the 5 pure-blooded human villages. It is not far from the Boundary Mountain at the southern exit. After the Boundary Mountain, there is the Forget-Me-Not Garden controlled by the old woman. I have drawn this map for decades, recording all the forces of Omikalan that I have seen. I think you should have seen something, right? Lester looked at it intently. The only few circles on the map were separated by a dozen triangles, guarding a huge 6-pointed star pattern in the north. If the circles represent the pure-blooded human villages, then the triangles represent the Vastea villages. The difference in numbers between the two is jaw-dropping. Just looking at the map, it is still unclear what kind of contradiction has arisen between humans and Vastea. The gap between the number of humans and Vastea is too big. When facing Vastea, humans will suffer a lot. Nodding, the old man's voice was very heavy. Strictly speaking, it's not that we are at a disadvantage, but that humans are being oppressed by the Vastea. It's just that due to the constraints of the ancient, sacred covenant, some Vastea who want to completely enslave humans cannot openly attack humans, and can only use some despicable means. Pointing outside the house, Yinlong's expression was not very good. The only reason I stayed here and didn't go out was because some Vastea treated humans as pigs and dogs and killed them at will. Only swords can make those beasts with human faces understand that humans cannot be bullied at will. Thanks to the 2 book friends, and for their 1,500 points of rewards, and thanks to the rewards and support of several book friends. WJT2333 1379971332569411584 right square bracket left square bracket right square bracket. Your recognition is the greatest encouragement to me. Thank you very much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Spell to Break Weapons. Through the narration of Hidden Dragon, Lester roughly knew the basic situation of Omikalan. The story starts from 9,000 years ago. Since the giants fell from the sky and trampled on everything and slaughtered life, the Ionian giant war broke out. Some Ionians with strong spirits received some special energy infusion in the spiritual field and became immortal Vastea Zairu. With Vastea Zairu as the main force to fight against the giants, humans and Vastea Zairu united to fight against the giants. It took 1,000 years to finally completely exterminate the giants. The bodies were buried separately and turned into blooming spirit trees all over Ionia. As the main battlefield, Omikalan had too many giants and Vastea Zairu died. Even the land and space had changed, forming a unique land of life and tree of life. After discussion, several Vastea Zairu who survived the war chose to settle in Omikalan in order to suppress the land that had changed. Among them were some humans who had a close relationship with Vastea Zairu. The combination of the two created a new race, the Vastea people, with some beast characteristics. Because humans also paid a huge price in the giant war, Vastea Zairu signed a sacred covenant with humans in order to commemorate humans' achievements. The covenant is divided into 3 articles. Yinlang does not know the specific content. The general content is to acknowledge the price paid by humans in the giant war. Vastaya Zaru and the Vastaya regard humans as close compatriots and allies. Humans have the right to reside in Omikaelan. The 2 tribes can intermarry and have offspring, and there should be no discrimination or oppression between each other. With the unremitting efforts of the 2 races to intermarry and create humans, many humans chose to actively combine with Vastaya Zaru, and various Vastaya were born from Omikaelan, and the newborn Vastaya combined with Vastaya or humans to give birth to new life. Soon the population became a huge burden for Omikaelan. Even the fertile and precious land like gold and the magical soil, where all things grow, could not feed the unlimited number of newborns. Vastaya Zaru had to consider transferring part of the population out. This is also one of the reasons why there are more and more Vastaya on the land of Ionia. In order to ensure the magical balance and pure bloodline of Omikaelan, the leaders of Vastaya Zaru and pure-blooded humans have formulated a protection policy for pure-blooded humans and pure-blooded Vastaya. In addition to expelling Vastaya with thin blood and insufficient strength, there are also regulations that Vastaya cannot actively disrupt the marriage situation in human settlements, and human settlements must ensure a certain scale of pure-blooded humans. If humans refuse to marry Vastaya, Vastaya must leave and cannot make trouble. This rule protects pure-blooded humans and pure-blooded Vastaya to a certain extent, but it also lays the seeds of disaster. Because of the barrier mountain outside Omikaelan, there are more and more Vastaya in Omikaelan, and humans cannot obtain new blood supplements and gene exchanges. The population gradually withers. Because of many cases of close relatives marrying, the number of deformed children in human settlements also begins to increase. This is also the beginning of Vastaya's exclusion of humans. Judging people by appearance is human nature, and Vastaya is no exception. Compared with weak humans, Vastaya with Vastaya's Eri bloodline have stronger bodies, more handsome looks, and a lifespan 2 to 3 times that of human elders. This makes some proud Vastaya believe that inferior humans are not worthy of living in Omikaelan with the noble Vastaya. They also secretly question the Holy Covenant and feel that humans played no role at all in the giant war. Fortunately, Vastaya's Eri, who was once a human, banned all related remarks, punished and expelled irrelevant Vastaya, and curbed the trend of discrimination against humans. Under the joint proposal of the leaders of the human settlement, Vastaya Zaru agreed to the request to select humans from the outside world to live in Omikaelan. In addition, some people expelled from Omikaelan leaked the information of Omikaelan to the outside world, which caused a wave of migration. Vastaya Zaru used the original magic combined with the legacy of the giants to create the Forget-Me-Not garden that can capture memories in the mental maze that blocks human exploration. With 2 more layers of protection outside the barrier mountain, Omikaelan gradually disappeared from the public's sight over the past 1,000 years. Only some Vastaya people living in the outside world still followed their mission and guided some outstanding humans to settle in Omikaelan. With the addition of fresh blood, the human settlement no longer deteriorated and always maintained a fragile balance until more than 500 years ago, when the Forget-Me-Not garden suddenly had an additional owner, and the situation in Omikaelan began to deteriorate rapidly. It seemed that there was some secret dispute among the Vastaya Zaru. Pansagina, who was also a Vastaya Zaru with beautiful appearance and graceful figure, suddenly became an ugly old woman. Pansagina was expelled from Omikaelan, and since then she has been stationed in the Forget-Me-Not garden, which was originally unattended, and became the gardener of the Forget-Me-Not garden. Since then, there have been more evil deeds on the land of Omikaelan. Unlike the original harmonious and stable situation, many acts of rape have occurred in Omikaelan. Some Vastaya people began to do evil, including but not limited to robbing human girls and boys forcibly to have children, beating and bullying humans with physical defects, and even related crimes have occurred among the Vastaya people. It's just that humans, as alien objects, suffer more malice. Evil desires have taken root in the beautiful and holy land, but the Vastaya Zaru, who originally took the initiative to protect humans, turned a blind eye and even watched the human gathering places become less and less due to the interference of some evil Vastaya people. In less than 500 years, there were originally more than a dozen human settlements, but now there are only 5 left. Until now, pure-blooded humans do not understand why Vastair Zyru would ignore the sacred covenant and allow the survival of humans to continue to deteriorate. In desperation, in order to deal with some malicious Vastair people, human villages can only spontaneously form armed forces to defend the tribe. Yinlang was originally selected by the Vastair to be taken to Omikaelan to live as a pure-blooded human. Yinlang originally refused to enter Omikaelan, but after hearing about the situation of humans in Omikaelan, he decided to stay and protect the village. In Yinlang's view, compared with continuing the school he founded, Langain Liu, it is more valuable to protect more human compatriots. The conversation was joyful, and the sky was getting dark. After eating most of the food on the low table, Lester turned his head and looked out the window. The golden sunlight of the day also turned into a beautiful orange-red glow. In the night sky of Omikaelan, Lester saw many bright morning stars flashing with aurora. It seemed that in this sacred land, the distance between the starry sky and the earth was infinitely shortened. Vastair Zyru does master the method of shape shifting. Every intelligent life has an ideal life form. Through the original spiritual magic, the body and soul of the beast can resonate and change the body into the form closest to humans. However, it is definitely not an easy thing to get the shape shifting method from Vastair Zyru. The undead living in the ancestor village have not appeared for a long time. It is difficult to see them, not to mention getting anything from the undead. After lighting 2 candlesticks in the dim firelight, the old man sighed and told the truth. You should be prepared to get nothing. The village of the ancestors, is this here? Lester pointed to the hexagram pattern on the map. Compared with other circles and triangles, the hexagram was really eye-catching. Yes, the village of the ancestors is here. Only those who are recognized by the Vastair Sheri can enter. Most of the people living there are servants serving the Vastair Sheri, and a few are wives or husbands favored by the Vastair Sheri. Just consider how many Vastair people there are in Ionia now, and you will understand how depraved those undead who like to breed offspring are. These guys who don't even let go of animals, let alone. Lester shrugged innocently at the old man's strange look. Under the arrangement of Yinlang, Lester lived in an empty house in Rabia village. Because he was introduced by Yinlang, the people in the village were very enthusiastic, and more than a dozen girls of marriageable age took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. After Lester politely refused, the girls could only leave with regret. If he could have offspring, Lester, who had completely let go of it, would not mind leaving a dozen children for Hidden Dragon's sake, so that the population of Rabia village would be more prosperous. Unfortunately, he was still unable to have children until now. Pure sexual pleasure was meaningless to him, including the life rune Alina, and would not grow further because of the yin-yang combination. Since he had promised the old man to pass on the dragon invisibility technique to the mist hidden stream, Lester followed the old man every day to learn how to use the spell power, to construct a spell cycle and the experience of using weapons. Only a little time at night was used to explore other areas of Omikaelan. Unlike the spell power smoke bomb of the mist hidden stream, the dragon invisibility technique does not require the blessing of external forces. It can only rely on its own special spell power flow to make the body blend into the environment. When launching an attack in the invisible state, there is an additional spell power attack blessing, which is a kind of physical and magical dual cultivation, and it is also very practical for Lester himself. As for the experience of using weapons, it is actually a special spell. After reaching the level of mastery over many weapons, Yinlang combined his lifelong understanding of weapons and created a special method of using weapons with the power of spells. It is not limited to swords, spears, swords, and halberds. Any weapon that can become a weapon can reach different levels of weapon breaking through the blessing of spells. The higher the level of weapon breaking means the stronger the ability of the weapon, including but not limited to sharpness, hardness, toughness, etc. The only side effect is that it causes great damage to the weapon. Depending on the qualifications of the weapon, the durability of the weapon is also different. In the extreme weapon breaking spell, a normal high quality sword can only be used for one round in the hands of an old man, before it becomes scrap copper and rotten iron. However, for Lester, who can make swords through material refining magic, if the magic reserve is not considered, it is not a problem at all. As for whether to use it on Yugi, it depends on the situation. Feel the flow of the cursed energy in the long sword, and treat the long sword as a unique person. People have acupuncture points, which can stimulate potential at the time of life and death. Weapons also have acupuncture points. If you find the acupuncture points, you can split mountains and rocks, and cut iron like mud. Yinlong stood aside with his hands behind his back and watched carefully. Lester held the sword with both hands, and closed his eyes, allowing his cursed energy with the attribute of breaking weapons to spread, and extend in the iron sword with difficulty. Soon Lester found a special place, located at the front third of the sword spine, which can absorb the cursed energy gradually. Without talking about magic, according to modern physics, that Lester is familiar with, this position should be the most important balance point of the entire iron sword. Seeing a faint white light on the iron sword, the old man nodded with satisfaction. Try to infuse the cursed energy into the sword hole. When the energy in the sword hole is completely filled, you can try the sword. About 1/3 of the cursed energy in the whole body was input. When the sword hole was filled, the ordinary iron sword emitted a faint white light, and made a crisp sword sound. With a twist of his wrist, the long sword slashed towards the bluestone used for sword testing. There was not much resistance along the way. The bluestone was directly split into two. It seemed that it could not continue to withstand the powerful magic energy. The iron sword followed the bluestone, and broke into small iron pieces on the ground. Well done, you are very talented in this area. You will soon be able to completely master the magic of breaking weapons. Handing over another iron sword again, the old man continued with a smile. This time, try to reduce the magic energy input into the sword hole. You will pass the test, only if you slash two swords. Unexpectedly, Lester did not take the new iron sword, but piled up the broken iron pieces on the ground and directly pressed his hand on them. Teacher Yinlong, you may not have seen the magic of material refining. Material refining? The old man was stunned, not quite understanding what Lester meant. The explanation was naturally not as direct as the demonstration. As the rune array emerged from the palms of both hands, it quickly expanded and grew larger. The pile of broken iron blocks began to slowly melt under the effect of magic. It seemed to be melting, but in fact it was the broken covalent bonds between molecules, being reorganized under Lester's control. Soon the melted iron blocks were reorganized again, to form a more perfect sharp-edged iron sword. Except for the lack of a hilt, the iron sword had no flaws. The old man was a little dumbfounded. He stepped forward, and picked up the iron sword from the ground with a blank face. Can magic be used like this? How did you do it? Thanks to the reader for the 3000 point reward, and thanks to the reader 2030 for the 300 point reward. Chapter 330 To the North changes. 3 months passed in a flash. Lester, who had completely received the old man's true teachings, said goodbye to the enthusiastic villagers of Arabia, and rode the wild elk of Omikaelan with Yinlong towards the direction of the ancestral village. Although it was unlikely to obtain the method of shape changing, Yinlong was willing to introduce Lester to the undead living in the ancestral village, provided that the undead were willing to meet. North of Arabia village is a typical Dagao landform, with uneven terrain. The top of the mountain is flat and wide like a plain. The cliffs around the peak are like a knife, and below the cliffs are gradually flat slopes. Unlike the Vastaya flying tribe living in the southern woods, there are many different Vastaya tribes living in the Dagao landform. Each tribe has established scattered gathering places at the foot of the mountain around the village, built on the top of the mountain. The nearby villages are quite friendly, especially after I personally drove away a few troublemakers. The old man carried a sword on his waist, and the elk under his crotch moved its forelegs in a bumpy manner, looking a little lazy. The old reindeer with grey-brown fur staggered forward, chewing fresh grass in his mouth, eating and traveling at the same time, and seemed to have long adapted to the role of mount. So, the sacred covenant still has a lot of binding force. Lester's elk was younger, with shiny reddish-brown fur and big black eyes, very beautiful. If things continue to deteriorate, humans and Vastaya will reach a point of no return, which is definitely not the future that Zirui wants to see. On the path, you can see many people riding carriages or Vastaya and humans. At least Lester can't see much hostility on their friendly smiling faces. During the 2 months of living in Rabia village, the biggest conflict between humans and Vastaya was the competition for some scarce and precious food resources in the forest, such as yellow truffles and red-tailed birds. Lester always felt that the conflict between humans and Vastaya was not as serious as the old man said. Of course, it is not ruled out that it is because of the presence of the hidden dragon in the village that no one has come to trouble the Rabia village. The grievances between the two sides are too old. Most of the lives living in Omikaelan are very old, and even humans can live to 150 years old. The time span of 2 months is too short to see anything. Chatting casually, Lester was quite curious about what the old man was talking about, and the old man laughed and explained. The gate guide stone is also a miracle unique to Omikaelan. It is said that after the giant war, the dead body of the giant turned into a blooming spirit tree. The unwilling soul of the giant combined with this land to form a tall golden magic stone pillar. As long as the original magic element is used to communicate with the stone pillar, it can be instantly teleported to another place with a guide stone through the stone pillar. It's amazing, isn't it? So, the gate guide stone is a portal that will never disappear. Hidden Dragon nodded and sighed. It can be said that the gate guide stone has changed the way of the people of Omikaelan. In Omikaelan, a land protected by the barrier, there are a total of 5 guide stones. Going north and climbing 2 more mountains will reach the nearest one. After that, we can go directly to the guide stone in the south of the ancestral village through the guide stone, which can save several months of travel time. After making a fire in the wilderness for a night, we set off again early the next morning. Finally, before noon, we crossed 2 mountains and arrived at the location of the guide stone mentioned by Yinlang. From a distance, we can see the golden light flashing in the sky. The flow of people nearby has also increased. Most of them are Vastaya people carrying packages or cloth bags, and there are also some humans mixed in. Unlike the imagined strict guards, there is no guard near the gate guide stone. It seems that for the people of Omikaelan, they never need to consider whether someone can destroy the guide stone and destroy the miracle. No one wants to stay here to collect black-hearted tolls. It must be said that the people of Omikaelan are still too simple. After bidding farewell to the lovely doe that had carried him all the way, Lester followed the old man to the guide stone under the doe's reluctant gaze. The guide stone was 3 meters high and about 180 centimeters in diameter. It was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. In the center there was a hole that flashed with golden light. There were reliefs similar to ancient languages extending from the hole to the top and bottom of the stone pillar. When someone touched the stone pillar, the hole emitting golden light would expand rapidly and swallow the person who touched it. After observing for a while, Lester wrote down the ghostly symbols on the stone pillar. He has always been interested in magical languages with some special powers. Let's go. The gateway stone can construct a teleportation gate for multiple people who touch it at the same time. There is no need to be nervous when teleporting. After your consciousness establishes a connection with the waystone, just tell the waystone the target point you want to go. The waystone we want to teleport to is the second to last one in the Star Road. Don't teleport to the wrong one, otherwise I will have to find you again. Taking advantage of the gap when there were few people around, the two approached the waystone. Lester put his hand on the waystone and felt that the stone pillar was as warm as jade. There was a mysterious traction guiding him to input magic element, that is, original magic. Unlike the sparse and scattered original magic in Ionia, the original magic of Omikaelan is inexhaustible and not a rare thing. Lester guided the magic in his body into the stone pillar. His eyes went dark and his body fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at an endless chaotic starry sky. There were 4 star roads composed of bright stars arranged in front of him from left to right. When the consciousness was placed at the end of the star road, the traction would increase instantly. After trying several times, Lester placed his consciousness on the second to last star. It was like riding a roller coaster. At the moment, when the consciousness was completely locked and could not leave, the feeling of weightlessness came from all parts of his body. The other 3 star roads disappeared. Lester flew quickly towards his destination in the dazzling golden light. The mysterious feeling made Lester feel like his soul was out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, Lester's body began to sink. The chaotic starry sky dissipated. When he opened his eyes, his body had already arrived in front of another guide stone. The surrounding environment was completely different from before. It was obvious that he had arrived in another place. It seems that you have completely mastered the use of the gate guide stone. Hidden Dragon, who had completed the teleportation in advance, patted Lester on the shoulder with a look of approval. Many people who have lived in Omikaelan since childhood cannot quickly wake up from the dizziness of teleportation, but you seem to be unaffected. It seems that there are still many secrets hidden in your body. Let's go. Next, we just need to go north and we can reach the village of the ancestors. When Lester was about to reach his final destination, the dark clouds of war rolled over the Valoran continent. In the dark, it seemed that an invisible black hand was stirring the tide, trying to destroy the powerful country that had just been established. The good situation fell into the most serious crisis in the blink of an eye. A magical black crow flew into the immortal fortress with a secret letter under the control of the Black Rose Mage, and made an ominous hoarse cry. Several carriages sped on the stone avenue and finally gathered under the fortress. The powerful Narxan ruler got off the carriage with the servants and walked hurriedly towards the top of the fortress. Half an hour later, as the Black Rose female mage with a black veil on her face finally entered the conference spire of the immortal fortress, the door slowly closed, and a military meeting with a heavy atmosphere was urgently held. Look at how stupid we are, how careless we are, and how confident we are in our own strength. We actually thought that those damn North Sea guys would not betray us after accepting the gift. We should have been on guard against those bastards who only know how to fish in the north. We should have chopped off their heads and thrown them in the port of Hedi City. Nadal's voice was as cold as the wind. Except for the female mage whose expression could not be seen clearly, the expressions of the people present were tense, guessing that there might be problems with the attack on the main city of Falkland Kingdom. Stender, who had several strands of white hair on his temples, took the secret letter handed over by Nadals neatly, and after taking a look, his face became extremely serious. As the top think tank of the Supreme Command and the Narxan ruler second only to the Narxan leader Nadars, the long years of war have added a bit of murderous aura to the middle-aged man's originally peaceful and elegant temperament. The frown on his face at this time made the hearts of the others present jump. Stender, who never liked to show his expression, couldn't hold back his face. Several war group leaders frowned. It seemed that the situation ahead was much worse than expected. Putting the secret letter on the long table for the other war group generals and family leaders to read in turn, Stender glanced at Nadars, who was sitting in the main seat with an extremely gloomy face, turned around and glanced at the people who were a little confused, and said in a cold voice, "Shelly Fortress is a trap set for us by the Frost Kingdom and the Hedi people. Our 30,000 elite warriors have been trapped in the stone fortress left by the Frost Kingdom. After accepting our sincere gift, the despicable Hedi people secretly colluded with the Frost Kingdom and sent troops from the northeast when we were in the most difficult time, giving us a fatal blow. The despicable Hedi people first used a sneak attack to seize the Kalias anvil we set up, and then continued to move westward, and combined with the army of the Frost Kingdom from two directions. A combined army of 70,000 surrounded the Shelly Fortress. They did not attack the city directly, but instead started to manufacture catapults half a month ago, hoping to use catapults to consume the morale of our army and make our soldiers surrender to them. After being completely desperate, this letter was brought back by the Black Rose Mage under the command of General Alice stationed in Northumberland. General Alice and General Scarl Cavalry are trying to tie up the Frost Kingdom's army in the southwest. Unfortunately, although the reinforcement from Emerald Lord are very powerful, they cannot change the situation of too great a disparity in numbers. The situation in Shelly Fortress has become so bad that it cannot be worse. We must make a decision immediately and send enough reinforcement to rescue the soldiers trapped in Shelly Fortress. The leaders of various Narxan factions in the room were silent. At that time, they had captured the Shelly Fortress, closest to the main city of the Frost Kingdom Falkeld. Everyone believed that the war between Narxis and the northern barbarians had come to an end. As long as they could capture Freena's lair in one go, they could end the war and enjoy the glory and spoils brought by the conquest. It was also for this reason that the Supreme Command directly dispatched most of the military forces of Kalias Anvil and Northumberland to station at Shelly Fortress. preparing to gather troops and launch the final attack as soon as possible to capture the main city built by Jelena. Unexpectedly, the Hedi people rebelled without any warning. Northumberth, located in the rear, was stationed with support troops from the Emerald Territory, but Carrier Sandville, which only had 5,000 people stationed, was unable to resist the attack of the Hedi people. In the blink of an eye, Carrier Sandville, which was rich in iron and coal mines, fell into the hands of the Hedi people. If the army had not been equipped with the newly made fine iron weapons of the anvil before launching the general attack, I'm afraid that Naxos would have suffered even greater losses. Even though we were surrounded by enemies 10 times the size, our warriors did not surrender and chose to fight to the death. Our brave warriors were all wiped out by those treacherous maggots, but it also made those who deserved to lose their heads understand that the iron will of Naxos cannot be violated. At this point, Stendar's eyes were already gleaming with anger. More than a decade has passed since we set out on the road to recover our sacred homeland. We began to build up our advantages by establishing Northumberland and have been fighting against the frail-jawed barbarians who master strange magic and can command the northern monsters, the trolls. We have always regarded them as weak enemies. Judging from the results now, we were wrong. The arrogance of our invincibility blinded our eyes. The cunning northern barbarians took advantage of our weaknesses. They are not brainless barbarians on the tundra. They are enemies worthy of our full efforts to kill. We must reflect on ourselves and reflect on why we were not more cautious, more decisive, and more cruel to chop off the heads of those bastards. If the Frost Kingdom can still be regarded as an enemy worthy of our respect, then we must never forgive the treacherous Hedi people. The meeting was so quiet that even the sound of a pin drop could be heard clearly. The crisis facing Naxos was obviously not easy to solve. If the 30,000 main forces in the north were really annihilated in Fort Shelley, then Naxos would face the end of total collapse. Once the Hedis and the soldiers of the Frost Kingdom went all the way south, Naxos would no longer be able to withdraw enough troops to resist a full-scale attack, and I'm afraid that the Immortal Fortress would be directly breached. This time is different from the past. In the hearts of many people, even Lester, the Lord of the Emerald Territory, would find it difficult to resist the terrible barbarians like a tide. The threats posed by bandits and soldiers are simply incomparable. Seeing that no one wanted to speak, the big black fat man Springhorn, who had increased his tonnage by dozens of kilograms, put down the secret letter in his hand, raised a somewhat funny eyebrow, and tried to cheer everyone up. Lord Stendar is right. We must fight back. We must let the despicable Hedis understand the price of betraying us. Chapter 333 Military Meeting. I thought my powerful words would resonate with everyone, but the conference hall remained strangely quiet, causing the fat black man to scratch his head in embarrassment. Did I say something wrong? No, you're not wrong. The betrayer must pay a sufficient price, the price of blood. The Naxan General Ursus Cerebum, who personally led the soldiers of the regiment to fight on the Dalmor Plain for 5 years, and led his regiment to successfully establish a small base in the north of Northumberland, cut off the single braid he had worn a few years ago. His bald forehead was covered with hideous tattoos and scars. The muscular man showed his white teeth, and his smile was particularly cruel. No matter it is the Hedi or the bullshit Frost Kingdom, I believe that the winner will be us, Naxos. As for why I say that, you can think about it. With the assistance of the Emerald Territory, the supplies stored in the Shelley Fortress are enough for 30,000 people to consume for 2 to 3 months. In addition, the capable and battle-hardened General Alice and the unstoppable General Cled are on the periphery to contain Jelena's soldiers and the Hedi. General Vacal, who is good at defense, can rely on the high walls and ice of the Shelley Fortress to lead 30,000 troops to hold out for at least 2 months. Don't forget, everyone, although it seems that we have fallen into a difficult situation, we still have most powerful ally. Lord Lester of the Emerald Territory has not participated in Naxos military meetings for a long time because he is obsessed with territory construction. However, Lord Lester has always maintained close contact with us and has never said a word about the provision of supplies and reinforcement. He has always supported us. I believe that this time the generous and great Lord Lester will definitely send troops to help Naxos resolve the crisis. At that time, we can return the vast land north of the Dalmor Plains as a gift to Lord Leicester. I believe that Lord Leicester will be satisfied with our gift. As long as we have this buffer time, it will be enough for us to send out reinforcement to resolve the crisis of Shelly Fortress. This time, the Hedi people must have withdrawn most of their forces in order to annihilate our main force in one go. In other words, the defenses of North Sea Fortress and Hedi City are currently in a state of emptiness. We and the reinforcement from Emerald Territory can be divided into two groups. One group will go to Shelly Fortress to rescue General Vacal, and the other group will go directly north to take over North Sea Fortress and cut off the supply line and retreat of the Hedi people. After repelling the barbarian soldiers of the Frost Kingdom, we can attack from both sides with General Vacal of Shelly Fortress and annihilate all those damn traitors. Stroking his chin, the unshaven Dirksio continued to speak after Ursus' words. The soldiers of the Frost Kingdom alone will never be able to break through the Shelly Fortress. We can take advantage of the victory and directly break through the Hedi City to the east and put the foolish King Mansa in the dungeon and treat him well. After completely pacifying the east, those northern barbarians will definitely not be able to resist the coalition forces of us and the Emerald Territory. With Jelena's courage, she will definitely abandon Forkeld and return to Freljord with her elite soldiers and supplies, so that the entire Dalmor Plain will be back in our hands. The others looked at each other and clearly felt that they were relieved a lot. Yes, we need the powerful reinforcement of the Emerald Territory. As long as the Emerald Territory can save the defenders of the Shelly Fortress and General Vacal this time, we can even pay a huge price. For example, give Hedi City, and as a reward to Lord Leicester. What do you think? Nadals patted the table and expressed his thoughts, which made the others jump. Seeing that Nadals casually gave away a city that had been run by a local force for hundreds of years, even Ursus, who was the first to propose a request for help, felt a little distressed. After all, he originally wanted to give away the vast uninhabited land instead of an ancient city with a long history in sea beasts and ice and snow culture. If it had nothing to do with him, it would be fine. If it was just based on the merits of the conquest of the north. Once the conquest of the Dalmor Plain was over, he or General Vacal would be the most likely to obtain the real power of the management of Hedi City. The deep sea fish and ice salt in the North Sea alone were a golden way to make money. If Leicester wanted to intervene, neither he nor General Vacal would have a chance. Naxos has only one lord who has full autonomy, and that is Lord Leicester. This is the most precious thing that Leicester, who has made great contributions, has obtained in the competition for power and exchange of interests among various parties. After Leicester, even if a general of Naxos obtains part of the land sealed by the Supreme Commander, he will only have partial management rights, and will still be controlled and supervised by the Supreme Command in military and economic terms. Although he was reluctant, there were still several thousand soldiers of the regiment and his son left in Shelly Fortress. Under such circumstances, Ursus did not hesitate at all. I agree with this proposal. It is very difficult to rescue the defenders of Shelly Fortress. It is related to the life and death of Naxos. What is the city of Hedi? I agree. Lord Leicester has always provided us with a lot of material assistance. In addition, General Alice and General Cled are here as reinforcement to support our expansion to the north. The city of Hedi is the most suitable gift and will definitely satisfy Lord Leicester. We must draw the sharpest knife to deal with traitors and enemies, and we must take out the best mare's milk and lambs when facing friends. Lord Leicester deserves all this. Seeing that the people who were often stingy nodded in agreement, Nadal's tense face finally had a few more smiles. In his opinion, only the precious city of Hedi can make the Emerald Territory willingly send a real army to save the besieged Vacal regiment. The 30,000 mixed regiment soldiers are the foundation of Naxos, and its value cannot be measured by a city at all. The most important and precious thing in Naxos is always the warriors. The land can be conquered by the warriors one by one, but the price of training a warrior who is good at fighting cannot be measured by land alone. Nadal signaled Stender with his eyes. He understood the meaning of Nadal's eyes. Stender sighed in his heart and was somewhat helpless about Nadal's inexplicable fear of the Black Rose Mage. But then again, I don't know when it started. The spokesperson of the Black Rose Mage began to become dignified and no longer used teasing tones and eyes to deal with men like she did more than a decade ago. No matter who she communicated with, she could also detect the coldness and alienation in the feeling of spring breeze. Dear Ms. Rose, what do you think of this matter? The purple long skirt with gold and silver silk perfectly blocked the graceful part above the knees. Although the conservative cloth collar bounced high, there was no trace of the whiteness of the past. The translucent black veil only vaguely covered the lower half of her face, revealing only the upper half. The men present could not see any wrinkles or scratches of the years. An ageless face is sometimes more frightening than powerful power, and such fear, coupled with the indifference and power shown by women, is enough to make people forget the extraordinary charm of women. At least in Nadal's opinion, he would never have any male thoughts about female mages again, and his 3 wives who were full of the charm of years at home were more attractive. Lord Stender, I think Leicester should agree to this. Heady City is a city with a long history and ancient culture. In terms of its potential value, Heady City is even better than the Immortal Fortress and the main city of Emerald Territory, Fidlet. If the Emerald Territory has not forgotten the glory of Naxos, it will definitely send troops to the north to relieve the crisis of Shelley Fortress. Hearing Leicester's pillow, the mysterious ageless mage, say this, Nadal's breathed a sigh of relief and took over Stender's words. In order to convey the news about Shelley Fortress to Emerald Territory as quickly and accurately as possible, can you please personally go to Fidlet through the Black Rose teleportation array to deliver the message, Ms. Rose? If you are willing to pass on the message, I'm willing to provide you with the newly discovered ancient stone tablet in the ruins for a month of research. Of course, if there is any important information on the stone tablet, please share it with us. It is really rare to want to take a look at your stone tablet, Lord Nadars, but I accept your proposal. Standing up, the female mage gave a mage salute and turned to leave. Walking down the Blackstone Fortress calmly, Rose sat in her own special carriage. The carriage was designed and made according to the special specifications of Emerald Territory. The spacious carriage, spring shock absorbing lever and single-sided visual glass are the unique signs of the Emerald Territory noble carriage. Touching the lever that can control the shock absorbing spring in the carriage with some nostalgia, Rose's eyes flashed with loneliness. Although she knew that a certain man did not come to find her because he left the Valoran continent, she still had some small resentment. Madam, where are we going? The female wizard driving the carriage asked respectfully. Back to the academy. Sitting in the stable carriage, Rose took out the beautiful dagger she carried with her, holding the rose-carved hilt in one hand, and taking out the precious dragon beast in a skin in the other hand, gently wiping the willow-shaped double-edged blade. After wiping it back and forth twice, the index finger of her right hand, which was smeared with purple nail magic paint, crossed the R, and stopped at the position of L, unable to move away. Staring at the Valoran language L, the woman's eyes gradually blurred, and her left hand unconsciously slid down along her chest, bidding farewell to her thighs, lingering on the edge of her skirt, and stopped before going deep into the darkness. There are always some things that are more fascinating than you think, right, my Leicester? I miss you, my man. Do you miss me? Omakaelan, outside the village of the ancestors, a layer of faint golden light blocked the way forward for the two. So, what is this tortoise shell thing? After obtaining the old man's consent, Leicester patted the iron-hard golden barrier with his hand and tried to input magic or spell power, but it was all mud flowing into the sea without any movement. This is why it is difficult for ordinary people to enter and leave the ancestral village. Only those who have obtained the mark of Vastaya Zairu can pass through this shield freely, or have a Vastaya Zairu personally lead them in and out of the shield. Most of the time, it is Chilia who likes to go out fishing, or Aoslan who likes to bring men or women home who enter and exit the shield. The other few Vastaya Zairu are rarely seen. The old man looked as if it was a matter of course, shrugging his shoulders and shaking his legs to move his body. So, we can't get in at all? Normally, that's right, but we can get in a less normal way. After finishing the warm-up, the old man took out a fine iron sword that he had prepared long ago from his back. Unlike the plain iron swords in the outside world, the blacksmiths in Omakaelan always like to construct something with beauty. Although the so-called beauty is nothing more than the pattern on the sword body similar to that of Damascus steel weapons or the weapon handle inlaid with gold, silver and gems, it is quite flashy, but it is indeed beautiful. indicating Lester to step back a few steps to make room for himself. Yin Long took a horse stance, strengthened the fine iron sword in his hand with the weapon breaking spell power, and turned forward to chop the golden shield. With a loud bang, the fine iron sword slashed a crack that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and then exploded directly under the effect of the weapon breaking spell power, expanding the crack in the golden shield a little bit. Then, as if the defense mechanism was triggered, a terrible shockwave attacked the two people from the shield, and at the same time, the shield with cracks began to heal quickly. This energy wave, like the shield, has the property of absorbing magic power. No magic will work. If you want to break such a shield, you can only find another way, a way that does not use magic. In other words, facing a sudden shockwave, ordinary people can only resist with their bodies. Ordinary people who are hit by the shockwave are likely to injure their internal organs and die. For you, there should be no problem. As expected by Yin Long, Lester only took a half step back and stood firm in the shockwave. Not to mention swordsmanship, just talking about physical quality, Yin Long was sure without a doubt that he was definitely not the opponent of the young man. When the shockwave disappeared, the old man took out the second fine iron sword from his back and chopped at the shield with the same trick. In order to help, Lester also took the initiative to reshape the broken fine iron sword for the old man, so that the old man's only 3 swords could be used in a cycle. It was also because of Lester that the old man did not come to knock on the door with a large bag of iron swords on his back this time. I've been here before, trying to find that guy who likes fishing in this way. Guess how many fine iron swords I used to make the fisherman put down his fishing rod and bucket. Smash it, young man. Stop chopping. Stop chopping. I'll take you in. Stop chopping. Before Lester could respond, a somewhat depressed and lazy voice came from the shield. A middle-aged man with dog ears, carrying a 2-meter-long fishing rod and a small wooden bucket in the other hand, was walking slowly towards the two of them, staggering, as if he was about to fall. He took a look in the fish bucket and chopped hard at the shield with a smile. Carlette, you're empty-handed again. From today to the 30th, it's double the monthly ticket time. Start begging for votes. The Mayday project has a heavy workload, so there is no need for a holiday. Except for the monthly ticket update, there will be no additional updates during the holidays. CAC. I haven't had a day off since I was on a business trip for half a month. I'm so tired, so tired, so tired. T_T the Ionia trip will end in about 20 chapters. The theme of the next volume is the Valoran War, and the maps have been drawn. However, I have never written about a large-scale war, but I have played a lot of Total War series. I hope I can control it and give you a brand new reading experience. Different volumes of this book will have different themes. Some readers may like it, while others may find it boring. This is me exploring the writing point that I can control. I hope that, even if you hate it, don't remove this book from the bookshelf. If you don't like it, just skip the big volume and continue reading. It would be too ruthless to delete it. After all, we have come so far together, and it will be 1 million words soon. In fact, I have said in the previous writer's words that, although this book tends to be a refreshing novel, it is also trying to be close to the logic of reality. The characters will die. They will really die. Everyone in this book may die. My next book may be about a light-hearted theme, but the tone of this book was set from the beginning and there is no way to change it. If I change it, I will not write it. It would be much better if everyone treats this book as an epic. It doesn't matter if a girl or a boy dies, just relax. Even if someone dies, I will give everyone an explanation, and they will not die in an unclear way with regrets. Everything is to promote the development of the world. Sometimes the author can only make minor adjustments, and it is difficult to change anything. Chapter 334 The Village of the Ancestors. Young man, if you keep chopping, I will fill a bucket with fish before letting you in. Kyla's threat made the old man, who was eager to try out the sword, reluctantly put down the fine iron sword in his hand. He turned his head and looked at Lester beside him. The old man was thinking about the possibility of tying the young man behind him and reshaping his weapon every day. It's no problem to use it as a sword box, but the most critical question is, what if he can't beat it? Being looked at by the old man with strange eyes, Lester also felt a chill and took a half step back, which made the old man a little embarrassed. Ahem. Kyle, why did you come so quickly this time? Of course Zyra UI is interested in this human child. Isn't it a sexual interest? The old man's eyes were a little strange, and he patted Lester on the shoulder. Be careful, don't let those 1,000-year-old immortals take advantage of you. Raising his right hand and yawning, Kyle's eyelids drooped and waved to Yanlang. What do you mean by a 1,000-year-old immortal? Young man, you still speak so harshly. Leave, don't get involved. The conflict between humans and Vastea is not a big problem. We are also trying to solve it. It just takes some time. Child, give me your hand. I will bring you in. After receiving a signal from Yanlang, Lester grabbed the hand of the dog that was sticking out of the light shield and was dragged into the shield by the dog. After entering the barrier, the magic element stored in Lester's body began to rhythmically move happily, and every part of his body sang a hymn of joy. Lester, who was holding Yugi tightly, felt a little relieved. From the words and deeds of the dog Zyro, it seemed that there were some small misunderstandings between Yanlang and Zyro. At least now, it seems that these and Ed are still friendly. As long as they are dealt with properly, regardless of whether they can obtain the method of changing their shape, there should be no problem in leaving peacefully. I won't leave. I'll wait for him here. Kyle, he's my apprentice. If you dare to hurt him, I'll go in and chop you all to pieces. Yanlang didn't leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged and placed his beloved sword across his legs. List, if they dare to hurt you, just start a fight with them. I'll support you from outside. If you can get in, it's up to you. Yawning again, Kyle let go of Lester's hand and walked out first. Let's go, kid. You don't really think I can't break the turtle shell you set up, do you? Watching the two people's backs slowly disappear in front of him, Yanlang slowly put away his gnashing teeth, and the doubt in his eyes flashed, but the old man's face was still full of indignation. The village of the ancestors is larger than Lester had imagined. The terrain is a basin-shaped area with a low, middle and high surroundings. There are wooden houses scattered around. Hundreds of houses of various shapes form a piece of real houses. Lined houses, high-altitude tree houses and deep lake reef houses can be seen. Each area has an obvious magic river or farmland and orchard as a dividing line. They do not interfere with each other and live in harmony. In Chilia's words, these villagers living in the village are all family members of Vastea Zyro, including wives, husbands, or descendants of outstanding families separated by hundreds of years. In the world of Vastea Zyro, there is no reproductive isolation, and no ethical issues brought about by inbreeding. Land species, flying species, and aquatic species can all freely combine to breed offspring. It is for this reason that, except for geneticists, no one knows what kind of weird thing a winged Vastea winged man with lizard blood will give birth to when combining with a scaled and gilled Vastea mermaid with feline blood. Fortunately, the aesthetics of different Vastea people are also different, and the objects of combination rarely cross their own branches, divided into three major branches according to the living space: terrestrial species, flying species, and aquatic species. Most Vastea people still choose the same branch, otherwise the winged people who like to combine in the sky will turn themselves from Vastea brides into Vastea widows if they loosen their claws in excitement. The consequence of the lack of ethics is that it is very common for great-grandmothers, mothers, and great-grandsons to have the same husband or wife. For ordinary Vastea, the concept of surname is limited to the extent that they cannot find animals, such as the Mengele monitor lizard, cannot do it in broad daylight, and must find a place with few people or a small dark room. Because Zyra UI itself is very corrupt, higher moral standards are of no use to the Vastea living in the ancestral village. The Vastea, who have no worries about food and clothing, have no entertainment activities except fighting, and can only seek some of the most primitive happiness. There is a giant golden tree in the center of the family village. If you get closer, you can see that the origin of the barrier protecting the ancestral village is a golden giant tree that is hundreds of meters high. The lush golden branches and leaves cast brilliant golden light spots on the earth. The golden light spots, rich in original magic energy, nourish dozens of fruit trees and hundreds of crops introduced from the outside world on the land. Rare and exotic animals rarely seen in the outside world can be seen everywhere here. There is no food chain with energy flow. It seems that even microorganisms do not need to obtain survival energy through decomposition. Under the nourishment of the golden light spots, no life needs to eat. Eating has become a habit, rather than a survival instinct. The position of the tree heart constantly sprays powerful energy light bands to maintain the consumption of the barrier. Further north of the trunk is an unfathomable colorful light lake. From the root to the middle of the trunk is a wrap-around treehouse, which is also called the House of Nature. It is a place where only Vastea Zyru can live. Following Chilia, Lester observed this magical world that could no longer be described in words, and a word naturally popped up in his mind. A place of miracles. Isn't it beautiful? Although it is in the barrier, the magic feedback of the eternal god tree can also allow Omikaelan to cycle day and night. The only regret is that in Omikaelan, the 4 seasons are like spring and summer all year round, with only wind and rain, but no frost and snow. It has been more than 3,000 years since I last saw snow. It has been so long that I only remember that the snow is white. With a sigh, Chilia, who was carrying a fishing rod, pointed to the beautiful Vastea girl who was leaning against the door not far away and waving to the child beside him. Lester looked in the direction he was pointing, and it turned out to be a cute Vastea cat girl. Looking at the cute brown cat ears of the cat girl, the man recalled his cheap apprentice Ogman. Ogman's silver grey cat ears were also soft, but it was a pity that he could never touch them again. Look, Tassie has invited you. Tassie is one of Amelia's children. She has just reached adulthood and her body is very clean. I can see that. Here you can do whatever you want without any psychological burden, and you don't need to worry about the issue of future generations. How about going to make friends with Tassie first? I can wait for you. If it's your family, wouldn't you mind if an outsider like me casually makes friends? Care about what? What's there to care about? Kyle smiled, pointed at himself, and then pointed to the House of Nature not far away. It doesn't take 9,000 years. If you can live beyond 300 years, you will understand that a long life will make your life lose all color. When you have done everything you can think of, and do countless times, life becomes a boring thing. Arslan has more than 30,000 wives in total. So far, there are more than 3,500 who are still breathing, and most of the rest have been buried in the grave with his own hands. The so-called wife is nothing more than an object of entertainment for him. As long as you abide by the rules here, he will happily send all his wives to your arms. In fact, he has done this more than once. If you can make him feel something he has never felt before, he will even give you more gifts to repay you. In fact, including me, every Vastea Zyru is trying to find the meaning and fun of living. In this world, there are very few things that make us feel happy. So I say, you don't need to have any psychological burden. Since you have come here and entered the village of the ancestors, Zyru has recognized and accepted you. Your appearance and body are the top qualifications even among the Vastea people. It is a blessing for the Vastea people to be able to combine with you and leave your bloodline. How about it? Do you want to go? I just happened to go fishing during this time. The somewhat shy cat girl hid behind the door frame, her ears erected high, flicking from time to time, as if she heard the voice here, with expectation in her eyes. Lester shook his head with apology, which disappointed the girl's cat pupils. Let's go first. That kid will definitely be disappointed with your choice. Kyla looked at his empty fish bucket with regret. Lester's mouth twitched. Compared with the cat girl, the dog was more disappointed. All the way, Lester refused the boys and girls introduced by Kyla. It seemed that they were very close to the giant tree, but they walked for most of the day. It was not until the sky got dark that the two finally left the outlying villages and approached the bottom of the sacred tree. It doesn't matter to us. If you are tired, you can rest for a night and go to see other Zyru tomorrow. Then see you tomorrow. I'm indeed a little tired. Kyla took Lester to a tree house and dozed off. Is there anything else you need? No, thank you, Kyla. You're welcome, Lester. I will come again tomorrow. Go to bed early. After seeing Kyla off, Lester closed the door of the treehouse, lay on the soft magic flower bed, slowly closed his eyes, and his breathing became smooth. A few hours later, the window of the treehouse was quietly opened, the wings folded, and a few beautiful colorful feathers fell to the ground. Shea stood up with an indifferent face. took out the sharp feather knife hidden in the wings, and slowly approached the man's neck. When he came to the flower bed, Vastazirui stabbed the feather knife in the man's throat, obviously wanting to kill him with one blow. "Why do you want to kill me?" The man who suddenly woke up opened his eyes with an indifferent expression, which shocked Zirui. Her wrist was held tightly, and the feather knife in her hand could not move forward at all. Shedder did not want to expose the things here, so she did not use the original magic to fight, but just lowered her voice. "The reason is very simple, because I want to kill you." Lester was stunned, looking at the beautiful and pretty lady in front of him. He was a little speechless. "You are very good at talking nonsense, thank you." Thinking that the man would continue to control her, Shedder did not expect the human man to let go of her wrist directly, and his eyes did not even stay on her face for more than 2 seconds. "I don't want to be your enemy. I came here just to make a deal with you and leave after the deal. No matter what the reason is, you don't have to target me. Leave. We are not enemies. You didn't come tonight. Since you hate me, we won't have any intersection." Lester thought that his sincerity could make the female winged man leave, but he found that the female winged man had no intention of leaving. Instead, he frowned and asked with a puzzled look, "It was obviously me who wanted to kill you. Why did you thank me?" "The reason is very simple, because I want to thank you." Lester, who followed the way of giving back, took advantage of the female winged man's daze and pushed the root of the female winged man's folded wings to drive him out of the room. The man's face was soft and his tone was full of care. For the special female winged man with a little abnormal brain, he was willing to have more patience to enlighten her. "Don't think about it. The reason is very simple. You wanted to kill me, but didn't use your full strength. I thank you for not using your full strength to kill me. In this case, it is obvious that you have me in your heart. Since you have me in your heart, I should send you to the door in person. In this way, we are even. Go back quickly, take a shower, and go to bed early to grow up." Lester closed the door after saying this. Hearing the puff sound of wings outside the door gradually faded, he knew that the female winged person had left, so he closed the window again, lay back on the bed, and closed his eyes. He had guessed that he might be attacked at night, but he didn't expect that it was such a strange female winged person who came. The hatred in her eyes was not fake, and she really wanted to assassinate me. She had no intention of showing mercy to me, but she didn't use her unique ability. The assassination behavior seemed very childish. Before knowing the internal logic of action, such behavior is just like a lunatic. Just as he closed his eyes and reviewed the experience of the day, there was a movement at the window again. Lester opened his eyes and looked over woodenly. Silver light like a falling moon hangs over the 7 colored wings. The tight pink lips are unwillingly pursed and stubbornly raised. The pink facial lines on the beautiful face outline the arc of a faster heartbeat. The tall and light body like an elf straddles the barriers to reveal the most dangerous mysterious area. The skin is 3 points whiter than snow and is as delicate as a baby's, filled with fragrance. Blowing on the face with the night breeze. Intoxicating. No need to beautify or turn on the filter. Everything in front of you perfectly conforms to human aesthetics. But in Lester's eyes the cold-faced female winged person with a sassy face clumsily stepped halfway in from the window with her long legs, and the other half stood on tiptoe and couldn't step in. The colorful wings behind her were stuck in the window, and a few feathers were rubbed off on the wooden wall. Where did this stupid bird come from? Why does it look so familiar? Chapter 335 Conditions for Dispatching Troops. I say, can we go through the door? I didn't lock the door. Why do you always climb the window? Do you think you are really a bird? You are not a human, just because you have wings. And you are already 9,000 years old. Can you be more mature? After jumping into the house from the window in a panic, Shedder turned around calmly and tidied up his messy clothes and wings. He carefully pushed the fallen feathers behind him with his white bare feet and covered them with his feet. The female winged person turned back coldly and stared at Lester. Are you imitating my words? Lester was stunned and asked in disbelief. So this is why you came back? No matter how slow you react, there should be a limit, right? And is this a big problem? Unexpectedly, the female winged person shook her head. This is really not a problem. The reason I came back is to tell you why I killed you. Then thank you very much. Pointing to the ground, Shedder said coldly. You will destroy this place. It doesn't like the smell of you. This land has already begun to deteriorate, and you will accelerate the process and bring disaster. Lester was stunned, looked down at his own shadow, and spoke without changing his expression. What is it? Can you tell me in detail? What kind of disaster will I bring? Lester had just become interested in asking, and the rude female winged man turned gorgeously and walked straight to the door with her long hair fluttering. Reject tomorrow's request, otherwise you will pay a terrible price. Pulling open the wooden door, the female winged man spread her wings and left. Watching the riddle man fly away in a chic manner, Lester, with a head full of question marks, slowly exhaled a foul breath to avoid being inexplicably angry by the inexplicable fool. If you are dragged to the absolute field of fools by a fool to fight, then you will really lose. The 5 colorful feathers on the wooden floor were very beautiful under the silver light. Lester picked them up and used magic to sense them. He found that the colorful feathers seemed to be a good conductor of element magic materials. After thinking about it, he put them in the cloth bag he brought with him. Evelyn, she is talking about you, right? The shadow on the ground began to twist, and Evelyn, who changed into human form, hugged the man from behind. I don't know if he is talking about me, or it could be you, my master. The autumn wind was bleak, and the fallen leaves drifted across the earth. The joy of the harvest was overflowing in the dense forest of fruits. In the southern region of the Emerald Territory, Cui Silly, who was in charge of nearly half of the textile workshops in the Emerald Territory, hurriedly opened the door of the secret room and entered the deepest room from the underground secret passage of her home. The signal crystal was still flashing slowly. The seamstress took out a precious space crystal from the magic cabinet and carefully placed it in the core position of the magic circle. As the magic array sensed the magic energy provided by the space crystal, the teleportation magic array began to charge, slowly lighting up the originally dim magic array crystal lines from the inside out. 5 minutes later, as the last part of the dim crystal lines also emitted a stable magic glow, a deep blue space teleportation anchor point was formed steadily. The next second, the female mage in a luxurious long dress walked out of the space teleportation point. The moment the female mage's toes touched the ground, the magic array cut off the energy supply, the teleportation anchor point disappeared, and the teleportation magic array dimmed again. Master. Kneeling on one knee on the ground, Cui Silly bowed her head respectfully to the female mage. Get up. Yes. Rose took the space crystal at the core of the magic array, and her fingers touched the few fine cracks on the crystal surface. The female mage frowned, and threw it to Cui Silly. This crystal can be used once more. Keep it for yourself. You don't have to follow me. Yes. After the arrogant female wizard left without looking back, Cui Silly stood up and put the space crystal back into Juemo's cabinet for safekeeping. Her eyes swept over the other 3 precious space crystals, and Cui Silly closed the cabinet door, cast a magic seal, and left the secret room. Back at the door of her room on the 2nd floor, the woman did not open the door for a long time. From receiving the notification of the magic message to going to the underground secret room to place the charging core for the teleportation array, it took less than 20 minutes in total. Until now, it was still dark and many people were still sleeping. The woman smiled, but her smile was a bit bitter and a bit tired. She had a very distinguished status in the Emerald Territory and had intersected with the top rulers. Even her man was the father-in-law of the Lord of the Emerald Territory. But what about this? She was just an important hidden chess piece planted by Black Rose in Emerald Territory, just one of the many servants serving Rose. Her life would end completely with just one order from Rose. If there was anything she did out of her own will, it was only falling in love with Zerum. Only in dealing with Zerum, she could pat her chest and ask herself that she had given all her heart. Even if the order to approach and attract Zerum was issued by Rose from the beginning, she could also be sure that everything she did for Zerum was out of her own will, not in order. This was fundamentally different from her first husband. Taking a deep breath, the woman patted her aging cheeks and pushed open the door. There was one world outside the door and another world inside. She had long been accustomed to such a life, but she had no complaints and was proud of herself. Although she did not have the beautiful face of the Pale Lady, she could stay with her lover openly and grow old together. This was something that the pale lady hiding in the shadows would never get. On the double bed, the beloved man was sleeping soundly, knowing nothing about the real and dangerous world. The most dangerous part of life was enough for her to watch alone. Enough. Hearing the familiar whisper, the man opened his eyes in a daze and saw the woman who saved him, made him fall in love again, and walked out of despair. Even though the woman's cheeks were no longer as delicate and tender as before, he was reluctant to move away from the wrinkles at the corners of the woman's eyes for half a second. Just looking at the face in front of him, his heart felt extremely satisfied and happy. He didn't dare to make any promises to the woman, but he was sure that no matter what difficulties he encountered, he would accompany the woman in front of him to the end of his life. "Why did you get up so early today?" The man pinched the woman's nose, making the woman's face more smiling. She would not frown because of the corrosion magic, but she would be moved because her nose was pinched. "I finally have some free time. I want to go see the sea." "Okay, I also want to see the sea. Let's get ready. We'll set off tomorrow and go to Groft Beach. I heard that there's a circus coming to Groft. The autumn harvest has just passed. It's time to go out for a walk. Well, you can make the arrangements, I'll listen to you." Rose made a circle from the South City and then went all the way north to find Meredith's mansion. Looking up at the single family villa on Blackthorn Rose Street, that was almost as good as her own, Rose's eyes were a little complicated. If she had always lived in Emerald Territory, the man would definitely build a bigger and better house for her, right? After all, she was the man's first woman. Knock, knock, knock. After getting dressed calmly, Meredith opened the door and saw the face of the visitor with a polite smile on her face and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. "Ms. Rose, you should have informed me before you came so that I could arrange someone to pick you up." Knowing that the woman in front of her had changed fundamentally from a female subordinate before, Rose did not care about Meredith's rude attitude. The identity of the leader of the Emerald Territory's Mage Corps was enough to transform an ordinary woman and gain the authority and glory that most mages looked up to. In fact, she knew that Meredith did a good job. She applied what she learned in the Black Rose Mage Academy to the management of the Emerald Territory's Mage Corps after improvement. Many of the details made her learn a lot of good things. "I came here this time to talk to Lord Lester about the latest decision on the Immortal Fortress. The matter is urgent. I wonder if Lord Lester is convenient?" "Of course it is convenient. Please sit here first. I will go and inform the Lord now, and will give you a reply soon." After taking a sip of the brand new fragrant tea, Meredith had already left. Rose leaned back on the leather sofa with a little more self-deprecation at the corners of her mouth. "The good tea for guests, so this is what it tastes like, huh?" After leaving his mansion, Meredith quickly contacted Margaret, the captain of the Emerald Territory, Apsa, the chief of the city defense of Fightlit, the name of the main city of Emerald Territory, the Angel Sisters Mishad and Sinner who controlled the Judgment Cult, Morris, the leader of the Nightblade Assassin, and Jis, the master of the Emerald Territory Arena who was addicted to playing the role of Lord. After a brief discussion, the people who controlled the highest power in Emerald Territory invited Rose to the Emerald Territory meeting hall. "Everyone, long time no see." Facing the complicated gazes of several people, Rose calmly sat down in her seat, not at all shy. Miss Haddon Sinner, who had a good relationship with Rose since childhood, smiled and greeted her in a friendly manner. Morris and Apsa nodded politely, and Margaret looked at Jis, who did not pretend to be a lord, and raised her eyebrows, somewhat dissatisfied with Rose's move of taking the lead. "I wonder what instructions Ms. Rose is here to convey this time. Do you need new reinforcement or aid supplies?" Without paying attention to Margaret's implicit sarcasm, Rose stated the facts directly with a serious face. "The Hedi betrayed us. They sent troops from the North Sea Fortress, captured the Carias Anvil, and then surrounded the Shelly Fortress with the soldiers of the Frost Kingdom. 30,000 people were trapped. From the beginning, the Shelly Fortress was a trap set for us by the Frost Kingdom and the Hedi. Obviously, the continuous victories in the war made General Vackle lose his mind and did not consider the possibility of the Hedi betrayal." Margaret said in a deep voice with a serious face. "Bring the map." After the close guard spread the military animal skin map on the long table, Margaret looked at the map with a frown. The Shelly Fortress is located in a steep terrain and is built against a mountain. It is surrounded by mountains on the northeast and southwest sides. It is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The rocks and soil are all frozen and frozen. The texture is hard and difficult to excavate. If there are sufficient supplies, relying on the advantage of the terrain, 30,000 people are enough to stop the attack of 70,000 people. Before the Angel sisters, who were not good at military affairs, could breathe a sigh of relief, Apsal, who was familiar with the military geography of the Valoran continent, expressed an opinion that made the sisters look nervous. Unfortunately, the Shelly fortress was voluntarily given up by the Frost Kingdom, which means that the Frost Kingdom and the Hedi people have considered the issue of attack from the very beginning. They want to annihilate General Vakal and his regiment in the Shelly fortress. Siege alone is definitely not enough. There are probably secret passages and secret rooms in the Shelly fortress. When General Vakal and his men are careless, they will rush out from the secret passages that have been prepared long ago and disintegrate the defense of the Shelly fortress from the inside. That's right. General Vakal and his men must have considered this issue, but it's hard to say whether they can find the loopholes left by the Frost Kingdom. How many allied forces are there between the Frost Kingdom and the Hedi people? How many supplies are there in the Shelly fortress? What's the current situation of Alice and the others? The Frost Kingdom has about 20,000 people, and the Hedi people have more than 50,000 people. It is not ruled out that there are other reserve forces. The supplies in the Shelly fortress can last at least 2 months when fully rationed. General Alice is using Northumberland as a base to harass and contain the soldiers of the Frost Kingdom, to buy time for General Vakal and his men. After thinking for a while, Margaret made her own judgment. The 10,000 people on Alice's side can play a key role. They definitely dare not turn a blind eye. In this way, if Shelly Fortress is not breached from the inside, Vakal and his men can at least hold on for 2.5 months. 2.5 months is enough for Emerald to send out troops. GC, what do you think? The blonde woman sitting on the side thought seriously for a while and spoke. There is plenty of time, but gathering supplies and mobilizing troops now may affect the autumn harvest, and it will take time to forcibly requisition transport ships on the Black Iron River. Looking at Margaret's embarrassed face, Rose smiled faintly. The Hedi betrayed Noxus. When they chose to point their blades at us, the fate of Hedi City was doomed. Unfortunately, the Supreme Command only wanted the Carius Anvil and the rich coal and iron mines in the Iron Mountains. Although Hedi City is beautiful, it is located in a remote area near the North Sea. This pearl of the Ice Sea should have a more suitable owner. Hedi City, or 1,000-year-old ancient city with a unique glacial culture. I have heard of this place called the North Sea Ice Crown. The cod produced there is delicious and the whale fragrance is also famous. Seeing that Apsa had agreed, Margaret looked at Morris, who had been silent all the time. What do you think, Mr. Morris? Demacia is dealing with the Freljord people who are preparing to invade from the south. I think we should have enough time to deal with these troubles. Since both of them agreed, Margaret looked at Rose, who was smiling but not speaking, and a sincere smile appeared on her rough face. Ms. Rose, the Emerald Territory will never sit idly by and watch the despicable betrayal of the Hedi people. Chapter 336 Shape-Changing Transaction. In the legendary secret place, Omakalan, deep in the psychedelic forest of the Ionia continent, a special meeting is being held. Greet politely, get along harmoniously, tactfully put forward each other's opinions, and bargain to exchange each other's price to reach a deal. All of the above did not exist, because after Lester walked into the treehouse, except for the female winged person who stood in the distance and only contacted him with cold eyes, including the dog who led the way, the whole person was directly surrounded by Vastea Zyro. My name is List. TSK, List, you are really handsome. Amelia, sure, you are right. This guy is indeed much more handsome than me. Little guy, I'm willing to be your wife. Marry me, we can definitely live a happy life. For you, I can become a woman. For you, I got crazy Shenarkan makeup. You will definitely help me, right? I can help you die. You're welcome. Ah, so cold. Or this little brother is warm, pushing away the man's face that was close to him. Lester pulled out half of the moonrose with a polite smile, ready to let his knife and the man's face come into close contact, so that he can feel the real temperature between men. I have no ill intentions, really. There may be some misunderstandings between us, and kissing is a very normal behavior here. It was not until Aaron raised his hand and stepped back 2 steps that Lester put the moon rose back. You have a good smell on your body. The Catman girl who was talking stretched her nose and kept sniffing something at Lester's waist, forcing Lester to step back half a step. The cat-eared little Lalita with a cute face always had no expression when she spoke, and her voice was cold and crisp, which was a special contrast. Are you Amelia? The cat girl Lalita opened her eyes wide, and Amelia nodded in surprise. Do you know me? Sure enough, you are Amelia. I know your grandson Ogman, and he told me a lot about you. Ogman is a child with silver grey ears. He always pesters me to tell stories, but unfortunately, after a trance, Amelia took Lester's hand and asked seriously, Ogman, are he and his mother okay now? After a silence, Lester pushed away the cat girl's little hand. He died at the Blossoming Spirit Festival in Presidium, died at the hands of the evil spirit. Dead, that child, dead. Staggering a step, Amelia turned around blankly, sat back in her seat in a daze, and her voice was full of sadness. When you have time, can you tell me his story? Okay, everyone, don't talk about these sad things. Don't forget the purpose of calling Lester here. I have to go fishing after this. Kyle clapped his hands and asked Lester, you came here for your own purpose, right? Tell me, maybe we can help you. I need a method of shaper shifting. I also need magic or items that can extend human lifespan. The atmosphere stagnated for a moment. Osran sat back in his seat with his legs crossed in boredom and comforted the sad Amelia with his hands. Shea cast a more indifferent and disgusted look. Only Kyle sighed, put down the fishing rod and fish bucket, and pointed to the seat specially prepared for Lester. Sit down and let's talk slowly. After Lester sat down, Kyle poured Lester a cup of magic fruit tea. Thank you. Let's talk about the method of shaper shifting first. Why do you want this? After explaining Zaya's situation in general, the Vastaya Zaya looked at each other, and it was Kyle who spoke first. Change the shape of a dragon? This is quite difficult. It may not be done with shape-changing magic alone. A large amount of primordial magic is also needed to replenish the body and resonate the soul and flesh. You must not know that the Dragon Clan has the dragon language shape-changing technique. If you knew, you would definitely not come here. But even going to Dragon Island is not that easy. Osran added on the side, if it is true as you said, that the wind beast has a high concentration of dragon blood, I'm afraid that we will offend Dragon Island after changing the shape of the dragon beast. After all, according to what you said, Zaya was not expelled from Dragon Island, but just lived and grew up alone outside. There are actually many young dragons like this. Is there any difference between the dragon language shape-changing technique and the shape-changing magic you have mastered? Since you are here, there is no need to hide anything from you. I just hope you don't spread these secrets. Let me tell you this. Osran pointed to the cat ears of Amelia in his arms and nodded at his lizard tail. The reason why we have some animal characteristics is because our souls in the spiritual realm are affected by some special existences. The body after animalization can more perfectly replenish the soul and body with spiritual energy. After the body and soul reach the most perfect and harmonious resonance and unity, our soul can directly absorb pure magic essence from the spiritual realm to replenish itself and restore the soul that has become weak due to aging. The restored soul will keep our body in a perfect peak state. This is the secret of our immortality. In fact, it's really nothing, and we are not afraid of it being spread out, because there is no special energy in the spiritual realm now. It has become impossible to reach our level of perfect fusion of body and soul, and achieve immortality by absorbing magic essence alone. The so-called Vastaya shape change method was created in the beginning to allow offspring with severe bestiality to have more human characteristics. Even though we have the characteristics of wild beasts, we are completely human and naturally prefer humans more. You will understand when I introduce you to dozens of daughters later that appropriate bestiality characteristics are more interesting. I don't know if you have ever tried to combine with a pure beast. It's a strange feeling to talk about. You know something is wrong, but you always want to keep trying. Seeing that Osran was getting more and more outrageous, Chili could only interrupt the off-topic topic with a cough. Ahem. What Osrin meant is that the Shapa shifting method we created is a special Shapa shifting method based on the high degree of fusion of soul and body. Only after the soul and body are highly fused in the resonance of the spiritual realm can the soul's form be changed through magic to make the body change accordingly. From beast to human, from human to beast is the same. There is a most suitable beast form deep in the soul of each person, so every Vastaya will not be exactly the same after Shapa shifting. And the dragon language Shapa shifting technique is a Shapa shifting magic that only pure-blooded dragon beasts can master and use. The specific principle is probably only known by the dragon beast priests or pure-blooded dragons of Dragon Island. Just from the fact that dragon beasts still have a lot of dragon characteristics such as dragon claws and dragon tails after they become humans, I'm afraid that their Shapa shifting magic cannot achieve the level of unity of soul and flesh. Of course, although the dragon race cannot achieve our immortality, it is enough for them to have a lifespan of hundreds or even thousands of years. In other words, Zaya can't use the Shapa shifting magic you created. It's not that it can't be used, but we haven't seen how a dragon uses Vastaya Shapa shifting, and we don't know the consequences of doing so, especially when it comes to Dragon Island. If your dragon beast has any problems, we won't be responsible. As for the way to prolong life you mentioned, there is no other way, except to become a Zairu like us. However, if you live in Omikaelan all the time, the lifespan of ordinary humans should be increased by about 20 to 50 years. If you do us a favor, you can bring your family in, and we will also provide Shapa shifting for your dragon beast, including completing the resonance of soul and flesh in Omikaelan. After listening to Chili, Lester sighed and finally gave up the naive idea of helping Margaret and others prolong their lives. Even the mysterious Omikaelan didn't exist, and he really couldn't think of any other way, except changing his own race. As for becoming void, or being cursed by some demigod to be immortal, this would lose the original meaning of longevity. A long life is to accompany family, not to become a servant or slave of some god. The reason why people are great is that they can create the most brilliant starry sky in the shortest time. Deliberately pursuing the continuation of life will only lead oneself to the wrong direction. After making a decision, Lester said in a deep voice, "I have a lot of family members. Can they all come in to live?" Arslan said with some amusement, "How many more can there be? As many as mine. I have 3,982 wives alive. If I count the children who were sent out of Omikaelan, I'm afraid there are more than 10,000 children related to me by blood. In that case, then tell me your conditions. What do you want me to do?" "It's very simple. Go to the ruins under the sacred tree and try to find one of our companions. I don't ask you to find and bring him out. I just ask you to let us know what his current situation is." "Your companion? What's his name?" Arslan grinned. "He used to be called Lot, a very kind Vastaya Zairu. Now, even we don't know what he has become, and the place where he got lost is now only you can go." The monkey watching meeting ended. Chili was busy fishing, and Aoslan was busy comforting Amelia. After a circle, only the indifferent female winged man could lead Lester. Lester felt that he was arranged, which reminded him of his experience in the organization. "Why can only I go to the ruins under the sacred tree? Why did your companion Lot get lost in the ruins? What kind of danger is there in the ruins under the sacred tree? Can you stop pointing your perky butt at me?" Jumping down from the huge root system, Chen did not have a good face for the chattering man. "I use my butt to face you, only because I'm in front of you and my butt grows behind my body," the female winged man said seriously to Lester, who could not refute. "You have too many questions. I'm too lazy to answer them one by one, so I'll only answer this one. Don't waste your energy asking questions. I'll only take you to the entrance of the ruins. I'm not responsible for anything else." Even the good-tempered Lester was a little angry at the moment. The female winged person always maintained an inexplicable hostility. Just like last night, she was unwilling to speak in full, and her words and actions were illogical, like a psychopath. If there is no inside story, I'm afraid this female winged person is really abnormal. The fourth of the 4 questions is the most useless, but the female winged person just answered the 4th question, as if he was really interested in the direction of the damn butt. Lester always felt that the female winged person was playing with him. After playing with others for so many years, he didn't expect that he would be played with by others one day. In the strange silence, the two continued to jump down the tree ladder and finally came to a disc of stone with magical fluctuations. After touching the ground, the female winged person put her hand on the stone disc, and the stone disc began to roll to the left, revealing a tree hole extending downward. The tree hole is 2 people wide and 3 people high. From the outside, you can see the stone stairs, but you can't see anything deeper. I don't know where Shadow got a glowing stone from. The female winged man held the stone and walked down first. What kind of stone is this? I don't seem to feel any magical fluctuations. What is the principle of its glowing? This is a relic stone. It is something found in the ruins. It will glow as long as you think about it. It can be used to dispel the darkness in the ruins, and it can also be used to make fire and purify water. It can only be used in the ruins. It's rare for you to talk to me properly. The sound of clacking came from the depths of the stone steps under your feet. After walking through dozens of stone steps, the space in the tree hole became much more spacious. Only the fist-sized white transparent stone blocks emitted golden light that could shine far away. In the lower depths, Lester saw damp moss and some mushrooms emitting dim purple light. The entire passage was built with hard and simple blue-gray stone slabs. Unfortunately, due to severe corrosion, Lester could not see the carvings and murals on the stone slabs clearly, but it was basically certain that this place was built by humans. How much do you know about this ruins? Turning around, the female winged person had an arrogant expression. Lester, we know much more than you think. I say, you know nothing, don't you? Lester frowned and took a step closer to the female winged person who was 3 meters in front of him. The female winged person stiffened and instinctively took a step back. I felt something was wrong from the beginning, including your attempt to kill me last night. It seemed that you had known that, after talking to me today, Arslan and the others would leave for various reasons, and you would stay to lead the way for me. If you didn't want to lead the way, why didn't you refuse? Why didn't you let Chili and the others lead the way? What are you afraid of? What does it mean for you to lead the way for me? Does it have anything to do with your companion lot? Lester pushed the female winged person directly to the stone wall and held the glowing stone in the female winged person's left hand and pulled it to the chest. I can see that you are very resistant to men, but you took the initiative to contact me. You want to kill me, but are unwilling to really kill me. It's like something is forcing you to do contradictory behaviors and driving you to do things you are unwilling to do. Tell me, what happened in the ancestral village? What do you know? This is a security issue. I'm sorry that I can only talk to you in this way. According to the monthly ticket extra update rules, 2 more updates will be added in the next few days. The full subscription group will also update Galio simultaneously. Readers who have joined the group can pay attention to it. Chapter 337 True Lies. You let me go first. I will explain it to you slowly. Lester let go of Sher's hand and took a step back to make room for the female winged man. Giving appropriate pressure can indeed make the other party retreat in the communication and gain the initiative, but it must be done in moderation, otherwise it is likely to completely anger others. The tense body relaxed a little. Sher lowered his head, staring at the relic stone in his hand. His eyes were a little blank, and his body was trembling slightly. I don't know where to start. They have all changed. They are no longer like themselves. They have all been here. They want me to be like them. I don't want to be like that, so I can only pretend. But they seem to know that I'm pretending, knowing that I have never really come in. So they have been looking for a suitable sacrifice to force me down. You are the sacrifice they chose. Lester just listened quietly and did not interrupt. He knew that the female winged man needed time to sort out his thoughts. Sher looked at the man gratefully, and the logic in his mind gradually became clear. Before me, Kyle and his companions had come here many times. When they came out, they changed completely. They began to despise life and human beings. Their desires seemed to be infinitely magnified, and they could do anything to satisfy their own desires. Originally, we had washed away most of the filth of our souls, after completing the resonance of soul and flesh, and retained the hope and vitality of the new souls. This is why we can remain optimistic and positive, after living for 9,000 years, instead of being old-fashioned and depressed. After leaving the ruins, Kyle could stay up all year to fish, and even used a fishing rod to angrily whip his fish friends. Such behavior was simply impossible for him, who was peaceful by nature. After Osran came out from here, his temperament became violent. Although he has been trying to hide, I know that many Vastaya people and humans living in the village of the ancestors have disappeared. His children and wife may have died in his hands. Amelia seems to be affected, but she seems not to be affected. She has been sticking to Osran, and rarely contacts me. At this point, Shea paused, his long furry ears drooped down, a little frustrated. For more than 9,000 years, I have never been able to see through Amelia. I have also tried to probe her, but she never responded to me, so I did not continue to contact her. I'm afraid that except for me, they have all been seriously affected by the ruins. Knowing that the man had heard it, Shea continued. This was the first place that Lot discovered. Before that, we had been living in the village of the ancestors. There were no ruins under the sacred tree. We know the origin of the sacred tree better than anyone else. Before the sacred tree was born, there was a huge golden willow tree here that nurtured all things in the world. We called it the Emperor Willow. We witnessed the birth of the Emperor Willow, and also witnessed its death. One day 100 years after the end of the Giant War, a group of Valrigid people who came across the sea came to the Ionian continent. Their leader was Ivan the Ruthless. Ivan and his men believed in Valrigid's demigod Valabar. In order to find the power to resist the three Frost sisters, they traveled eastward on the Ionian continent, burning, killing, looting, and slaughtering dozens of villages. Through interrogation, they found what they wanted, the origin of all magical powers in the world, that is, the location of the Emperor Willow. The terrified Ionians had never seen such brutal people. They watched in fear as the well-armed Valoran bandits headed for the heart of Ionia, the Imperial Willow in Omikaelan, and encountered us who lived in Omikaelan. Although we tried to stop these brutal Valrigids, and killed most of the invaders mercilessly, Ivan, with his cunning wisdom and the magic amulet given to him by the demigod, coincidentally broke through our defenses, came to the Imperial Willow, and raised his magic battle axe. A terrible thing happened. The Imperial Willow was felled by Ivan, and an unprecedented earthquake occurred in Ionia. Powerful magic energy erupted from Omikaelan, causing us all to fall into a coma. While the magic energy changed the environment of Ionia, countless people died in that disaster. It was because of this incident that we decided to set up many protections for Omikaelan to prevent such a situation from happening again. Without saying much about the mental maze and the Forget Sorrow Garden, Shea sighed. When we woke up, Ivan, who had obtained most of the energy of the Emperor Willow, had already walked away from Omikaelan. His departure also took away most of the divinity of the Emperor Willow. The beautiful ancient forest was already in ruins, and the spiritual energy that kept dissipating was constantly reminding us that we must restore the energy cycle of Omikaelan as soon as possible. Relying on the legacy left by the Titans, we used giant magic to give birth to a golden sapling to replace the Emperor Willow, which is today's sacred tree. We planted the sacred tree ourselves, so how could we not know what is under the sacred tree? There is no such terrible relic under the tree. Then what is going on with this relic? Did it suddenly appear under your noses? I don't know. This relic appeared more than 600 years ago. Lot said that he sensed a strange magical resonance underground. We gathered a lot of people to dig down along the direction of the tree roots, and soon discovered that there was an ancient man-made relic under the sacred tree. While we were still discussing how the ruins appeared, Lot had already led people into the ruins and never came out again. It was as if he was possessed. Kyle, who was determined to find Lot, also entered the ruins. Fortunately, Kyle came out soon and brought out many items that were born in the ruins, which made us mistakenly believe that the ruins were not dangerous. Raising the ruined stone in her hand, the female winged man looked a little ugly and a little scared. Chilia said he found traces of Lot, but unfortunately all magic and energy in the ruins will be sealed. Only the relic stone can briefly release some magical energy to do things that require mana. He couldn't go deeper without food and magic, so he had to come out. He learned about the characteristics of the ruins from Chilia. In the next few hundred years, Pansagina, Orslan and Amelia came here to explore. After coming out, they began to become unlike themselves. The Vastaya who followed them into the ruins also disappeared without a trace, and they never mentioned this matter, as if it was normal. Because I don't want to have too much unnecessary contact with Arslan, who has been pursuing me. I don't live in the village of the ancestors, but live in the canopy of the dense forest in the south. Until 500 years ago, Pansagina came out of the ruins and said madly that the ruins were a lie, a trap, a selfish and despicable conspiracy. She said that she would never return to the ruins. A terrible thing happened. The young and beautiful Pansagina turned into an old woman the next day. In the cold and sympathetic smile of Kyla and others, she voluntarily went to the Forget Sorrow Garden as a gardener, to guard Omikayalan. I don't know what Pansagina has experienced, but I completely understood at that time that the ruins have changed the original ancestral village, changed Omikayalan, and changed my companions who once fought side by side. Everything around me has become strange, and I don't know what the reason is. In order to avoid getting the same result as Pansagina, I didn't even dare to refuse their proposal to let me explore the ruins. Therefore, every time I explored, I only waited for a while at the entrance of the ruins and went out. I also tried to imitate their weirdness in behavior, and even had to express my disgust for Pansagina in my attitude, as if this was the only way to integrate into them. They seemed to know that I was acting and cheating, but they said nothing and maintained their friendly attitude, as if they knew nothing. You can't feel the horror at all, just like your most familiar family suddenly changed their souls and kept forcing you to do things you don't want to do with invisible pressure. Chen's body began to tremble, and his face showed fear. Although they didn't show any abnormality, they didn't enter the ruins again after that. Instead, they arranged a suitable person every time and proposed that I explore, including this time asking me to lead the way, which was also trying to make me enter the ruins to explore. If I refused, terrible things would definitely happen, so I could only drag it on under their proposals. So, I asked 4 questions and you only answered the last one. You really didn't know the answers to the other 3 questions except why your butt was pointed at me. Even the indifference and murderous intent were pretended, just to show your unique personality in front of Chili and the others, and blend in with them. Are you testing them? In Lester's gentle eyes, the female winged man was stunned, then lowered her head, and fiddled with her fingers in confusion, without saying a word. So I misunderstood you. Sorry. The female winged man was a little angry when the man said that. I don't care whether you misunderstood or not. I did this just for myself. I warned you last night not to agree to their conditions. If you hadn't come to me, I wouldn't have to come back here so soon. And you don't have to die. Except for Zyra Ui, anyone who enters the ruins will die. You don't know the seriousness of the matter at all. The price you pay is nothing but your life. They may be a little tolerant of me, but they will never have any mercy on you as an outsider. You can only go in and die in there, just like everyone else. Thinking of yesterday's conversation, Lester rolled his eyes. Who can understand your riddle-like hint? In the ancestral village outside the ruins, Amelia's magic can monitor anyone. I'm not sure if she is also affected by the ruins, so I can only speak like that. It's your own fault that you are too stupid to understand. Then is the shaper shifting method they mentioned also false? The shaper shifting method is real. Anyway, in their eyes, you are already a dead person, so there is no need for them to lie, unless you can really come out alive and bring out news about Lot. After a while of silence, Lester sighed. How many relic stones do you have? Give them all to me. There are only 2 left, and the rest were given to the previous sacrifices. Why do you really want to go in? I've said that ordinary people will die in there, so it's better to stay here with me. Maybe they won't attack you. Maybe you'll just disappear. And how can I get the shaper shifting method if I don't go in? Can you help me? Hearing this, Sugar turned his head away. Amelia is the most powerful wizard. Only she can help your dragon change its shape perfectly. I give you all these. I can't help you. With a self-deprecating smile, Lester took the 2 transparent crystals handed by the female winged man and held one of them to try to make it glow. The food is enough for me to consume for a week. Chilia and the others didn't do anything too bad. After listening to you, the problem should be with Lot. Finding him will give you all the answers. Just follow this path, right? You're right. There is only this one path before entering the ruins. I don't know what will happen next. Watching Lester's figure going away alone, Cheddar squatted by the wall in the dark, hugged his legs and said loudly, "Hey, Lest. Since you have a good attitude, I will wait for you for a week." The man paused and disappeared into the darkness. Although his impression of the female winged man has changed, Lester does not completely believe what Cheddar said. As early as in the spiritual maze, he knew that Omikayalan was not a good place. Under the calm and peaceful undercurrent, here, he can only trust himself and Yunlong. He needs to verify with his own eyes what is going on in the ruins. No matter whether it is Cheddar or Kyla who is lying, he only believes in his own judgment. Summoning Evelyn, Lester knows that Evelyn, who was born in the chaos and darkness, has more advantages than himself, and can also serve as an early warning. Go ahead and explore the way. This time Evelyn did not transform into a cat, but transformed her hands into ferocious demon claws in human form. In Evelyn's words, this trick was learned from Morton. After walking for more than an hour, Lester met Evelyn, who was returning by the same route. What's the situation ahead? There is a strange barrier at the end of the corridor, and nothing else. Knowing that there was no other danger, Lester quickened his pace and soon arrived in front of the barrier that Evelyn mentioned. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Ruins Dungeon. The tall gate pillars of the barrier are like the entrance to an underground tomb. The arched doorway is rippling with golden shimmering waves. Feeling the traction of the magic waves on his body and consciousness, a familiar feeling came over him. Lester thought for a moment and frowned. This power seems to have the same source as the gate guide stone. Is there any connection between the two? What do you think, Evelyn? Evelyn, who had transformed into a shadow cat again, jumped onto the man's shoulder and shook her head. Master, I have never seen such a barrier, and don't know the principle and function of its operation, but I can be sure that this barrier has the effect of dispelling demons. Demons? Does it mean that, if I pass through this barrier, will it harm you? As long as I hide in your shadow, I won't be harmed. Giant, demon, immortal Vastayazaru, dead DLIU. It's getting more and more interesting. He stretched out his right hand and tentatively touched the magic barrier, just like reaching into a cotton ball. The traction suddenly increased. Lester quickly withdrew his right hand to prevent his body from being sucked in directly. You hide in here first. After Evelyn obediently melted into the shadow, Lester took the moon rose and the bag containing the relic stone and food with his left hand and touched the barrier with his right hand again. This time, Lester did not resist the traction and let his body be sucked into the barrier. In just a blink of an eye, when Lester opened his eyes again, he found that he had come to a huge dilapidated and desolate prison. The walls were made of dark blue square bricks covered with moss. There were 4 torches embedded in the wall burning. Looking behind him, the teleportation barrier had disappeared. Evelyn? Whether it was the body's ability to sense and use magic or the connection with Evelyn, they were instantly cut off. Even the fragments of the 2 world runes in the body that had been providing him with power disappeared. It was as if he had returned to his previous life and became an ordinary person in the true sense, no longer possessing extraordinary power. Pulling out the moon rose and looking at it carefully, the blood energy of the moon rose also disappeared. Only the dark red blade could still find a trace of the extraordinary magic knife before. After confirming that the built-in torch on the wall could not be removed, Lester had to take out a relic stone to light it, tied the backpack on his back, and prepared to fight at any time. After he was ready, Lester began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. The layout style of the prison was slightly different from the medieval dungeon in Runeland. The prison in front of him, whether it was shackles or torture axe, was extremely huge. Judging from the size alone, the owner of the dungeon should be more than 3 meters tall, as if this dungeon was a dungeon used by giants. Carefully walking out of the initial cell, witnessing the creepy torture instruments and bones in each cell, Lester stopped in front of the iron door of the torture room, feeling a little cold in his heart. Regarding the various torture instruments in the dungeon, Lester only had 2 words in his mind. Vicious. A steel spiked cage was suspended from the ceiling. A large skeleton about 2.5 meters long was locked in the cage with iron locks. Rusty spikes were all over the cage frame. There was only a little harmless resting space on the iron bars at the bottom of the cage. Lester seemed to see a naked little giant being driven into the cage, suffering great suffering. He could only keep a bent over and squatting posture in the cage, unable to stand or sit down, viciously torturing the spirit of the humanoid creature and challenging the physiological limit. The surroundings were covered with iron spikes. As long as he leaned lightly, there would be dozens of blood holes. The thin iron bars at the foothold were destined to prevent the soles of the feet from bearing pressure in the same position for a long time. Otherwise the iron bars would cut the soles of the feet. The prisoner could only desperately move his painful feet in the center until he was exhausted and was pierced by the steel spikes of the cage and slowly lost blood, or his soles were cut and his whole body was ulcerated and died. Living in such an environment, a normal person would be driven crazy in less than 3 days. Compared with this place, the dungeon of Nightblade seemed too harmless. Beheading and skinning were far from being considered punishment. The torture instruments designed by Hina herself were very close to the style here. Unconsciously recalling the past days, Lester's mouth corners unconsciously curved a little more. When Hina matured a little more, it would be more effective to let Hina design some torture instruments for public display according to the style here. Taking a deep breath, Lester put his ear to the door. After confirming that there was no strange movement outside the door, he held the moon rose tightly in his left hand and slowly pushed open the 4-meter iron door with his right hand. The scratching sound of the rusty iron door echoed in the deadly dungeon. When the iron door was pushed open, 1/3 Lester's movement suddenly stopped because he heard the heavy breathing behind the iron door. The next second, a huge blood-red eyeball peeked out from the crack of the door. The eyeball turned around, and a needle-shaped pupil stared at Lester. The eyes were full of resentment and hatred, and it roared loudly in an unknown language. La CIFR. There was no intention of talking nonsense. Yugi drew out of the sheath and stabbed directly into the eyeball. Blood plasma burst out, and painful wails came from outside the door. Bang! The iron door and the hinges that fixed the wall tiles were directly pulled off. The monster, who was 2.5 meters tall, covered the exploding left eye with one hand, and the other hand that threw away the iron door slapped Lester with a terrible whistling sound. Taking 2 steps back to avoid the slapping range, Lester withstood the strong pressure and tentatively swung the knife to the giant's right hand, breaking off 3 of the giant's fingers with some difficulty. Whoa! Blood gushed out, and the giant retreated painfully, holding his right hand. Lester took advantage of the victory and cut off the giant's Achilles tendon with a knife, causing the giant to fall directly on the wide walkway without balance. After piercing the back of the giant's head, the giant finally stopped struggling, and his body began to shrink rapidly. The moment Lester jumped away, the huge body quickly evaporated into a pile of blood foam, and soon disappeared on the floor tiles, leaving only finger-sized strange stones. From an environmental perspective alone, this strange place is well done. It's not certain whether this is some kind of illusion. If the monsters that are killed will eventually reborn after disappearing, fighting will be meaningless. Before I can thoroughly understand the situation here, I'd better avoid fighting as much as possible and focus on exploration. After collecting the relic stone left by the giant on the ground, Lester determined the next course of action and began to search and explore other locations. After killing 7 giant monsters again, when they could not avoid them, the situation of the entire dungeon was almost clear. First of all, it can be confirmed that this is a dungeon deep underground. There are more than a dozen cells and torture chambers in the dungeon. Judging from the items and room specifications, both the cell guards and prisoners are extremely tall and bloodthirsty giants. The height of the giants is between 250 centimeters and 350 centimeters. In addition to hatred and tyranny, Lester can't see any rational expression. These giants speak strange languages. A few powerful giants hold hideous bone-chopping knives or throat-locking flails in their hands. After the giants die, they will disappear in the boiling blood foam. The only thing left is the relic stones of different sizes. Secondly, Lester found that the reliefs in the torture chamber and some large torture instruments have complex 4-cornered star symbols. I don't know if it's an illusion, Lester saw the giant's deep fear of star symbols in the wandering giants. After carefully exploring for 10 hours, but not finding any exit, Lester thought for a moment, and returned the same way, killing all the giants in the dungeon. It was not until the last giant fell, that Lester saw the golden barrier reappear in the original cell. He searched again, and confirmed that there were no other changes, before stepping into the barrier. When the traction disappeared, Lester opened his eyes, and found himself in the original cell again. Even the suspended steel spiked iron cage had not changed at all. The withered bones inside were lying quietly at the bottom of the hollow iron bars, telling the pain and torture they had experienced with the empty black holes. Lester opened the cloth bag. The relic stones collected by killing giants due to physical exhaustion had disappeared without a trace. However, the 2 relic stones that Shea gave to Lester were still intact, but one of them had become smaller due to wear and tear due to use. This is definitely not reality. The entire dungeon is a strange space that I cannot comprehend. I just don't know if this is my own imagination, or if anyone who comes in will end up here. How did Chili and the others get out? The iron gate was removed, and the giant guarding the door roared in, but was skillfully killed by Lester after a few rounds. Recalling the hatred in the giant's needle-shaped pupils before his death, Lester sorted out his thoughts. If I kill all the giants, a teleportation barrier will appear, and the teleportation barrier will let me start over again. If I use a game to describe it, it's like a rewind function in a game. I didn't achieve the expected game goal, so I can only rewind and start over in a bad state. Only when I achieve the goal can I enter the next game link, otherwise I can only go through an endless cycle. Each time I get a relic stone, I can use it at will, and there is no need to keep too much. However, food is consumed quickly in battle. I need to pay attention to this to avoid dying here of hunger for no apparent reason. The ruins that can embarrass Vastair's Iaru, who has mastered the original magic, are definitely not simple. Judging from the giant monsters here, it is very likely related to the giants in the Giant War. After sorting out his thoughts several times, Lester did not find any other problems, so he began to review everything in the dungeon. Several points worth noting: star mocks, torture instruments, cells, and bloodthirsty giants wandering in the dungeon. What does this scene want to express? Why are giants both prison guards and prisoners? What is the purpose of designing this prison? Who do the giants hate? With questions, Lester searched the dungeon again, looking for possible clues. In a tree, housed somewhere in the village of the ancestors, watching the refreshed Orson dress up and leave, the Catman girl Amelia lying on the bed cleaned her dirty body in the halo of magic, transformed into a girl, and stroked her smooth belly. The girl in pure human form frowned. Still no, except for the idiot Chenna, Kylen and the others have been greatly affected. This time, little Chenna will definitely not go in. Only little Lester will go in. If this continues, the situation will only get worse and worse. Pansigiana is right. I can't just sit there and wait for death. I must do something. The girl thought for a while and changed into the cat girl form again. Only in the cat girl form can she use some powerful original natural magic, and can also do a perfect disguise so that she has a special aura belonging to the relic. Using magic to confirm the location of other companions, Amelia put on her clothes and walked out of the romantic hut where she and Aoslang had a secret meeting. Go and have a good talk with little Chenna. You can come out. A beautiful gradient colorful feather was plucked and thrown on the ground. Can't come out. Another feather was pulled out, making the beautiful wings a little bald. Come out. Another feather was plucked. Alas, still can't come out. The last feather reluctantly left the 7-color feather clothes, revealing a slightly exposed leather vest. In the midst of whispers, Shea, who kept muttering, sighed, looked at his feathers on the ground, clenched his right hand, and under the effect of natural magic, all the feathers rose from the ground in the luster of magic, and flew back to Shea's bare feather coat in an orderly manner. After a long silence in the darkness, the female winged man put her hand on her feather coat again, and removed the first feather. You can come out. If you choose to throw away a feather, or start counting from the number of you can't come out, then little Lester can come out. A crisp and indifferent voice came from behind, and Shea's body tensed up, and he spoke without turning his head. I know. The reason I did this is because I don't want that rude man to come back. A smile appeared on the corner of Amelia's mouth, and she took a few steps forward and hugged Cheddar, who was squatting on the ground with his back to her, from behind. The familiar touch made the female winged man relax a little. I obviously didn't want little Lester to die. After so many years, little Cheddar still likes to say things that are contrary to his heart. During the double monthly ticket period, thank you all for your support. Some readers have reported that I deserve the poor performance with such a fast update speed. I admit that this is true. This book is a flop. There is nothing else to say. I just can't write it well. I have long been mentally prepared to update the book in a Buddhist way and get full attendance. Although it is poor, at least I will not stop updating for no reason. I'm trying hard to find time to write these 2 days. Because I have no holidays and I'm very busy at work, I seldom have the opportunity to sit in front of the computer and type on the keyboard. I still owe 2 more chapters. I will post them when I have more manuscripts in stock. Please understand. Chapter 339 Deep in the Fantasy Realm. Don't call me Little Cheddar. Amelia, what do you know about the changes here? And Cheddar and the others? Struggling out of the embrace of the cat girl, Cheddar took 2 steps back cautiously, staring at his familiar yet strange companion. Like you, I was not affected by Lot. Lot, what's going on? Why didn't you tell me when I tested you before? It's a long story. How long has little Lester been in there? It's been almost a week, probably. Come with me to the entrance of the barrier and take a look. I'll explain everything that happened here slowly. The cat girl, who usually lets others manipulate her like a doll, now has an irresistible momentum. Knowing that Amelia has become completely serious, Cheddar gritted his teeth and quickly followed behind. Soon, the two came to the entrance of the barrier. Amelia placed both hands on the golden magic track. Cheddar looked at it carefully, but could not see anything long or short of it. Among the few remaining Vastairs Ayaru, Amelia is an absolute master level magician. About 5 minutes later, Amelia retracted her hands, her face solemn. Sure enough, only little Lester, who has the primordial rune, and is a pure human, can reach there. I just don't know if he can help Lot escape the shackles of the giant's will. Amelia. The cat girl turned around blankly and saw an angry face. What giant's will? Are you talking in riddles? I don't understand at all. Can you explain it more clearly? Little Cheddar, I have never entered the ruins. All my memories are secretly absorbed from Osran's memories through the primordial magic. This is just my personal inference. If you are willing to listen, I can tell you. Putting her hands together, a soft flower bed quickly grew under the feet of the cat girl, motioning Cheddar to sit on the bed. Amelia followed and sat beside her, telling her guess. Little Cheddar, have you ever considered where the giants with terrible power who can release natural magic and star magic will come from? Cheddar pointed his finger at the top in annoyance and said coldly. Of course they came from Skyrim. They want to compete with us for land and enslave us with powerful magic. We merge the original energy of the spiritual realm to transform into the form of Zarujos to fight against them, right? Amelia was unmoved and asked calmly. Then what is Skyrim? They can master the natural magic of Ionia and use the terrible star magic at will. Where do they come from? Cheddar was stunned and frowned. Aren't they from another magical world? The cat girl shook her head. Of course not. People from another world who come to our side will be repelled by the powerful force of that world, and it is impossible for them to use natural magic in Ionia. During the war, I had secretly observed the giant's body structures and magic circuits. Normally, the human body's magic circuits are naturally formed according to the particularities of the individual body, including the natural magic we use in natural forms, which is also formed based on the body's structure. Everyone's body is different. Some are more suitable for releasing magic, while others are not. The body determines the affinity for magic, which is also the main reason why everyone's magical talents are different. But that's not the case with the giants. Their bodies seem to be deliberately constructed for peculiar magic circuits. Simply put, we have bodies first and then magic, and they have magic first and then bodies. In Cheddar's somewhat suspicious eyes, Amelia said in a deep voice, let me put it this way. Rather than saying that giants are a powerful alien race, it is better to say that they are a kind of magical life that was deliberately created. From the beginning, their bodies were built in fixed magic circuits, which is why they can use natural magic. The creators of the giants knew the Ionian bodies very well from the beginning. Only in this way can the magical talents of the Ionians be perfectly expressed through giants through means of creation that we cannot imagine. If I'm not mistaken, these giants have been experimental subjects of some powerful beings from the beginning, used to verify whether Ionia's natural magic and star magic can be integrated, and whether they can produce stronger changes after integration. And Ionia is their testing ground. We Ionians are just sacrifices used by those terrible beings to test the strength of the giants. It can even be said that the special element we harvested from the bodies of dead giants have long been prepared by others. To make a terrible guess, all of us may be their experimental subjects. How is this possible? Cheddar opened her mouth wide, unable to say anything about this overly scary guess. She had never heard of the ability of a creator to create a terrifying magical race. This was a forbidden area that belonged exclusively to God. In the battle with the giants, she had always thought that the giants were species living in another world. They had thoughts, self-will, and physical features similar to humans. She did not believe that the giants were magical creations. This was just as unbelievable as someone shaping the body of a flame, giving it wisdom, and turning it into a thinking fireman. I have never dared to say this conjecture out loud. Just as you think in your heart, it is too absurd and bizarre. Also, because there is not enough evidence to support it, for more than 8,000 years, I have kept this secret in my heart and never revealed it to outsiders, naturally including you. Just like you now, you will definitely not believe it. I'm afraid that those terrible beings who created the giants will come to Ionia in person and destroy this beautiful land. I'm also afraid that this is just my fantasy, because if my guess is true, then the blooming spirit trees and various ancient plants formed after the death of the giants are likely to be the second experiment of those unknown beings. If this is true, it means that Ionia has long been completely controlled by those terrible beings. We have had no freedom from the beginning, and have been living under surveillance. Wait, does this mean that the ruins are related to those guys who created giants? Wait. They won't hear us talking here, right? Holding Chenna, who was a little uneasy, the little girl Amelia comforted the mature sister who was 4 heads taller than her in the tone of an elder. No, this is a special space generated by the residual will of the giants. I have confirmed long ago that this space can isolate magical detection and is very safe. Then what is the relationship between Lot and this special space? Chili and the others, why did they change like that? In response to Cheddar's question, Amelia sighed. This has to start from the time when Lot was led by the will of the giants to the sacred tree. You were just kind people living in a peaceful village. Suddenly one day, the gods descended from the sky and brought you incomprehensible miracles and powerful forces. As a result, you began to worship and enshrine the gods, and under the guidance of the gods, you built a sacred altar. Little did you know that the sacred altar was just the entrance to the abyss, and the devout believers carefully selected from thousands were just their experimental subjects. All your reverence and expectations died in the magic experiment and turned into endless hatred. You are in pain and unwilling. You want to resist but are powerless. You can only become their experimental subjects. In the pain of despair, your original bodies are stripped away, and your souls are forcibly integrated into another body of flesh and blood that does not belong to you. You are also controlled by them, and sent to another place to fight endlessly. Even when you die, you retain your incomplete consciousness, and are used as experimental material by them. I understand this kind of pain. I understand it very well, because there were victims like that where I was before. In a week, through emotional resonance and solving scene puzzles, he killed his way through the dark dungeon at the bottom level used to execute rebels and failures, destroyed the more inhumane human magic testing ground on the upper level, and unraveled the lies of the altar of the chosen one on the upper level. Finally, he came to the simple village on the ground, and integrated into the village for 2 days. From the bottom to the top, the giants became more and more rational, until he came to the ground. Lester understood that these giants, like most of the life in Runeland, were ordinary people, and it was the magic testing ground that changed their lives and souls, making them controlled and enslaved giants. After fighting his way out from the depths of the ruins and finally arriving at the center of the village on the surface, Lester finally met a Vastaya fox man with fox ears, a beautiful face, and golden pupils. If he was not the Zyrui named Lot, then he would indeed be a perfect fox man. You were unwilling to give up, so after you died you gathered all your remaining wills together and created a special space through special means in a place with the most natural magic. You found Lot, and then, you controlled Lot. You wanted to use Lot's soul and thoughts to help you spread hatred and anger, so as to achieve the purpose of revenge. You longed to take revenge on those who tortured you, because the changes that took place in Omikaelan, including the land of Ionia, were all caused by your god. The land of Ionia has long become their new testing ground due to your influence. You don't hate Vastaya Shari, nor do you hate the Ionians. You hate God, and the best way to take revenge on God is to destroy everything God wants to build. You can't leave the sacred tree, so you can only influence Omikaelan imperceptibly and through the corruption of your soul, starting from Vastaya Shari, and gradually let Omikaelan lose control. Between people and Vastaya people, between Vastaya people and Vastaya people, under the influence of Shari and you, they gradually fell into madness, and sin and riots were born. When violence and darkness spread across the land, war will naturally destroy everything built by the gods. This is your purpose, and it is also the reason why you changed Vastaya Zari through soul magic. The fall of Zari caused the corruption of the spiritual realm of Omikaelan, which in turn caused turmoil in the spiritual realm of Ionia outside of Omikaelan, making humans more brutal. Am I right? The fox man with a beautiful female appearance was wearing a simple white robe. After Lester finished speaking, the fox pointed to a small stool that appeared out of thin air behind Lester and made a neutral magnetic voice. Young man, sit down and talk. Thank you. After Lester sat down, the fox man also sat down. How do you know I'm not Lot? This place came into being because of Lot, and it's completely under your control, so naturally I have reason to suspect that you have occupied Lot's body, controlled Lot's thoughts and consciousness, and Lester pointed to the overly conservative clothes and added, real Vastaya Zari wouldn't like such serious clothes. They always like to reveal a little more, so it's easier to operate, whether they are male or female. After all, in their view, the most representative of wild and primitive natural magic is the most primitive intercourse. Too many clothes would be very inconvenient. With a wry smile, he patted his shriveled chest and said seriously, it's a pity that Lot is a man, otherwise I would like to try the feeling of being united with you. After all, for hundreds of years, you are the only human who has fully interpreted the desperate world I constructed. The most powerful among the Vastaya Zari who came here is Chili. If I hadn't seen you, the fact that he completed half of the soul resonance of the magic test field would be enough to amaze me. Of course, his soul is also the most difficult to influence. For a human who is addicted to fishing, I don't have many ways to further influence him. You are different from those orcs who have been influenced by the gods of the astral world and the undead who have obtained the power of the astral world. You are the purest human. Your bloodline is not the slightest bit dirty, and you also have strong strength and enough wisdom. In addition, you can agree with everything we do. I really like you. I read the real anger from your emotions. You also hate those high gods, just like us. Therefore, I want to conclude a covenant with you. After expressing goodwill to Lester, the giant consciousness said sincerely, I hope you can help me control Omikaelan and destroy everything the gods left in Ionia. In return, I will give you everything in Omikaelan, including all the Vastaya Zari and tens of thousands of Vastaya people. As long as you are willing to help me, you can become their one and only king. Whether female or male, they will be by your side the next day, as long as you need them. They will obey all your requests without any conditions. List, as long as you agree to my covenant, you will become Omikaelan and the only king of the Vastaya people. This is the first update for the monthly ticket in April, and there is one more update to make up. In addition, the monthly ticket and update rules will only last until the end of May this year, because May has already begun. During May, as many monthly tickets as there are, will be counted as monthly tickets. The condition of 200 monthly tickets plus one update is still valid, and the settlement will be made at the end of the month. I will not let everyone's monthly tickets be cast in vain. Because of the tight schedule and the fact that the performance of this book has reached a bottleneck and is no longer growing, starting from June, except for one more chapter, when a new leader appears, there will be no more chapters in this book. The monthly ticket extra chapter rule is invalid. I can only guarantee one chapter a day and one chapter of 4,000 words to get the minimum living allowance. If I stop updating, I will ask for leave. I have reached the limit of my energy to ensure that this flop book will not be abandoned. After I return from my business trip and have some free time, I may formulate the extra chapter rule again. These past few months have been too tiring, and I may have to be busy until the end of the year. Moreover, I don't have any manuscripts saved now, so I feel constrained when writing, and there are even some plots that are not pleasant for readers. I think I need more rest time to write words that satisfy everyone. The humble sleepy Bobby Bose here. Chapter 340 King List. Lot wanted to see surprise or expectation on the man's face, but unfortunately he miscalculated. There was only curiosity on the man's face. Before saying this, I want to know how you influenced Kyle and the others. Did you use special soul magic or other methods? It's desire. Desire is the most effective magic. Kyle likes fishing and wants to catch all the rare fish in the world. I will satisfy his request after he completes a part of the exploration of the ruins. Although everything Kyle experienced is just a kind of illusory world created by me, the content of the illusion is enough to make Kyle indulge in it. After all, who doesn't want to make their wishes come true? As for Aos Long, I satisfied his various strange requests. I have to say that human desires are indeed low level enough, so low level that there is no bottom line at all. In fact, he has been lying under the bed more than once listening to familiar and unfamiliar sounds on the bed, which makes him more excited than him personally. No matter when, the satisfaction of desire is always temporary. This is also the reason why Aos Long can never be satisfied after leaving here. The vortex of desire can easily make him lose himself. Using desire to control a person is a more effective way than controlling magic. How about it? Are you willing to join forces with me? I also want to know what happened to Pansagina. Why did she become an old woman after leaving you and was expelled from Omikaelan? Lot seemed a little disappointed with the man's question. He seemed to feel the man's disdain for the authority that was within his reach in Omikaelan. He knew that this disdain was for the authority that was within his reach, not the authority. The man was more vigilant than he thought. Because Pansagina knew the truth and the special function of the ruins. Pointing to the ground, Lot explained patiently. The ruins have long been closely integrated with the sacred tree. If the ruins are destroyed, or I'm killed, the sacred tree will also suffer irreversible damage. After the death of the Emperor Willow, the sacred tree is one of the only two special holy objects in Ionia that can transform and release a large amount of natural magic. The other is Ivern, who inherited most of the characteristics of the Emperor Willow. Natural magic is wild and powerful. It can make a sapling grow into a towering tree in a few seconds, and it can also make a peaceful lamb grow thorn horns and easily kill tigers and wolves in a rage. But the problem is that, except for Vastea, no one can use natural magic. Humans must change natural magic into gentle magic in order to understand and use it. As more and more humans come from the outside world, more and more natural magic is transformed, and the less that can be used by Vastea. Without the blessing of natural magic, the power of the Vastea people will be severely suppressed, and they may even become infertile. As natural magic becomes less and less, the Vastea people will gradually die out. Similarly, the Vastea Zairu will not be able to keep their souls young and perfect due to the lack of natural magic, starting with the loss of their appearance. In the case of severe scarcity, the Vastea Zairu will also lose their immortality. No one can refuse eternal immortal life after tasting the beauty of immortality, except Pansagina. She understood from the illusions I gave her that I was going to start a war between Vastea and humans with the purpose of expanding natural magic and reducing human settlements. Even though she knew that the more natural magic she had, the stronger she would be, and even though she knew that losing enough natural magic would make her lose her proud appearance and figure, she was unwilling to start a war to continue her youth and appearance. So, she voluntarily dispersed the blessing of natural magic on her body to make her body grow old, and voluntarily stayed in the Forget-Me-Not Garden, away from Omikaye Allen, who disgusted her. Of course, no one can force her on this point. It's different for Chilia and the others. After knowing that the ruins can expand natural magic, they chose to accept it with pleasure. I have never forced them. From the beginning to the end, I only gave them what they wanted, whether it was insatiable desires or immortal life. How about it? Do you want to become the king of Omikaye Allen? Let those greedy Zaru crawl at your feet and become your slaves. I can see that you have a good impression of Chilia outside the ruins. As long as you promise me and find a way to help me bring Chilia and Emilia in, I can make them your exclusive lover. Their beauty is unmatched in Omikaye Allen, and they have perfect souls and are the best bed partners in the world. No doubt about it. In the expectant eyes of Lot, Lester smiled and shook his head. If I want to become the king of Omikaye Allen, I will personally lead my army to conquer Omikaye Allen. If I want to get Chilia and Emilia, I will conquer them with my own methods and let them become my women willingly, instead of relying on deceiving them and bringing them to you to brainwash you. I'm not used to using things obtained in this way, and I'm not at ease. Why, you look disappointed. I can't say I'm disappointed. After all, even without you, I have my own way to achieve my goal. I just feel a pity that there are such ignorant people in this world. It seems that our conversation should end here. If those astral gods you are talking about are the guys who live in the heaven of Mount Targon, then I, like you, have enough reasons to deal with them. I just rejected your small proposal. I think our conversation is not over yet. After a moment of silence, Lot put down his right hand that was about to expel Lester and sat on the stool expressionlessly. Tell me about it. In my opinion, destroying the astral god's test site in Ionia by provoking the relationship between Vastaya and humans is not revenge, nor is it enough to vent all the suffering you have suffered. To be honest, I really look down on your petty tricks. Do you know how revenge is done in our place? How to take revenge? The man's smile was very indifferent, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Revenge must come in person. Kill the man. Keep the woman to be humiliated and sell her to the lowest class after she is old and ugly. The child born is kept as a son and then used up when he grows up. The whole family is neat and tidy and the arrangements are clear. No one is left alive. This is called revenge, not jumping into someone else's vegetable garden and stepping on it a few times and thinking that you have taken revenge on the enemy. Lot carefully observed the expression of the human in front of him. He found that he could not find a trace of self-doubt. This man was ordinary and confident, and even arrogant to the extreme. Do you really know what you're talking about? The powers possessed by those gods who control the stars and celestial magic are simply beyond your comprehension. You actually want to kill your way to the astral realm? You can't even breathe there, so how can you fight those gods who can summon stars and meteorites with a wave of their hands? If you can't do it, then don't do it. What's the meaning of life? You have carefully planned for hundreds of years, but the so-called revenge is to destroy Ionia and make a mess of the vegetable gardens casually arranged by the astral gods? Those high and mighty gods don't care whether Ionia is destroyed or not. They can set up such testing grounds at will. The continent of Iloran, the continent of Shurima, any piece of land, any village may become a new testing ground. Your revenge is meaningless. Although I can't believe that you can do this, if you can really do it, it is indeed more satisfying than my revenge plan, and it is valuable. That's right, my friend. Putting his arm around the foxman's shoulders and smelling the strange body fragrance that was blowing in his face, Lester pointed to the top of his head. Instead of thinking about how to destroy their vegetable garden, why don't we discuss how to have enough strength, and then we can kill them together. You, move your hands away. I'm not used to it. What are you going to do? If it's feasible, I can help you a little bit. They can use Ionia as a testing ground. Why can't we? Okay, then, can you not get so close to me? So that's how it is. Pansagina. Oh, how could it be like this? If you were asked to give up your current beauty and youth, and give up your immortal life, would you be willing? Without thinking too much, Cheddar gave his answer. Of course I don't want to, but I was once a human, and if I want other humans to pay for my life and youth, then forget it. Hearing this, Amelia, who was sitting in Cheddar's arms, hugged Cheddar in her arms. Cheddar's cheeks turned red, but he didn't struggle. Little Cheddar is still so honest and kind. I've already told you, don't call me Little Cheddar, I'm not little anymore. Pointing at the pair of big white rabbits in front of her, that were only slightly smaller than her head, Amelia looked down at her hard steel plate and admitted unwillingly, alas, Little Cheddar is much bigger than me. Amelia. After a long time of quarreling, Cheddar once again set his sights on the entrance to the ruins not far away. Lydia, do you think Lester can really come out? You know, none of the humans who entered the ruins before came out. I'm not sure if we can find clues about Lot, but I believe that little Lister, who has the power of runes, will have no problem leaving. Lydia, you're so smart, you must have a way to turn Chili and the others back, right? In Cheddar's expectant gaze, Amelia shook her head and responded in a cold voice. Little Cheddar, I can do many things, but I can't control people's hearts. Just as the two fell into silence, the magic light of the ruins began to flash. The next second, Lester, holding the moon rose, walked out of the magic halo and saw the female winged man and the cat girl hugging each other. Facing the silly gaze of the two, Lester took a half step back and turned his head. Sorry, I came at the wrong time. No, you came at the right time. The cat girl pulled her to sit on the flower bed. Amelia, who was between the two people on the flower bed, held their hands and had a rare smile on her face. Little Lester, tell us what you experienced in the ruins. Lester did not respond directly to Amelia's request, but looked at Cheddar who had not yet reacted. Cheddar, can I? Knowing that the man was asking if he could trust Amelia, Cheddar nodded gently. Yes, Amelia, she's fine. During the conversation, the winged woman met Cheddar's eyes with sparkling eyes. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned her head to avoid the man's gentle sight. Her ears stood up nervously, and she accidentally plucked a feather of her own. In Cheddar's suddenly unnatural expression, Lester coughed twice and put away the strange feeling that he and his wife were telling stories to their daughter. After all, the combined age of these two people is almost 18,000 years. Thinking about it this way, it's more like two grandmothers listening to their grandchildren telling stories. In the ruins is a very strange dungeon with many terrible torture instruments and dangerous giants. I tried to kill all the giants, and a new teleportation barrier did appear. But after passing through the barrier, I returned to the original position again, and everything started from the beginning. From this time on, I realized that this ruins is not simple. If I want to leave the dungeon, I must use other means. After recounting all the decryption experiences with some key contents modified, in the expectant eyes of the two, Lester talked about the Lot he had seen. After solving all the puzzles, Lot showed up in the village. I talked to him about the ruins and Omikaelan. He explained to me that he had completely merged with the ruins, and the ruins were born from the will of the sacred tree. The three of them are closely connected and inseparable. This is why he can't come out. As for why he wants you to enter the ruins to find him, in his words, you can help him maintain his personal consciousness. The will of the ruins was born from the remaining will of the giant, who was also the main creator of the ruins. The will of the giant has been suppressing Lot's will and imprisoning him in the depths of the ruins. Pointing to the entrance barrier, Lester explained. Only by meeting you and feeling your breath at close range can he resist the giant consciousness suppression of the sacred tree and continue to maintain the transformation effect of the sacred tree on natural magic. Otherwise, the sacred tree will fall into a violent state under the control of the giant will. After madly releasing natural magic, the root system is likely to die, and Omikaelan is likely to be destroyed. The birth of the giant will was also affected by the corruption of the personal desires generated by Omikaelan. Therefore, you who enter the ruins will inevitably be affected by the degenerate factors and have some subtle changes in your temperament. In other words, Amelia and I also need to enter the ruins to let Lot gain the power to resist the giant will. Lester shook his head at Chill's question. It doesn't matter if Chili and the others go in, but you can't. Amelia looked at Lester. Why? Because the root of the giant will is male. You will make the giant will more active and have the opposite effect. So you'd better not go in. Otherwise it will make Chili and the others lose all their previous efforts. Lester said. Chapter 341 Silver Conference. In the House of Nature, the ancestral village of Miquelon, Vastairs Iru gathered again, because Lester, who had survived the ruins, had received detailed information about Lot. Lot is now trapped deep in the ruins. In order to resist the will of the giants, we need to explore the ruins frequently. Is that what you mean? That's right. Where is Lot? In the deepest part. You need to keep going deeper to see him. Besides Lot, is the will of the giants controlling the ruins always preventing us from going to Lot? You are really smart. You get it right away. Seeing Chilia and Orson lost in thought, Lester looked at Amelia, who was sitting aside and had nothing to do with the matter. I have fulfilled your request. Can you teach me the Vastairs shaper shifting method now? You have fulfilled our request, so we will naturally fulfill your request. Amelia nodded, glanced at the other Vastairs Iru, especially at the cold face of Chenna, and paused for a moment, then jumped off the chair and walked out of the house. Come with me. If you want your dragon bird to learn shaper shifting, you must first let your dragon bird come to Omikaelan. I'll go and see what value and specialness this human dragon bird has, and it actually came from afar to seek the shaper shifting method from us. When Chenna also left with the two of them, Aoslang and Chili looked at each other in surprise. Chili, do you believe what he said? Believe it or not, what's the point? Just like you know that Chenna has never entered the ruins, and you haven't forced her, right? Chili picked up his fishing rod and dozed off. Or, what you experienced is different from what he said. Whether for the safety of the sacred tree or to satisfy our own pursuit, we have to continue to enter the ruins. Only now do I understand the reason why Chenna refused to enter the ruins. It turned out that Lot was secretly influencing her. In this case, there is no need for us to force Chenna to express her position. It's just that Amelia. Has she really been to the ruins? Isn't she your wife? Why don't you ask her? Picking up the fish bucket, Kyla left without looking back. Watching Kyla's back gradually disappear, Aoslan lay on the table and buried his face in his crossed arms. Wife. Haha, Amelia, how much are you hiding from me? Arriving outside the barrier of the village of the ancestors, Lester sent away the two Zirui, had a secret talk with Yunlang who had been waiting for more than a week, and said goodbye to the satisfied old man. With the help of the gate teleport stone, the three of them quickly passed through the border and gate of Omikaelan. It was not known whether they were deliberately avoiding their former companions. The gardener Pansagina, who was in charge of the Forget Sorrow garden, never showed up, which disappointed Chenna and Amelia. Fortunately, the withered and messy flowers and plants in the garden were no longer as prosperous as before, so the three of them had a smooth journey. Wherever Lester went, even the most greedy white lilies hung their heads in the opposite direction and hid far away. Why are they so afraid of you? Chenna frowned and looked at Lester. What did you do to scare these plants that like to devour human memories like this? Lester, who was walking in front, shook the moonrose without looking back. Nothing. I just gave them what they wanted most. Above the spiritual maze outside Omikaelan, the silver-winged dragon bird Zaya Silver Moon was flapping its wings, staring boredly with big eyes, and looking down at the unfathomable Ionian forest. The waiting time of several months was just a blink of an eye for her, but she still missed her partner. Whizzing over the treetops, Zaya did not dare to fly further down, and then took off from the ground and returned to the sky. That made Long feel at ease. The mental maze has a special limited height. If it is lower than the height, it will enter the mental maze and lose its direction, and it will never fly out again. The survival instinct has long stopped Lankin's impulse and desire, allowing her to always stay on a relatively safe boundary line. When she is hungry, she will fly away from the range of the mental maze and catch some animals in the woods to eat. The rest of the time is spent sleeping and patrolling the mental maze. Zaya has always been looking forward to the day when she will see her partner. She has made a decision long ago that no matter whether it takes a few months or decades, she will not leave until her partner comes out. Just as Zaya was in a trance, more than 10 miles away, a magic mark that was as eye-catching as a bright fire in the middle of the night rose from the dense forest. Lunkin was stunned for a second, and the next moment it issued a surprise call and flew to the location of the magic mark without hesitation. Yes. Yes. Soon, Zaya saw her long-cherished partner on the treetops, as well as the birdman and the disturbing catman standing beside her partner. Woo just when Zaya, who was anxious to reunite, couldn't find a place to stay, the light of magic lit up, and several trees leaning against each other began to twist and deform. The branches and leaves were connected to form a solid platform, just enough for the silver-winged dragon bird to retract its wings and land steadily on the treetops. Zaya, long time no see woo. After holding the huge dragon head and soothing it for a long time, Lester finally calmed down the excited Zaya a little. After looking up and down at the dragon bird, Cheddar, who was standing behind Omelia, curled his lips. The offspring of mixed blood wind dragon, except for some wind magic talents, it's not that great. I thought it was so powerful. Although she couldn't understand what the bird language in the birdman's mouth meant, Zaya understood by observing the birdman's behavior that the birdman probably didn't say anything good. She couldn't help but tilt her slender neck, staring at the birdman with wide eyes, revealing her sharp teeth. The female winged man shook her head with some amusement. Hey, she got angry when I said something. She has a bad temper. Little Chenna, you may have really misjudged me. Amelia stopped releasing natural magic and came to Lester's side. She reached out and touched the dark green gradient scales on the edge of the dragon bird, her face a little surprised. It's rare for dragons to grow dark dragon scales. There is something unusual in this little guy's blood, but it's a little thin and hasn't shown up yet. Lester asked after comforting Zaya, who showed hostility to Cheddar again. Zaya is so big, how can we get in? If she is too big, just make her smaller, but before I cast the spell, you need to keep your half-blood dragon calm, otherwise the transformation spell may fail. Valoran continent. The messenger placed a piece of urgent military intelligence on the solid wood table of the leaders of various forces. The short-lived peace was like the disappearance of the spring snow, and the dark cloud of war once again shrouded every faction. In the forbidden city of Demacia, a solemn silver meeting was urgently held in the Pale Meeting Hall. The forbidden stone door slowly closed, and everyone sat in their seats solemnly, without saying a word. Behind each seat at the octagonal table were 2 personal advisors and lieutenants. The 8 main seats were filled in order. Faction leader nominated by the Demacia nobles, Jarvan Dark, Patriarch of the Jarvan family, Oren, Grand Marshal of Demacia and General of the 1st Legion of Demacia, Witty Chrisman, leader of the Chrisman family and leader of the Demacia Forbidden Magicians, Kraken Hilda, Patriarch of the Hilda family and commander of the Demacia Steel Swordsman Legion, Jobnat Costa, Patriarch of the Costa family and Demacia's financial officer, Vandarat Dawn, Patriarch of the Dawn family and Demacia's foreign trade officer and big businessman, Ryan Laurent, Patriarch of the Laurent family and Demacia's military advisor, John Bruce, Patriarch of the Bruce family and Demacia's political official. At the first seat facing the gate, Garvan Dark, with slightly grey hair on his temples, waved to Bunalis behind him. Bunalis then held up the meeting host manuscript that he had prepared long ago and performed a Demacian noble salute to the dignitaries, present with a serious face. Good day, my lords. Our spies have just received reliable intelligence that the Emerald Territory of Naxos has made 2 frequent military movements recently, especially the large-scale collection of civilian ships on the Black Iron River. According to analysis, in this operation, the Emerald Territory may be sending a large number of troops to the Dalmor Plains to lift the siege of Shelly Fortress. Before this, I believe that you all have already known that the Immortal Fortress of Naxos sent troops to the Dalmor Plains in the north, attempting to annex the Northland Plains to expand its territory, but after gathering its forces, it was caught off guard by the Hedi people, who suddenly tore up the treaty. The main force was besieged in the Shelly Fortress and faced sieges from both the east and west directions. It could be wiped out in the Shelly Fortress at any time, leaving the soldiers of the Frost Kingdom and the Hedi people all the way south. After Bunalis' brief explanation, Jarvan Dark continued. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss what we can do to curb the continued growth of our warlike neighbor to the east during this huge crisis facing Naxos. After all, no one wants to have a neighbor sleeping next door who is always sharpening his knife. The noble military advisor Ryan spoke first. If we want to curb the further development of Naxos, the best way is to drag Naxos into an endless quagmire of war. Even with the size of Naxos, it will never be able to sustain the consumption of years of war. In a few years, the weak Naxos will self-disintegrate due to financial and livelihood problems. By then, the long-lost peace will return to the Valoran continent, and no force will threaten the tranquility of Demacia. But, does this go against the standards we set when we founded the country? John, with a calm temperament, stroked his short beard and asked back, "My lords, we in Demacia only fight for justice. Although Naxos is warlike, it has never offended us. At the Excalibur ceremony held in Fidlit, the Naxans also treated us with courtesy. I think Marshal Oren and General Kraken should understand this." Kraken recalled the memory of visiting the Emerald Territory Manor a few years ago, and had to admit that the Emerald Territory did a good job in entertaining foreign guests from Demacia without any impoliteness, if he didn't consider that the dragon beast he had been thinking about became someone's mount. Lord John, don't forget that in the Meredith diplomatic incident, the Emerald Territory almost brought those brutal soldiers to the land of Demacia. In the polite and false show of goodwill, they had been eyeing us covetously. White unconsciously touched the half-face pure gold mask he was wearing while speaking. His face was destroyed by the wizard. Although there was no evidence left in the Meredith incident, White always believed that the several magical chemical bombs in the Forbidden Magic City were planted and detonated by the people of the Emerald Territory, and the number of deaths reported by Nelvia seemed to be a little excessive. It didn't take so many people to die in a play. He just didn't want to pursue the little secret hidden by Nelvia. In the case of meritorious service, it was the best choice to transfer him out of the Forbidden Magic Guard in the name of the uncleanness of being pregnant before marriage. White, that's because we captured Ms. Meredith first. If the Naxans also captured Captain White, I think Demacia would also send troops to seek justice for Captain White. Why did Meredith come to Demacia under a pseudonym? For the customs and culture of Demacia? For the beautiful mountains and rivers of Demacia? There is nothing wrong with arresting a Naxan spy mage in Demacia. This is Demacia, not the Emerald Territory. Okay, both of you, I think we should use our time on more meaningful discussions. Lord Kraken, tell me what you think. Unexpectedly, Jarvan Dark asked for his opinion directly. Kraken, who was recalling the silver-winged dragon bird, calmed down and spoke. No matter whether the rear of Naxos and Emerald Territory is empty of troops, it is unrealistic for us to send troops. It is neither moral nor meaningful. We will not invade other people's land and become invaders, or launch unjust wars. Letting people and soldiers pay for the selfish desires of the nobles will never happen on the land of Demacia. I think you should understand this. We will not allow anyone to invade Demacia, nor will we invade any country. Several people present nodded and agreed with Kraken's statement. So my opinion is that Demacia does not need to participate in this incident. No matter what the result of Naxos is, whether the main force is annihilated or not, it has nothing to do with us Demacia. Instead of considering these issues, it is better to use our energy to deal with the Freljord barbarians and coastal bandits in the north. I agree with Kraken's statement. Oren's speech suppressed other remarks. Vandalit and Jobnut, who had not spoken, set their sights on Garvandark. If Garvandark also agreed with Oren's point of view, then this silver conference would be meaningless. Knowing this, White's mouth curled up slightly, but unfortunately it was perfectly hidden by the half-face mask, and everyone present could only see half of his serious face. Although we cannot send troops, we also need to do what we can, such as helping the forces under Naxos oppression to understand that, if they don't know how to resist, they will only become slaves. Pointing at several main cities of forces marked on the military map, Jarvan Dark smiled. In fact, there are already wise kings who want to break away from Naxos oppression. Chapter 342 Energy Conflict. The Village of the Ancestors, under the Sacred Tree. After being transformed into a white puppy, Xayah returned to the form of a dragon bird. She looked at the magical land she had never seen before with curiosity. She felt her body begin to heat up, and her breathing became rapid. However, there were too many strangers present. Xayah, who was a little afraid, could only endure it secretly and wait for her master to come out of the cabin. Kyla carried the fishing rod and looked listless. Shea looked at Aoslong, who had a complicated expression, mixed with resentment and joy, and blushed. He seemed to understand something, turned his head with some contempt, and spat. Aoslang smiled awkwardly, and turned his body. There were only 2 people in the cabin. The wooden door was closed, the windows were closed, and the ambiguous light leaked in from the gap, barely illuminating the dim room. Little Lester, I will teach you the method of shape shifting next. I will only help Zaya adjust the fit when her soul and body resonate. The rest depends on you, because Zaya only trusts you, and only you can teach Zaya how to use natural magic. Got it? Come on. Nodding, Lester looked at Amelia with open arms seriously, waiting for the next instruction from the cat girl, but heard the cat girl coldly said, "Hold me." Galio's justice, Lester picked up Amelia, hesitated for a moment, and lifted the cat girl above his head by her armpits. How can you hold me like this?" Amelia was full of black lines, and she hit the man's head lightly with a knife. Elm knot. What kind of deep connection do you think is needed to transmit powerful natural magic or instill memory? You even deliberately studied rune magic. After being taught a lesson by the petite and cute cat girl, Lester sighed. Amelia, you are Osland's wife, and Ogman's grandmother, and Ogman is half my student. Putting aside these messy relationships, you are also a master in the field of natural magic. I really respect you, and am willing to treat you as an elder and a teacher. I will never bully you, just because you are cute and petite, and I'm afraid that you will get hurt, even though you have more experience than I have ever eaten rice. Do we have to do that? Is there no other way? After hearing what Lester said, Amelia's expression softened a lot, knowing that the man did not dislike her dirty body. Ogman was right. You are indeed trustworthy. Let me down. There is another way. Lester breathed a sigh of relief, put Amelia down, and asked expectantly, "What is it?" "Call Osrin in, and let him be the magic transmission node, repeater. I will be at the front, he will be in the middle, and you will be at the end. Only when the 3 points are connected in a line can the transmission of magic be guaranteed. I believe he will not refuse. Osrin, come in." "Okay, I'm coming." Osrin shouted excitedly outside the door. Listening to the honest Catwoman who called whenever she was called, Lester was stunned on the spot. He just imagined the scene in Amelia's mouth for a while, and the man's body was chilled and difficult to accept. It's okay to have a decadent lifestyle, but there are always some unacceptable bottom lines. The resolute man no longer hesitated. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly picked up Amelia. The next second, Osrin pushed open the wooden door and was stunned. Riz comes to the door. Galio flees. After several attempts, the magic infusion was finally over. When the 2 men and 1 woman left the cabin after cleaning themselves, they glanced at each other, and Cher cast a look of undisguised contempt. "I can't believe you 3 are having so much fun. Aslan, you are really a pervert. It's just a small game, no big deal. You can join in if you want to." Aslan looked indifferent. "Bah. Who wants to play such a disgusting game?" Facing Cher's disgusted eyes, Lester, who was holding Amelia, asked calmly, "Where is Kyler?" "Stupid, what can he do with that broken fishing rod? Is he here like me to listen to you guys shamelessly doing it? As if I don't exist, right? Little Cher, do you care about little Lester?" Cher was a little crazy after being teased by the cat girl. Who cares about that bastard human? "Little Lester, put me down. You can try. Try to teach Zaya how to use natural magic according to the method I taught you." Without saying anything more to the somewhat irritable Cher, Lester nodded to Amelia, walked towards Zaya, and put his hand on Zaya's forehead. The green light kept flashing, and the mysterious rune power made Amelia and the others. With the help of the life rune Alina, Lester can bypass the constraints of language and directly establish a communication channel with Zaya, who is in tune with his mind. "Can you hear my voice, Zaya? Zit. Zaya's sweet and innocent voice came from the other side of the consciousness channel. For this alien lover who can't even pronounce his own name, Lester is also a little worried whether Zaya can understand the method of shape shifting he is talking about. "Next, do as I say, and you can transform into a human form. Zaya, listen carefully and learn seriously. Hester, In simple terms, the process of Vastaya's transformation is to allow a certain intelligent creature with magical talent to absorb and use natural magic, and achieve a state of close integration of body and soul according to a certain method. With natural magic with soul affinity as a bridge, when the soul and body have a high resonance, the soul and body of the caster can undergo magical mutations, and the body can grow certain beast-like signs with natural attributes. The beast form can also be regarded as another state suitable for using natural magic. After all, normal people cannot use wild natural magic at all, which is why only Vastaya can use natural magic. What Lester has to do now is to tell Xayah the perception and guidance methods of natural magic, so that Xayah can understand the principles. When Xayah can use natural magic to make her soul and body attractive, Amelia, who is waiting on the side, can make the soul and body perfectly combined through precise adjustments. The reason why the venue had to be chosen in the village of the ancestors was that only the sacred tree could release the purest natural magic energy, which was the necessary and sufficient condition for the perfect resonance of the soul and the flesh and perfect transformation. To Lester's surprise, Xayah did not waste too much time to express that she understood the operation and absorption principles of natural magic. Lester himself had just learned it from Amelia. He was not sure whether the pure theoretical knowledge could really make Xayah, who could only hum and call leched, learn it, but he knew that he had nothing to teach Xayah. After exiting the mind connection channel, Lester stepped back a few steps and observed the huge dragon bird that had closed its eyes for a while and was breathing regularly in a strange posture of raising its head and pressing its tail. He felt relieved. Xayah is really very smart. She has mastered the trick. You can also try it while you are waiting. The beast can transform into a human form, and the human form can naturally transform into a beast. Amelia withdrew her admiring eyes from Xayah and looked at Lester. A hint of ill intention flashed across her calm face. I'm curious about what kind of beast your soul is. Don't be outdone by your dragon bird, little Lester. Amelia nodded in response. For Lester, completing his transformation only meant that he had a new body state that could release natural magic, which was no different from the rune mutant that was suitable for releasing ice magic. Let me try. Seeing that Lester also sat on the ground and began to sense and absorb natural magic energy, Osran, who had been working hard for several times, suddenly dozed off. After thinking for a while, he turned away with his lizard tail in boredom. Cher, on the other hand, looked curiously at Lester, as if he was looking forward to what form Lester could change into. As his consciousness fell, Lester did not return to the Lake of the Soul, but concentrated his mind on the magic stored in himself, slowly releasing the stored magic energy, and carefully sensing some invisible things that repelled the elemental magic. Soon, 4 colors representing the 4 element appeared in the dark world, with the blue water element as the main element and the other 3 element of fire, wind, and earth as the auxiliary element, forming 3 intertwined colored light bands moving away from the body. The elemental magic that humans can use is naturally mutually exclusive with natural magic. Based on this principle, Lester quickly captured another strange energy surrounding the body. As the elemental magic became less and less, the 7-color ribbon that was originally just a phantom became clearer and clearer. This is the manifestation of natural magic energy. Using his spirit to pull the 7-color ribbon into his body, Lester was surprised to find that the elemental energy that he had deliberately driven away was slowly surging into his body uninvited, forming a hostile solid barrier that wanted to expel the colored ribbon. As if sensing the hostility of the element, the ribbon-like energy began to become restless, and the absorption efficiency increased exponentially. The 7-color ribbon that was originally difficult to pull completely broke free from the shackles of the spirit in the powerful energy flow, and fiercely launched a crazy attack on the elemental energy node, and the energy flow and distribution in the body were completely out of control. From the perspective of Amelia and Chenna, Lester, who had successfully absorbed some natural magic energy, suddenly turned into a huge magic vortex. 2 distinct magic energies accelerated and rushed into his body. The veins in the man's body kept twisting, giving people a feeling that he was about to explode. Oh no, little Lester seems to have a special magical talent. Natural magic and elemental magic are going out of control. If this goes on, his body will be destroyed by the violent magic energy. Little Chenna, come and help. Seeing that Amelia became clean in a few seconds, Cheddar was a little dumbfounded. What are you going to do? What do you mean by you? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want Lester to die here, quickly suck out some of the natural magic in Lester's body. Suck it out? Where to suck? How to suck it? Of course I suck his mouth. How else can I suck it? How do you want to suck it? What do you mean by me? Just tell me whether you will help or not. Okay, but you can't tell him that I kissed him. Seeing that the little man in her arms was about to kick his legs and explode, Amelia rolled her eyes. Okay, whatever you say is what I mean. I can't stand it anymore. If it's any later, you can only kiss his flying lips. Flying lips. Lester never thought that he would almost die because of his proud magic talent. Elemental energy and natural energy were like two powerful armies on the battlefield. They didn't care whether his little piece of land could withstand the tossing. They just rushed together with red eyes, unable to be separated or driven away. Fortunately, at some point, the natural energy that had an absolute advantage in strength began to weaken a lot, giving Lester a little more breathing room. I must think of a way to make the two different magical energies coexist, otherwise I will still die under the violent energy impact. The reason why the two repel each other is that natural magic cannot completely strip off the unique attribute energy, which is completely different from the 4 element that can be blended and separated at any time. The natural magic energy containing the 4 element contains some more primitive energy characteristics. It is these ancient energies that make natural magic more uncertain and exclusive. In other words, as long as I can suppress these violent primitive energies, I can make the two coexist peacefully. The experience of studying magic at the Black Rose Mage Academy made Lester quickly think about how to save himself. The power of runes is not good. The already complex energy composition plus the power of runes will make the energy more easily unbalanced. It is even more unrealistic to use a certain rune formation. The rune formation is based on elemental magic and cannot be used to suppress the restlessness of natural magic. I must find an energy attribute that is closely related to natural magic. At a certain moment, Lester caught a flash of inspiration. Wait, there is a special energy in Ionia, which is full of natural magic. Unlike elemental magic, using mana energy will not cause backlash from natural magic. According to Yin Long, mana energy seems to be derived from natural magic energy. The essence of mana circulation is a special power that can be used to enhance itself from natural magic. In other words, mana energy can perfectly contain natural energy, and mana energy itself will not have any rejection reaction with elemental energy. Under Lester's guidance, the mana that was originally diffused throughout the body began to gather towards the energy conflict. As the mana energy separated the natural energy and elemental energy that were in close contact from the middle, the activity frequency of the two began to slow down. When more mana energy spread out, the mana energy between the two perfectly allowed the two incompatible magic energies to flow to both sides. It was simple to say, but it consumed 80% of Lester's energy to let the mana energy separate the two smoothly. Success. After the natural magic was completely stabilized, the exhausted Lester followed the method taught by Amelia to let his soul carefully contact the natural magic. Soon, Lester felt the pull of the natural magic on his soul, and a feeling of blessing appeared in his heart. The second update is completed. There are 1000 words missing here. Those who understand will understand. This thing is really troublesome to modify. Chapter 343 Perfect Shape Change. From a distance, two girls with different talents were leaning over the man's body in different ways. The man looked like he was enjoying the blessing of having two women. If you look closer, it was indeed the case, until one of the queen-like girls stepped back in shame and annoyance, and spat on the ground with an indignant look on her face, as if she had eaten something dirty. It's time to help little Lester adjust the resonance level. Amelia, who had left Lester's body, also became serious. If you must make an analogy, the so-called resonance process of the soul and the body is very similar to the self-replication of RNA. Because the RNA replicase lacks a correction function, it is inevitable that mistakes will occur during the replication process. Amelia's role is to correct the compatibility of the soul and the body, so that the two can reach a perfect fusion under the pure natural magic. Through the deep connection, Amelia sensed the subtle changes of the soul and corrected the minor mistakes like a qualified inspector. As the resonance increased, Lester's body radiated dazzling 7-color light. After his body was completely covered by the colorful light, his body seemed to melt and turned into a basketball-sized flawless magic ball, floating in the air under Amelia's control, and his clothes fell to the ground. Cher, who was hiding on the side, widened his eyes and covered his mouth in disbelief to prevent his screams from affecting Amelia. What kind of monster is this guy Lester who can perfectly refine the soul and the body into such a small flawless sphere? Cher didn't know that Amelia, who was guiding Lester to complete the transformation, was no less surprised than her. The more perfect the soul and the body, the more delicate and smaller the energy body formed after the combination. On the contrary, it will form a bloated and colorful energy body, and the transformed form will also have many flaws and defects, thus affecting the control of natural magic. If we continue at this rate, little Lester may be able to obtain the 3 most perfect forms. I'm looking forward to it. He opened his eyes and saw an open prison room with cold colors. He shook his hands twice, which had shrunk. Number 13 sat up from the iron bed, put his left hand on his left chest to prevent his throat from being cut, and his right hand on his crotch. He kept a body posture that could burst out at any time. The boy instinctively began to observe the environment. 2 welded iron beds and a toilet made of waterproof cotton were all there was in the prison. If you wanted to kill someone here, you could only rely on your own hands or other people's excrement, except for the composite fiber prison uniform that could not be torn apart by human power. No 13. The final survival test is about to begin, but you are still not awake. The other boy who spoke was also bald, with a cold face and murderous intent in his eyes. I will just use my energy where it is needed. Number 9. Take care of yourself. Jumping off the bed, number 13 stepped on the cold metal plate with his bare feet and jumped and kicked slightly from left to right in turn, doing warm-up exercises. Ding. The electronically controlled steel gate slowly opened with a cold prompt sound. The 2 boys walked out of the cage 2 meters apart and came to a larger steel cage in the crowd of dozens of their peers. The walls of the cage were made of retractable metal plates, which formed a huge maze matrix. The ceiling was covered with spherical explosion-proof cameras and killing machine guns that could rotate without blind spots. The most eye-catching thing was the 2 numbers projected on everyone's head by the holographic projection. 56. This was the number of testers. When the number became 7, an exit to the outside world would appear in the maze. 2 people formed a team to explore the maze matrix. The interior was full of killing traps and cages for man-eating beasts. There was only a small chance of obtaining weapons such as bone daggers or simple wooden bows. In the eyes of most people, instead of considering whether they could break through the risk to obtain weapons, they might as well consider how to use their hard joints to break other people's throats. If they wanted to have a chance to survive, they had to kill the enemy and kill more enemies with the killing skills they had learned. Number 13 and number 9 said nothing more and entered the elevator under the guidance of the loudspeaker and indicator light. 53, 46, 32, 25. The numbers on the projection became smaller and smaller. Number 13 pulled out the thin dagger made of pig bones from the side of the girl's neck, and the blood spurted out and dyed the other side of the wall red. His body perfectly avoided all the filth. The smell would reveal the location, and the smell of blood would attract sharks. Number 13 understood this and tried his best to avoid it. At the moment the girl fell to the ground, the number on the projection jumped from 25 to 24, 1 step closer to the end of the test. 18, 13, 9, 7. Number 13 looked at the metal plate that was slowly lowered according to his own calculations, and a rare smile appeared on his face. There will be an exit here, I'm right, right? On No 13's right hand was number 9, whose tendons in his hands and feet had been cut. Aren't we companions? We have fought side by side before. You can't do this to me. Please, number 13, let me go. Number 13 ignored No 9's plea and had a strange smile on his face. The instructor has long said that there is only one exit in the Matrix maze, and there will only be one exit. Now I have found it. Have you ever thought about why the organization only set up one exit? No 13. Do you want to? You will really die. You will really die. including you. There are 7 of us in total. Only if we all survive can we pass the test. 7 people are still too many. Too many numbers will lose their due value. This is the meaning of refinement. The chin was removed, and number 13 pulled out No 9's tongue, cut it off gently, and stuffed it into No 9's collar. The slippery tongue slid down the chest, causing number 9 to scream in fear. Woo 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 wow wow wow. You see, the tongue is still very important. I can't understand what you want to say now, although you often just talk nonsense. Number 9 lay at the exit in despair, watching his peers covered in blood die at the hands of his former companions after being attracted by him. The instructor who should have stopped all this did not show up. Number 9 finally understood that number 13 was right. The test was over, and the matrix maze slowly closed. A smiling boy threw away the wooden bow and arrow in his hand, faced the complicated eyes of the supervisor, and walked out calmly. Sir, are you really not going to execute him? He violated the rules we set. He knows this, so he is gambling his future with his life. Number 13, an out and out wolf cub. I like him very much. Witnessed by Amelia and Cher, the colorful bull that had been nurtured for a long time finally began to change, as if it was shaped by the big hand of the creator himself. The colorful bull began to twist and deform, and grew the characteristics of canines. The magic light faded, and a young silver wolf about 1 meter long appeared in front of the 2 people, wagging its tail. It had flawless silver white soft fur, clear and lively ice blue round eyes, a small and cute body, and when it opened its mouth wide, it could reveal its fierce and cute little milk teeth. Amelia looked back at Chenna, and found that the female winged person had completely lost control of her expression, and the entanglement on her face was beyond words. Little Lister? Instinctively bending down, Amelia hugged the cute little silver wolf in her arms. Only then did she realize that there was a strange symbol looming on the silver wolf's forehead, like a lying 8. Ah, what have I become? A puppy. I actually turned into a dog. Lester observed his own form again in disbelief, and his brain crashed directly, and his originally lively eyes became empty. The great lord of Naxos, the leader of the Emerald Territory, who mastered the power of runes and powerful magic, in the perfect transformation, he actually turned into a pet dog. You have gained the form of a wolf, and such a perfect beast transformation. Forget it, I can't use it anyway. The cute wolf cub spoke in a human voice with an arrogant tone that made Amelia's eyes curved into crescents. This proves that you are very powerful. This is a form that can only be obtained by perfect transformation. I can also become a kitten. I just want to know, can I return to human form? Of course, in addition to this, you should also have a half human half beast form. Try to explore it yourself. When the wolf cub was still doubting his life, the shy Cher finally came over. Seeing that her friend was still struggling, Amelia held the wolf cub's 2 front paws and handed them to Cher, so that Cher no longer had to think about how to make a shameful request. Zyra is beginning to resonate. I'll go help Zyra adjust her transformation. You hold her for a while. Okay. The wolf cub was in hand. The soft and warm wolf fur made Cher unconsciously stroke Lester's neck and back. Looking down at the cute little wolf, Cher began to imagine how happy she would be if she could raise such a cute creature. Woman, stop drooling. It's dripping on my head. Sorry. Wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Cher felt a little embarrassed. She didn't know why she was so out of control. Logically speaking, your current form is the most suitable form for using natural magic. Otherwise, you should stay in this form and don't change back. The wolf cub looked at the winged woman who had ill intentions with disdain and bared his teeth without any courtesy. Woman, where are you touching me? And don't try to trick me. Put me down now. I'm going to change my form. Reluctantly putting the wolf cub on the ground, Cher recalled the strange touch just now. It seemed that the wolf cub's body always maintained a constant and suitable temperature. Cher didn't know that in another world, this thing was called a hand warmer or an air conditioner. Lester's second form was a half-human half-beast form with silver wolf ears and a wolf tail on the tailbone. Except that the hair turned pale silver and the human ears disappeared. There was not much difference from the human form. The only problem was that the conflict between the tail and the pants could not be easily solved. Of course, at this moment, the naked Lester did not need to consider the problem of the tail. Blocking his eyes with his fingers, Cher adhered to the concept of out of sight, out of mind and did not blink. After the third change, Lester finally turned back into a human form and quickly put on his clothes. Looking at the magic group of shape shifting that had begun to shrink in the distance, Lester knew that Zaya's shape shifting was also progressing steadily, so he felt relieved and recalled the feeling of his shape shifting. Unlike the rune variant, the beast form of Vastaya will greatly inhibit the induction and use of elemental magic and enhance the efficiency of natural magic. In simple terms, the closer to human form, the more difficult it is to use natural magic. The half-human half-beast form is the perfect balance point. It can use both elemental magic and natural magic. It is much more convenient to move with human hands than with beast claws. Lester finally understood why Zaya Rui and others used half-human and half-beast forms instead of complete human or beast forms. And if they turned into complete beast forms, they would be wantonly humiliated by some guys just now. The sun set in the west, and the night was deep. During the long wait, the shape-changing magic group, which was originally 5 meters in diameter, finally shrank and condensed to about 2 meters. Unlike Lester's flawless perfect sphere, the magic group that Zaya transformed into had certain defects, and many places did not seem smooth, but at least it completed the final shape changing with a sphere. After reaching perfect resonance, the ball of light began to flow downwards, and began to shape the body according to the most perfect form of soul and body. The magic light disappeared, and a voluptuous woman with a hot body and sexy long legs appeared on the ground. The woman with closed eyes had dark green shawl long hair, fair and delicate skin, and was about 2 meters 1 meter tall. Her figure was a perfect golden ratio, with proud peaks and a strong abdomen with vest-line abdominal muscles. The streamlined muscle lines made the woman's body look very powerful. There were a few dark green scales distributed on the shoulders, upper arms, collarbones and outer thighs. This was also the only beast feature attained by the woman. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Amelia sat on the ground with a butt, looking a little tired. Zaya's soul is stronger than her body, so there are some minor problems in the fusion process, and it has not been completely transformed into a human. Amelia, this is not your fault, you have done your best. Coming to Zaya's side, Lester stretched out his hand to the woman's cheek and gently stroked it. Whether it's her or you, you've done your best. Thank you, Amelia. I owe you a favor. I don't have any other requests. Just turn into a little wolf again, and let me hold you for 2 days. I take it back. Don't even think about it. Even if I jump off the sacred tree and die in front of the house of nature, I won't become that stupid again. That's such a pity. I said I could teach you some natural magic. Where is your home? I don't mean anything else. I just want to visit you. While the two were talking, Zaya's eyelids trembled twice, and finally opened her eyes. Her crystal clear eyes like green emeralds seemed to carry a starry sky. Zaya glanced at the 3 people present blankly, and then fixed her eyes on Lester's face. The confused face was instantly filled with joy, and she threw Lester to the ground like a little girl who had found her father. Lichter. Lichter. Chapter 344. Just like the first time we met. Ionia, at the foot of Dragon Ridge Mountain. A dozen ox carts carrying refined logs and fired stone bricks moved slowly up the gentle slope. These materials would be transported to the newly built temple and become part of the steep mountain. 3 warriors with similar martial arts uniforms hurried up the mountain and soon ran past the team toward the mountain, as if something important was going on. The leader of the team frowned and looked up at the temple standing on the cliff 1,000 meters away. A month ago, the temple did not have the grandeur it has today, but this time, the temple already had the solemnity of an ancient temple. Is the way of balance really suitable for Ionia? Not only an Ionian had such a question. In fact, most Ionians only understood the way of balance at a personal level. As a master of the spiritual field in Ionia, who was famous in Presidium, it was not surprising that Lingju founded a sect. As for what the doctrine of the Church of Balance was, it was insignificant. Whether it is suitable or not, only time will tell. Yes, only time will tell. The little sigh has ended, and the convoy continues to move forward, leaving deep ruts on the dirt road. The design style of the Hengjing Temple is unique. According to the design goal of the architectural master, the temple built beside the mountain is roughly divided into 4 major blocks, guarding the central Hengjing Hall. The Yangtze Hall will be set up on the open ground in the east. It is quiet and peaceful day and night in the bamboo forest and green plants. It is a holy place for Hengjing believers to meditate and explore the spiritual realm. A wooden trestle is built on the steep rock wall in the west through a mortise and tenon structure, and a connected hanging temple is built on the abrupt platform of the mountain. The hanging temple is inhabited by core believers who have a deep understanding of the doctrine and have certain strength. These believers are also the main force to go out to carry out missions. The Hanging Sword Peak in the north controls the mountaineering route of Langji Mountain. The peak is covered with snow and wind all day long. There are several rare medicinal herbs for cultivation. It is a rare holy place for ascetics. The largest area of the preaching temple is next to the way down the mountain in the south. The preaching temple is divided into the martial arts field and the balance inn. It is the starting place for new balance believers to practice and enter the religion. Most of the outsiders and visitors stop at the preaching temple. Only a few people can get the invitation of the balance master to go to the central balance hall to learn the way of balance. As for the hanging temple, Hanging Sword Peak and Yangtze Hall, they are generally not open to the public. Only the core disciples of the sect can go there. After several years of construction, the balance temple has only built the basic framework of the main hall in the center and the preaching temple in the south. It is probably nonsense to want to complete it completely according to the construction blueprint without dozens or hundreds of years. When the convoy slowly stopped at the preaching temple, in the balance hall, the balance master Lingju was demonstrating his own swordsmanship to the core disciples. A steel sword was in Lingju's hand, full of vigor and momentum. His agile body could advance or retreat, dodge, or block, which was quite dazzling. After demonstrating twice, Lingju deliberately slowed down and demonstrated the routine twice again by breaking down the moves. Then he distributed the wooden swords and let more than a dozen teenagers start practicing on their own. The master introduced them to the door, and the practice was up to the individual. Lingju just passed on his hard work. How much he could learn depended on the apprentice's talent and hard work. Master Lingju, Master Huangzu is back and seems to be a little injured. She asked me to call you over. A disciple ran from outside the hall. Lingju made some arrangements for his eldest disciple, asking him to continue to supervise and teach the sword technique of exorcism while he walked towards the preaching temple. Going south, the terrain gradually became lower. After crossing 2 mountain roads, Lingju came to the preaching temple at the foot of the mountain and soon found Huangzu's room. Huangzu, Master Lingju, please come in. A cold voice came from inside the door. As soon as he entered the room, a bloody smell hit him. Seeing that the girl's lower abdomen was already wrapped in a thick bandage, Lingju couldn't help but frown. The injuries that had been treated by the summoner were also serious. Obviously, the girl had encountered an unusual danger this time. How could she be injured so seriously? There was more than one spirit, and there were also 2 powerful bandits. I killed them all. The girl's face remained indifferent, without a trace of smile. I asked Master Lingju to come here because I wanted to go back to the sect to recuperate for a while. After all, this minor injury will not heal in a short time. Instead of wasting time lying in the temple, it is better to go back to see Master Underwater. Lingju would naturally agree to such a reasonable request. Do you need me to arrange a carriage? No, I'm not that squeamish. I'll lie down for another night and go back tomorrow. From beginning to end, the girl was just explaining things and didn't talk about anything else. Just like when she killed someone, she was calm and indifferent. If you observe carefully, the girl always had a coldness that kept people away from her. Lingju knew that this indifference was not directed at him, but was directed at him because he called Lester away that such a thing happened. Huangzu had always hated himself secretly, but never showed it. Coming out of the girl's room, Lingju rubbed his brows in annoyance and sighed deeply. Half a year had passed, and even Lingju, who trusted Lester's strength very much, had given up the idea of luck. He had to admit that his best friend and believer Elena was completely missing. The two had lost themselves in the mental maze, and it was very likely that their bodies had already disappeared, just like the founder of the Mist Hidden School, Yin Lang. and Lester's last pull left his own life. Otherwise, he would probably die in the mental maze, and the Balance sect would fall apart under the conspiracy of the Assassin's League. It is not easy to deal with the big families that can afford the mercenary fees to deal with the Order of the Balance. In the period when Karma has been reincarnated, even Ling Ju would find it difficult without the support of the Ekashu family. The pressure brought to him by the deep-rooted ancient Ionian clans is much greater than he imagined. Assassination is only the lowest means. The exchange of interests and the oppression of power are the things that give him the most headaches. He is not afraid of hundreds of masked men coming to kill and set fire along the way. He is only afraid that 3 or 4 old guys will likely tap their crutches and say lightly, "For Ionia, this is not a good change, tear it down." In the eyes of most old people, Ionia without any changes is the best Ionia. Even the Temple of the Balance, which is based on maintaining the stability and balance of Ionia, is an unnecessary wind of change in the eyes of those old stubborn people. If it is unnecessary to exist, it should be erased. In order to resist this pressure, Ling Ju has paid a lot of price, which prevented the Temple of the Balance from being flattened by those warriors who uphold the natural way of Ionia. Shaking his head, Ling Ju thought of another troublesome guy. This purple-skinned bald man who was entangled with him had been wandering around Presidium for several months, asking around about Lister's situation, and even came to the Temple of Balance to live down, which seemed to be a sign of taking root there. If it weren't for his calm attitude, judging from the bald man's actions, the two of them were simply mortal enemies, the kind who would chase him to the ends of the earth. As for the identity of the purple-skinned bald man, Ling Ju, who had a family intelligence network, certainly knew that the wandering wizard named Riz was a disciple of the master of the Magic Society Terrace from Fuguang Island. Riz searched for world runes around the world in the name of wandering. Judging from the disasters brought by the world runes, Riz's actions were still worthy of respect. As for why he found his best friend Lister, Ling Ju could only guess that it was probably related to the runes. For Ling Ju, no matter whether Lister had any runes or not, he would not sell any information about Lister. In addition, the person was gone, so it was meaningless to say anything, so Riz only got perfunctory respect. Riz was not an unreasonable person. He knew that Ling Ju would not say much. Besides, it was not difficult to find out where Lister was. After knowing that Lister was likely dead, he stopped pestering him. Currently, Riz was living in the preaching temple of the Temple of Balance and leading a rare peaceful life. No matter how strong his willpower was, Riz would get really tired sometimes, and the thriving preaching temple was a good place for Riz to rest. Ling Ju would naturally agree to Riz's small request. In fact, he also liked the feeling of sitting and talking with Riz. As a traveler around the world, Riz's understanding of local customs and various interesting secrets was enough to refresh Ling Ju. Riz, could it be that Lister really? Forget it, he is gone. There is no point in saying anything. Ling Ju turned around and walked towards Riz's residence. Watching Ling Ju leave, the little white wolf hiding in the treetops, which perfectly concealed its breath, jumped down and turned and ran away. Am I seeing things? A disciple of the Order of Balance rubbed his eyes, but the flash of white had already disappeared. The sky darkened, and the beautiful sunset glow of the preaching temple had dissipated. Huangsu walked down from the bed with difficulty and closed the wooden window. She used to like the sunset glow of Ionia very much. The golden light beams of varying thickness that shone through the gaps in the dense clouds penetrated the veil like mist between the shades of the trees, like a pure fairy strolling on the shore of a sparkling lake. After the lotus steps passed by, Tenglang Jingai, whose life was intoxicated in the sunset, and fell asleep in peace. This is the unique static beauty of Ionia. In the past, she saw the tenacity and unyielding passion of life in the sunset glow, but now she only saw the loneliness and sadness under the sunset. Enduring the piercing pain in her lower abdomen, Huangsu lit the candle. The dark blood sickle that a man gave her on the table was wiped clean, but Huangsu could still smell the strong smell of blood. This flying sickle that held all her beautiful hopes had turned into a scarlet object without her noticing, but she was happy with it. She had to investigate it, just to find the tranquility that once belonged to her between life and death. Holding the flying sickle, intoxicated with killing, it was as if she was still accompanied and loved. Every time she killed an enemy, it was that person's redemption of herself. The reason why she joined the Order of Balance was just because that man had such expectations of her. As a result, the man who had expectations of herself never came back. Gone. Except for this touch of blood, all expectations were gone. Dying in a certain vigorous battle has become the girl's last pursuit. After all, the Hidden Mist School can only be entrusted to her junior brother, and she has finally embarked on the path of a senior sister. Picking up the dark blood flying sickle that she never leaves, the girl holds it in her arms, curled up alone on the bed, and recalls the warmth that never existed in the cold. So cold, my body is so cold. Zaiatsu. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? She sat up suddenly from the bed. Her wound was torn, and blood oozed out of her lower abdomen again, but she didn't care at all, and looked in the direction where the sound came from. I don't know when, a strange life has appeared in her room. It seems to be a young northern snow wolf, exuding a strange magical aura. Woo woo, the beautiful young wolf made a baby sound, and there was a small bundle in its mouth. The girl relaxed her body, put down the sickle, but her face was full of disappointment, and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Sure enough, I still can't let you go. I can't let you go in this life. The little wolf let go of the little bundle, and his eyes were a little complicated. Strange little guy, who asked you to help me carry things? Woo woo woo, it was just a casual question, but the girl was surprised to find that the little wolf actually nodded seriously and stuck out his tongue to act cute. Such spiritual creatures do exist in Ionia, but they are rare. Huangsu didn't expect that she would encounter one day. The girl was a little relieved by the extraordinary cuteness of the creature. Knowing that the little wolf was showing her kindness, the girl wanted to get off the bed and touch the little wolf, but she saw that the little wolf actually jumped onto the bed on its own initiative, as if it wanted to get into her arms. Originally, she didn't want to get too close to the little wolf, but she found that her body didn't reject contact with the little wolf at all. While she was hesitating, the little wolf had already jumped into her arms. The girl no longer refused and took the opportunity to hug him. Sniffing the bloody smell, the little wolf, who had endured the humiliation, whimpered and looked pitiful. Okay, I'm fine. This little injury won't kill me. The girl stroked the little wolf's soft fur for a few times and suddenly felt a little dizzy and her heart tightened. Just as she realized that she had been hit, her eyes went black and she lost consciousness. Huangsu didn't expect that she, who was always vigilant, would fall in this way. Lester also didn't expect that the sleeping magic he learned from Amelia would be used on Huangsu, and he even acted cute to Huangsu in the way of a little wolf cub. After helping Huangsu, who was about to fall, to the bed, Lester, who had transformed into a human form, frowned and quickly untied the blood-stained bandage. The 3-finger-long wound was originally scabbed by the powder, but it was torn again because of the twisting of the body. Without the blockage of the bandage, the blood began to seep out faster. This silly girl doesn't care about her body at all. The words were full of blame, but Lester knew the reason why the girl degraded herself like this, and his breathing couldn't help but be a little disordered. This is the evil fate that can't be avoided. You can't let me go, and I can't let you go. The man pressed his hands on the wound, and the life energy slowly injected from the palm of his hand into the girl's wound. He had originally decided to bring the letter and inheritance left by Hidden Dragon directly to Master Iris of the Hidden Mist School, but he unknowingly came to the Temple of Balance just because he knew that the girl who missed him the most in Ionia might be here. He originally just wanted to take a look and leave like Lingju, and let Lister, who was carrying the feelings of Alina and Xiaoyu, be buried in the mental maze, but the man could not watch the hesitant girl continue to walk with death and give up her life alone. The love in his heart had been completely cut off at the moment of Alina's death, but he could not let go of the debt of love and the past, let alone Xiaoyu's junior sister. He could not just leave it alone. After healing the girl's wounds, checking other injuries for the girl, and healing several other hidden injuries that had not yet healed, Lester covered the girl with a quilt, stood up from the bed, and found the charcoal pencil and reed paper in the drawer of the table. The rustling sound of the charcoal pencil scratching on the paper stopped, the candle light went out, and the sound of the girl's deep breathing could be heard from the room. In front of the dark bed, a dark shadow seemed to bend down and stick to the girl's face. Outside the door, a young silver wolf turned its head and disappeared into the night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345. Be well. After opening her eyes, Huangsu was stunned by the unprecedented sense of relief. The next second, the girl recalled what happened last night and her face changed drastically. She subconsciously reached for the sickle under the bed. Just when she reached out halfway, she remembered that she didn't put the sickle under the bed at all. Surprisingly, she actually touched the dark blood sickle. What on earth is going on? That wolf. Huangsu felt safe with the sickle. The girl then checked her clothes and found that they had been touched. She couldn't help but show despair. Someone touched me. The girl, who had already intended to die, was completely desperate at this moment. There was only one thought in her mind, that is, to end her life with the dark blood sickle. When she raised the sickle, the girl found that the wound on her lower abdomen had healed. Her movement slowed down a bit, and she had another doubt in her mind. It only took one night to heal my wounds that even the necromancer couldn't heal. Who was that little wolf last night? Why did it knock me out? The doubts in her heart suppressed the idea of suicide. Huangsu forced herself to calm down and looked at her room again. There were papers and pens on the table, as well as the small bag that the little wolf brought over yesterday. It seemed that someone had left a message for her. If he was willing to leave a message, the attacker should not have done something so evil to her, but seemed to have something to explain. Huangsu breathed a sigh of relief after coming to this conclusion. She rechecked her body and found that, although her body had been touched, there was no sign of being ravaged. The girl was a little confused. She could not imagine that not only the knife wound on her lower abdomen, but all the injuries on her body had healed, and even the hidden injuries left before had disappeared. The familiar scene made the girl recall the past. When she was bitten by a jungle wolf, someone also helped her heal the wound. With an expression of disbelief, Huangsu didn't even have time to put on her shoes. She jumped off the bed and ran to the table. The font on the read paper was the same as before. Through the font, the girl seemed to see a face full of guilt and pity. In an instant, the girl's tears could not stop pouring out. Aksu, I'm sorry to meet you again in that way last night. I actually wanted to say a lot of things to you, but all that fell on the paper was apology. I'm sorry, I don't deserve you to treat me like this. I originally thought so, until I saw you again. Saw you now, saw you covered with scars and heartbroken. I knew I was wrong. I understand. What I should consider is not whether I'm worthy of being loved. What I should consider is how to get out of the shadow of Xiao's departure and embrace you with open arms. Huangsu is Huangsu, Xiao is Xiao. This simple truth, I only understood it after losing a lot of things. It is inevitable that people make mistakes. After Xiao's departure, I gradually lost myself, couldn't see myself clearly, and couldn't distinguish reality. I thought I could do anything calmly. Maybe in your eyes, I'm an omnipotent person, but in fact, I'm not. There are many things I can't do, and sometimes I can't even do the simplest things well. I could have avoided many tragedies, but I was stupid enough to create tragedies with my own hands. The price of life and death is too heavy. I used to think that life was cheap until I went deep into the vortex. I realized that I felt cheap only because life was not intertwined with me. Only by holding hands can I understand how heavy the temperature from my fingertips is. Liszt is obviously just a passerby in Ionia, and Ionia treats him gently. However, he has let down many people and hurt Ionia along the way. He came empty-handed, but wanted to return with a full load, but in the end he smashed the treasure in his hand because of his stupidity. When he was left with nothing again, he chose to stay in the depths of the mental maze in despair, sleeping forever in the untraveled place with his inseparable thoughts. This is an escape, but also a self-salvation. The road that belongs to Liszt has ended. You are his last stop and the only concern he cannot let go. Huangsu, Liszt is dead, died in Ionia. Let him sleep, don't disturb him. Time will take away everything. Let him live at the moment he entered the mental maze. The bundle contains a secret manual of Master Hidden Dragon and a letter to Master Iris. If you want to return to the sect, take it with you. This is the only thing that Lister can do to help the Hidden Mist School. From now on, all that Lister can do has been done. The hypocritical coward is dead. Next is Lester's Road. If you are willing to get to know him again, and accept a strange brother-in-law again, come to Naxos Emerald territory to find me. I will wait for you in the largest house. My door will always be open to you. The morning glow penetrated the clouds and illuminated the road below the mountain. Standing on the cliff, Lingju watched the girl carrying the bundle go farther and farther away, rubbed his eyes, and looked surprised. Huangsu, did she smile just now? At this moment, Lingju seemed to see a bat with broken wings suddenly spread its wings and return to the embrace of the blue sky. At the dock of Linai, Banwei, a Vastaya Tigerman, was helping his uncle transport goods from the ship. After years of hard work, the hard-working and pragmatic Tigerman had gained a place at the dock and was exposed to the most profitable business in Ionia, overseas trade. Although self-sufficient Ionia was closed, it would not refuse business that came to its door. Years of maritime trade had made Linai a rare port city in Ionia. Some Ionians had shifted their main business from gathering to trade and transportation. At least in Banwei's opinion, packing the comfrey and blood activating flowers collected in the village and sending them to the ship was much more profitable than transporting a dozen bags of salted fish back and forth. Granite bricks, jade, mercury and indigo dyes from Demacia, wine, diamonds, dragon skins and whiskey from Naxos, cotton wool from Shurima, Abic dairy products, silk and glass products from Shurima are all very popular goods in Ionia. Similarly, Ionian merchants also sell black truffles, rare animal skins, scarce herbs and other things. The mutual trade of goods makes the residents living in Linai very rich. Brother, I really don't like that arrogant guy. The affluence of life made the little sister of Spotted Tail, Little Claw, wear a beautiful little skirt. Standing on the side of the ship, the young and beautiful Vastaya Tiger girl was very conspicuous on the stinking dock. The incompatible style made many male creatures start to have wild thoughts. He winked at his younger brother, and a Vastaya with scars all over his body continued to turn his head and talk to another companion. Little Claw, don't make it difficult for me. I really can't help you drag it on any longer. Barulu is arrogant, but he really treats you sincerely. I can see that. Barulu is also the one with the best conditions. If I don't catch him, I will have to marry you to the old cripple. After loading the last bag of herbs on the ship, Spotted Tail knew that his uncle Black Panther would take care of the contact with the Demacia captain, so he took his sister who was out to relax and left the merchant ship and came to the dock. I know you are obsessed with Lister, but he is just a passerby in your life after all. You have only met once. If I can find him, I will help you break off the engagement without saying a word and go to find Lister to propose marriage. But it has been so many years. Ionia is so big. Where can I help you find Lister? Do you really want to force me to death? Faced with Spotted Tail's earnest words, Little Claw lowered her head in disappointment. She knew that her brother was right. She just wanted to see the man again, but it was a pity that even such a small wish could not be realized. Unrealistic ideals will eventually be defeated by reality. Apart from compromising, she has no power to fight back. I know, brother, I will marry him. Relieved, Banwei was about to strike, while the iron is hot to comfort her sister, but she saw a fist as big as a casserole coming towards her. She was stunned and caught off guard. Banwei was knocked to the ground by a punch and fainted. Stinky boy, how dare you step on me, brother. Xiaozu screamed and was about to retreat, but was grabbed by the arm by a man with a lewd face and couldn't break free. Little girl, your brother stepped on me. You can't leave. You have to compensate him. Let me go. Help. Uncle Black Panther. Hearing his niece's cry for help, the Black Panther on the boat changed his face, and without caring about the first mate who was talking halfway, he ran to the side of the ship and looked down. Bloodfist gang. This is trouble. I told you not to let Xiaozu come here dressed so beautifully, but he just wouldn't listen. The Bloodfist gang is a new underground gang in Linai. It is said that the backer behind it is a killer organization of the Assassin's League. Ordinary people can't afford to offend them. The first mate also followed and frowned after taking a glance. Black Panther, how did you offend those lunatics? Lake, please help me. I will give you another 20% of the harvest this time. In the pleading eyes of Black Panther, the middle-aged man raised 4 fingers. I want 40%. This time, I will take 70% of the goods and you will take 30%. The Bloodfist gang is not easy to provoke. They are out and out lunatics. Someone on my side may die. Black Panther looked desperate. If he calculated according to Lake's share, it would mean that he had worked in vain for a whole year. Hiring other people to pick herbs and purchasing herbs will cost a lot of money. If they didn't sell well, he might even lose money. 30%. I can only give you 30% at most. You get 60% and I get 40%. No more. Knowing that he had already touched the bottom line of the Vastaya in front of him, Lake stopped bargaining. Brothers, grab your weapons. How dare you bully our friends? Let these bandits see how powerful the Dalmatians are. On the dock, Heber saw that the time was ripe and began to move closer to his men. As long as he could save a beautiful Vastaya girl in a not so perfect way, he could naturally take in a beautiful Vastaya girl. Only a fool would not do such a cheap deal. Things happened too fast. Zyos never thought that in just a blink of an eye, the originally peaceful life would turn into an irresistible surging wave, hitting her coldly. You bastard. Let her go. The rough voice was like the sound of nature. The terrified Vastaya girl turned her head to look at the person who made the sound. The thick limbs, the hideous facial lines, and the exposed chest were covered with scars. Even if the man was as fierce as a demon, he would unconsciously beautify himself in the eyes of the girl at this moment. Save me. Who are you? You dare to mind my business? The vicious little brother said what he was going to be beaten up for according to the boss's instructions. The next moment, the Vastaya who was about to rush over to save the beautiful girl was kicked by a passing foot. His body weighing more than 130 kilograms flew directly into the air, drew a beautiful parabola in the air, and flew directly into the sea. The noisy dock suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes shifted slightly, and they saw 2 Vastaya people walking towards the shore. Once they saw them, they could no longer look away. The man in long clothes had a silver high ponytail. He was 1.95 meters tall, with a handsome and strange face, and a doting smile on his face. From the silver animal ears and tail, it can be guessed that he seemed to be a very rare Vastaya land-based werewolf. The woman standing side by side with the man had a hot body, and her body was directly over 2 meters tall. Her long, soft dark green hair was scattered on her shoulders. Dark green scales could be seen on her exposed collarbone. Her charming and exquisite face was full of childlike curiosity. Letched, that's a boat. It's so big. Zaya likes to ride on a boat. Shaking the woman with a beautiful appearance and a body like a ripe peach spoke in an innocent voice, as if she was ignorant of the world. The 4 mountains shaking back and forth made the dock workers beside her blush, and those with weak minds directly hid blasphemous thoughts in their hearts. There is no doubt that this Vastaya woman is the most exquisite beauty. However, the 300-pound man who just flew out of the dock is still floundering in the sea. Out of fear of the werewolf whose strength is unknown, no one shows his presence at this moment. Which ship does Zaya like? He eyed that one. I like that one. The tall woman jumped excitedly and pointed to the Shurima-style ship with a wooden sculpture of the goddess on the bow. His eyes paused on the statue of the goddess, and the man smiled and took the woman's hand, saying softly, "Then let's take that one." Zyozua stared blankly at the Vastaya who was coming towards her. She didn't even know that she had been let go by the bully. She just tried to recall the most profound memory in her mind. The feeling of deja vu made her quickly find the owner of the face. Her heartbeat quickened, and she issued a long-awaited call that was expected to be responded to. "Lister, is that you? Lister? Who is that?" The man stopped in front of Zyrozua's body, with a puzzled look on his face. "Miss, you recognize the wrong person, right? My name is Liched, but you seem to need a little help." The werewolf boy picked up the dazed man with one hand and threw him away. A few dozen meters away in the sea, there was another unlucky guy who was so scared that he even forgot how to swim. The Dalmatia ship guard sailor who picked up the weapon was stunned at the side of the ship, but saw his first mate waving his hand indifferently. Sensing the disappointment in the eyes of the Vastaya tiger girl, the werewolf boy said in a low voice, "Miss Tiger, I envy that Lister for being cared about by you like this. If I were Lister, I would definitely return to you as soon as possible and would never let you wait for so long." Yes, I really waited for him for a long time. Staring at the Vastaya boy in front of him, Xiozhu's voice trembled a little. "I'm so sorry, I recognize the wrong person. List. He won't come back. If we are just passers-by in each other's lives, then I think Mr. List will not come back. Is that so?" Little Claw took a deep breath, patted his face, and took the initiative to extend his hand with a smile. "My name is Little Claw, List. Thank you for helping me drive away the bad guys, and thank you for telling me this." Holding the pink animal claw, the familiar touch made the man miss it a little. This time he didn't touch the pad, but the man's face was a little more ashamed. "I should thank you, because you let me know how disgusting and irresponsible man is. Little Claw, I wish you to find your own happiness, and I also wish you don't meet a bastard like List again." Letting go of each other's hands, the two staggered past each other. Little Claw helped up his brother Banwei and wiped his eyes with a smile. No one saw that, while the two were talking, a shadow approached the two unlucky people who fell into the water. Chapter 346 on Silver Wolf's How to Hook Up with the Underworld Messenger. In the 21st year of the Narxan calendar, on the Sea of Watchers, a merchant ship loaded with Ionian goods was sailing smoothly through the waves and riding the wind all the way west. The Shurima merchant ship was a typical three-masted sailing ship. The hull was made of Shurima elm, and the goddess statue at the bow was carved from Ionia's specialty red Nanmu, which was extremely resistant to corrosion without cracking in the wind, sun, and rain. Unlike the time he came, this time when Lester left Ionia, he didn't need to consider the issue of Shia's boat. The Shurima merchant ship that left from Illini would go all the way west and stop at the Dragon Gate of Valoran. After trading materials, the ship would go all the way south along the southeast coast of Valoran until it crossed the Isthmus of Zorn and arrived at Nashrame on the north coast of Shurima. It would take about 10 months to sail along the way. It would take about 2 years to go out to sea for a round trip. For Lester, he only needed to take Shia off the ship at the Dragon Gate after 4 months, and then Shia would transform into a dragon body and fly back to the Emerald Territory quickly. Lech'd. Fish. Big fishes spraying water. "Look. I want to see." Holding the man's hand tightly, Shia pointed to the blue whale that was breathing not far away with a surprised look and instantly became a curious baby. The tall and beautiful queen looked like a little baby who spoke and acted like a little baby who never grew up. "Let's go and have a look." "Yeah. Lech'ta is done. It's Lester, not Lech'ta." Lech'ta Mua. Lester wiped the watermarks on his cheek and smiled bitterly. Before he had the ability to change his shape, Lester had known that Xayah was actually not very old. From her daily actions, she looked like a little girl who was ignorant of the world. However, he still did not expect that Xayah, who had changed into a human form, had a mind of less than 8 years old and looked very curious about everything. After watching the blue whale with Xayah for a while, Lester briefly explained to Xayah the difference between marine animals and terrestrial creatures, but Xayah asked, "Lech'ta, can we kiss in the sea?" "You mean, we go to the sea to kiss?" The man looked a little strange. "Yeah. Xayah wants to kiss Lech'ta." Xayah was about to stick out her bud skillfully, but fortunately Lester stopped her in time, leaving the sailors and crew on the surrounding decks with regrets. Teaching Xayah the common sense of human life is a long and arduous task. It's not impossible, but now is not the right time. "Xayah, if someone else comes to you for a kiss, will you agree?" After thinking seriously, Xayah shook her head. "I only kiss Lech'd." "What if someone insists on kissing Xayah? Even threatens you with me?" Frowning, Xayah clenched her fists. Her face became a little serious, even a little scary. "Then Xayah will eat him." "Lech'd is very powerful. No one can be more powerful than Lech'd." Xayah only listens to Lech'd. Lester breathed a sigh of relief. Now it seems that she was a little naive. At least Xayah would not be so stupid as to be deceived by others and stage a bloody plot like Xayah. "You don't want Lester to know what you have done, right?" The boring journey on the sea became a little colorful because of Xayah. In addition to studying natural magic, Lester, who was in the form of Vastaya, had been teaching Xayah basic common sense, including that she must always wear clothes she didn't like, not to expose her body to others, or not to listen to others' words, and know how to protect herself. Xayah learned with great interest. The girl was not stupid, and Lester would not tease her. One was studying hard, and the other was willing to teach. It was natural for her to learn and understand. However, Xayah's nature as a dragon still made her a little uncomfortable in human form. She often damaged things on the ship due to the wrong control of strength. In addition, her accent could not be changed for a while, so Lester could only temporarily accept his new name Lecht. We were getting farther and farther away from Ionia, and the layout in Omikaelan had just begun. This trip had both gains and losses. In general, these 5 years were not completely wasted. I just didn't know what the Emerald Territory had developed into now. His eyes were on the red Nanmu goddess statue beside him. The carving technique was very delicate, but the facial features were not very similar. It could only be said that it was the style of a Shurima woman, but the pointed elf ears explained everything. Lester knew that some Shurima ships believed in Janna, and this ship was obviously one of them. According to rumors, Janna was the incarnation of the wind elf, and she would often turn into a blue bat to help ships in need. This time, he thought he could take Janna back to the Emerald Territory, but he didn't expect to lose contact with her in the Magic Garden. To this day, he didn't know whether Janna left on her own, or for some other reason. Lester sighed as he stroked the goddess statue. Without contact with Janna, the Emerald Territory's god-making plan had to be postponed. La 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 la, sea fog rose from the sea level, and dark clouds covered the bright moon, making the sight dim in an instant. La 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 la, the ethereal voice came and went. Listening carefully, the echo was mixed with the whisper of the soul. Lester looked at the crew behind him, and found that the crew seemed to be just a little confused about the sudden sea and sky phenomenon, and did not hear the chilling humming sound. Come to my side. After whispering to the air, Lester walked into the cabin, and returned to his room. After closing the door, a phantom with a mask gradually solidified. Before it could stand firm, it was picked up by the man, and held tightly in his arms. The sheep's body first tightened, then slowly relaxed, allowing the man to hug himself. After all, he knew best why he avoided the wolf's eyes and came here. Why did you take so long to come to me? The mask spirit has its own work to do. Time is meaningless to the mask spirit. Understanding the sheep's implication, Lester smiled, lifted the sheep up, stared at the faint blue light under the mask for a moment, and suddenly lowered his head and sniffed the strange flower fragrance emanating from the sheep's cheek. Little lamb, so I have to thank you for not coming to me before I die. This is the smell of the nether flower. It smells good, right? Facing the sheep who answered irrelevant questions, Lester did not intend to pester him. He came to the bed and put the sheep on the bed. It smells good indeed. I like the smell of you, and I believe you are ready. Staring at the man, the sheep sighed softly. Lester, you shouldn't be such an impatient person. You seem to be missing something compared to before. Little lamb, I'm not a human, I'm a wolf. Pointing to his wolf ears, Lester put his hand on the edge of the sheep's mask, and whispered in the sheep's ear in a dangerous tone. The form of the Vastaya makes me understand that the reason you attract me is because you have something I need. Little lamb, can I take it off? The sheep, who let the man do what he wanted, remained calm, but said something frightening. If you take off the mask, I will die. The atmosphere stagnated. Lester shook his head with a smile, retracted his right hand that was touching the mask, and reached down. I can't bear to see you die. It's okay like this. I don't mind what you look like. I just want you. The soundproof magic barrier covered the small room. Facing the man's fiery eyes like a wolf, the sheep's breathing could no longer remain calm. After the rustling sound passed, the sheep closed his eyes and covered his mouth tightly in the storm. Little sheep, who is stronger, me or the other wolf? Unfortunately, the sheep couldn't make a second sound at this moment. At the same time, on the land of Demacia, the wolf that was chasing the half-dead man was a little panicked. He couldn't help but stop and let out a sad wolf howl. A woo. After scoring 4 goals and connecting the beginning and the end, Lester, who was hugging the tired lamb, asked the sheep about the underworld. If you are not in a hurry to leave, can you tell me about the underworld? Yang was born in the underworld and had been in contact with the dead air of the underworld for a long time. She had long been accustomed to the cold world. After tossing and turning for a long time, Yang was horrified to find that she had actually regained some of the warmth she once had. This feeling made her very fascinated. If before this, the world was just a cold grey, now the world has a little more color and warmth belonging to the human world. What can happen in the underworld? She stretched out her hands and pushed the solid chest. Yang wanted to push away the man who was hugging her, but found that it was more like she was acting like a spoiled child than pushing away. She had to give up. Mother is still selecting suitable souls. The ghost soul is still plundering more souls and building his underworld city, and the masked spirit is still running around to maintain the order of the underworld in the human world. I want to know, how do the souls of the underworld survive and move? How did the ghost soul form his army? What is the purpose of building the city? You have so many questions. She held down the man's mischievous hand and whispered, all souls in the underworld, if they want to maintain their form and not be eroded by the underworld energy, can only do so at the cost of the dissipation of their souls. Unless they obtain a physical body to protect their souls, they will gradually dissipate. The underworld soul used black magic and the power of the underworld's language for his army, and used souls and underworld sand and gravel as materials to create a body that could protect souls. He probably built the city in order to accommodate more troops, making the underworld city a battle fortress against the erosion of the underworld energy. His ambitions are greater than you think. Did you know that there is a deep well of souls under the immortal fortress? Yang nodded, somewhat surprised that the man knew such a secret. Of course I know. That is the passage to the underworld that the ghost established through the sacrifice of souls and black magic. Unfortunately, it has been sealed by the magic he set up for protection. Other masked spirits and I can't get close to it at all. If I help you break the seal there, can you destroy the well of souls? Of course you can, but the ghost will definitely not allow me to do that. At that time, he may choose to bring the underworld army back to the material realm to protect the passage to the underworld, which will cause unpredictable disasters in advance. The last time he returned to the material realm, tens of millions of people died on the Valoran continent. Mother will definitely not allow this to happen again. Oh, I see. After regaining some strength, Yang finally stood up from the man's arms, and his tone became much more serious. Lester, actually I came here this time to tell you something that you must take seriously. What is it? Mother has set her sights on you. Originally, Mother decided to let the evil owl to monitor you. After a pause, the lamb continued, but I have taken over the guardianship of you from the evil owl. Lester, the power you hold has seriously damaged the balance of Runeland. Although you are the outsider chosen by Runeland, Mother will never allow you to destroy the stability of Runeland at will. Don't be so serious, you will scare me. Lester hugged the lamb in his arms again and smiled. So, my mother-in-law doesn't allow me to abuse my power. Lester saw a stunning blush when he pushed aside the soft and cold white wool, but was pushed away by the lamb the next second. The lamb stood up again and took 2 steps back. Yes, Mother will never tolerate you to continue to use too much power to kill, lives and plunder souls. Lester, don't let me be your enemy. At that time, all masked spirits, including the most terrifying virtual evil owl, will become your enemies. No matter how powerful you are, you will not be the opponent of the virtual evil owl. No soul can escape the annihilation of the virtual evil owl, including us masked spirits. Then if someone wants to kill me, you can't let me sit and wait for death, right? Will you protect me when the time comes? Knowing that the man had taken her words to heart, Yang's tone softened a bit. I have already asked my mother about this. She allows you to use the same power as the enemy to protect yourself, or even kill the enemy, but your power cannot be used for anything other than self-protection. It is meaningless to cheat. All dead souls will speak in front of the masked spirit. Then if someone wants to take you away from me, do I have to sit and wait for death? I can't do that. She never thought that the man would say such a thing. She was stunned for a moment before she realized the true meaning of his words. It's definitely not possible according to my mother's request, but if it's really like what you said. The sheep's body gradually faded and slowly disappeared from the man's sight. I may not have seen it, The soundproof magic barrier dissipated, and the room returned to peace. What a gentle guy. I like you more and more, little sheep. The 6th volume begins. Come on. Elijah. Chapter 347. The curtain walls of Shelley Fortress. As the last wisp of bleak autumn wind took away the brief joy of harvest on the Valoran continent, the temperature dropped rapidly under the influence of the northwest monsoon. The cold wind whistling from the Freljord icefield quickly froze the land and rock layers. As night fell, winter was approaching. In the northwest of the Dalmor Plain, a lonely military fortress stood between the steep mountains facing the frosty moonlight, as if it was built by gods. The cannonballs shot in the daytime could only create spider-web-like cracks on the blue-gray high wall battlements, but could not completely break down the cold and hard walls. The city walls were connected into a pentagon, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and on 2 sides were 12-meter high stone steel gatehouses. At this moment, they were completely blocked by frozen boulders poured with mud and water. Coupled with the shaping magic of the Legion Mage, the stone door, that could only be pushed and pulled open by steel hinges, had now perfectly integrated with the city wall and was indestructible. From inside to outside, the 3 layers of curtain walls were guarded by narcs and soldiers who stamped their feet and rubbed their hands. The simple leather armor and the fur coats they made temporarily could not completely keep out the cold. Fortunately, the Narxans were already adapted to the cold climate of the north, and the cold nights did not affect their combat effectiveness too much. The outermost curtain wall was already piled with battering rams and rolling stones according to the sections. The fortress was originally built in the mountains, and there was no shortage of earth, wood and boulders on the mountains, so the soldiers had no shortage of weapons for defending the city. In addition, the food was enough to last for several months, which also gave the soldiers enough courage to face the impenetrable siege. Snowflakes floated down from the sky in the mist, and the beautiful ice crystals blocked the line of sight, greatly shortening the visual distance. Facing the unfavorable weather for defending the city, 2 Legion mages appeared on the northwest and southeast sections of the city wall, using detection magic every once in a while. The only 5 remaining square-topped stone arrow towers were brightly lit, and 3 catapults, made temporarily by craftsmen, were enjoying a rare tranquility. The next second, a whistling arrow whistled, and the 5 archers who were resting behind the arrow slits on the city wall stood up quickly, staring at the city wall illuminated by the magic light. A dozen vague white shadows began to accelerate towards the city wall, and the archer captain issued an order. Shoot. Next to the catapult, the thunder of the bowstring was accompanied by the whistling arrows shooting downwards, leaving half of the bodies of the dozen Frostwolf warriors who attempted to attack the city gate at night through the hook lock in sparse arrows. The leading Frostwolf warrior was named Wanna, an elite warrior selected by Queen Yelena from tens of thousands of soldiers. As a master of zipline throwing, for Vanna, as long as the talons can hook the edge of the wall, he can move very fast even on a 10-meter high wall. Unfortunately, the Narxans are not soft persimmons, and the Narxan general guarding the city is not a fool. The damned mage arrived as expected, and saw through the secret attack. Although it was originally a tentative night attack, if it succeeded, the true ice alchemical bomb could be placed on the wall to create an additional breach in the fortress, and reduce the morale of the Narxans. Failure was also a tactic of exhausting the enemy, but Vanna felt a little distressed to lose several good players at once. Back at the military camp, Vanna passed through the heavy guards, passed by the troll camp that exuded the stench of human flesh, and quickly came to the central army camp located in the core position, which was the tent of Caspar, the general of the Frost Kingdom and the 4th husband of Queen Yelena. Walking into the brightly lit tent, at this moment, General Caspar, wearing a Northern Goblin iron chainmail, was discussing the plan to capture Shelley Fortress with several other generals. The Frost Mage leader Yelena, wearing a grey fur hood, sat at the table in silence and slowed down her pace. Wanna did not report the situation directly, but stood aside and listened attentively. Yeligard, the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Frost Kingdom, who was in charge of contacting the Hedi Legion and commanding 5,000 barbarian warriors, was reporting the latest battle situation of the friendly forces to Caspar, who had a gloomy face. More than a dozen teams of the Hedi people deserted their posts and looted several villages near the Anvil of Callias on their own initiative. As a result, the bitch Alice seized the opportunity and quickly annihilated the 100-man team that looted the village. Taking advantage of the fact that the Hidi people had not reacted, she mobilized her elite troops to launch a night attack from the breach in the Hidi garrison defense line and burned down a Hidi granary with a fire. Now that idiot Guga insisted on mobilizing half of the soldiers to besiege Northenburg to avenge his soldiers. Lord Caspar, no matter how I persuade them, it's useless. I'm afraid the Hidi people's brains are frozen. They are not as smart as my little Barty, a northern wild boar, Yarrigad's mount. Hearing this, Caspar turned his wise eyes to the map on the table. On the map, that looked like a ghostly talisman, Caspar found the location of the Karayas anvil with difficulty. The general secretly smacked his lips and secretly glanced at the military supervisor and military advisor sent by Queen Yelena, his wife, the frost mage named Gilina. This woman is mysterious every day, but the map she draws is not very good, not even as good as her own urine. With a cold face, she can cast a few ice magics. What's so great about it? Thinking of this, Caspar bent his waist a little, lowered his eyebrows, and came to the front of the female mage, and said softly, "Lady Gilina, I don't know what you think about this matter." The body was unmoved, and the voice of a middle-aged woman with a hoarse voice came from under the mage's hood. "The Queen's order is for me to assist the general to conquer Noxus. As for how to do it, I think the wise Caspar knows better than an outsider like me." Caspar was a little embarrassed. He didn't know if the magical female mage had heard his complaints just now. He was a little anxious for a moment, and the hard beard on his face bent down softly under the influence of gravity. "Well, hey, Master Gilina, although I already have a countermeasure, I still want to hear your ideas. Maybe it coincides with my ideas and we can learn from each other's strengths and make up for our weaknesses." Gilina was a little speechless about Caspar, who was pestering her to give her advice. She would rather face the Void Watcher suppressed by the Hall of Nine Saints and under the Howling Abyss than look at this idiot who has only 1/3 of the brain of a troll, except that he is strong enough to knock down 2 cows. It was true that he was an amateur in fighting, but Caspar and the generals of the Frost Kingdom were even more amateurs. The witch trusted Yelena very much, so he couldn't interfere with Queen Yelena's arrangements. Fortunately, although he was stupid, he was obedient and capable of execution. After all, he was not useless. Sighing secretly, Gilina said calmly, "In accordance with General Caspar's will, I will go to talk to General Guga tomorrow. The annihilation of the Narxans in Shelly Fortress is our first step in going south to seize the Immortal Fortress. We can't waste too much time here. As for the Emerald Army stationed in Northenburg, I think we should use another way to contain the other party." "Yes, that's what I mean, Yarrigad. Tomorrow you will assist Master Gilina in the negotiation with General Guga. There must be no mistakes." "Understood." After Yarrigad responded, Caspar glanced proudly at the other generals who admired him, and then looked at Gilina. "Then I'll ask Lady Gilina to negotiate tomorrow. Compared to tomorrow's affairs, General Caspar, I want to know how the preparations for the tunnels are going." Finally, he talked about the field he was good at. Caspar patted his chest with confidence, and his fine iron cage hand slapped the chainmail with a crisp sound. 2 of the 3 tunnels have been completed, and the other tunnel leading to the dungeon has some minor problems due to landslides, but it will be solved soon. After arranging the attack for the next day, Vanna was left alone by Caspar. "Thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do, Lord Caspar." Caspar finally stopped pretending to be himself for his most loyal subordinate, and his eyes were filled with the flames of hatred. "Whether it's the Hidi or the Narxans, they must pay a sufficient price. When the Hidis are ready, we can start. This time, we must let the blood of these barbarians dye the land of Damo Plain completely red." Vakul didn't care too much about being surrounded by 70,000 people. Instead, he lay on the comfortable fluffstone bed and drank the honey wine that was a specialty of the Emerald Territory. Shelly Fortress was built by the Stuttgarans, who have become history. In addition, with the advantage of the terrain, unless the enemy is a birdman with wings or a mole that can dig holes, it is impossible for 70,000 people to break through the fortress guarded by 30,000 people. The Stuttgarians are famous masters of architecture. These mountain people who live in the north, close to the permafrost, have a unique understanding of stone and mud. They have built many defensive buildings that can be called miracles in the mountains, including the Shelley Fortress, the North Sea Fortress, and the Carius Anvil. Unfortunately, the Stuttgarians disappeared in the long river of history 20 years ago for unknown reasons. No one knows what happened exactly. Only the buildings left by the Stuttgarians are still standing in the harsh cold wind. When the Hedi and Freljord barbarians simultaneously sent troops to besiege Shelley Fortress, Vakel and other Narxan war generals understood the enemy's plan and had already sent soldiers to search Shelley Fortress from top to bottom several times. In addition to the gate forts and battlement curtain walls on the surface, Shelley Fortress also has dungeons and underground rivers connected to the underground world in the core fortress on the bulge. At the 5 keynotes, the Stuttgarans had already considered everything. The solid brick doorway only left a distance for 3 people to walk side by side. On both sides were abysses and underground rivers dozens of meters high. There was no possibility of survival if you fell in. As long as they set up large shields and spears in front of the gate, no matter how many soldiers there are, they will not be able to break through the narrow defense line. Even if the enemy is twice as many as them, they can only be dragged outside the gate. With the same advantage in strength, they can slowly consume the enemy. In this situation, Vakel does not have to worry about the enemy digging tunnels to launch a surprise attack on Shelley Fortress. Moreover, he has already arranged for the Black Rose Earth Elemental Mage to be stationed at the keynotes. Any disturbance will alarm the mage and let the mage issue a warning. With everything in place, they only need to wait for the Narxan reinforcement to arrive to resolve the crisis. The slightly tipsy Vakel is full of disdain for the enemy who has laid such a poor plan. The rare peace did not last long. Suddenly, there was a conversation outside the door. The next moment, the heavy wooden door was pushed open, and a young man with tattoos on his face walked in. The silver glowing steel scales under the reflection of the fire made Vakel dizzy. This kid is as good as his father, but unfortunately he is too timid and doesn't know what it means to lose his composure. Soldiers trust a general who drinks calmly during wartime, rather than a coward who patrols and lectures with a stern face all day. General Vakel, the enemy is lurking outside the fortress. Isn't it inappropriate to drink now? The man lying on the bed put down the bottle of mead and raised his eyebrows at the visitor. Roy, you are just like your father, always like to make a fuss. Come and have a sip. Relax kid, it's okay. Hearing Vakel talking about his father, Roy Seraphim was a little unhappy. General Vakel, 5 regiments are blocking 30,000 people here. We may be pierced by the enemy at any time. In your eyes, is this just a small matter? The 2 guards stationed at the door looked at each other, exchanged glances, and closed the wooden door again. Vakel sat up from the bed. His face gradually sank. It was only a slight change in the arc of his mouth, but it made Roy, who had just started to grow a beard, feel heavy pressure. Roy, I know Shelley Fortress better than a woman's body. I know how many people can be hidden in each cave better than anyone else. I have arranged the food, clothing and expenses of 30,000 people in an orderly manner. Now the barbarians of Freljord and the fishermen on the beach can only use catapults to consume our morale. Do you think you are more qualified to command the pioneering regiment? This simple sentence made Roy sweat coldly. He opened his mouth stubbornly. Roy found that his throat was a little hoarse. For a while, he couldn't make a sound. He could only touch the fine steel sword he wiped clean, as if this could give him some courage. Boy of the Ursus family, I was already slashing people with a knife before you even started to suckle. Don't let your family be ashamed of you. Back off. It's a good thing that you are willing to face the enemy seriously, but you shouldn't show panic on your face and come to question your superiors. As a leader, as a general, calmness and composure are things that must be mastered. No matter how bright your sword is, you can't kill many enemies, but your courage and calmness without changing your face can give soldiers the courage to kill and help you kill thousands of enemies. After being educated, Roy took a frivolous step and quickly left the room where Vakel lived under the sarcastic eyes of the guards. Thank you to the reader, King Yining, for the 3,000 points reward. Thank you to the reader, You Crossing Shen, for the 1,500 points reward. Thank you to the 2 readers, Templar and Stairway to Heaven, for the points reward. And thank you to all readers for your monthly ticket support. Chapter 348 The first confrontation between the Jade Territory and the Hedi people. More than 100 kilometers southeast of Shelly Fortress stood a small castle that Naxos had spent nearly 10 years to build. Behind the walls of Northenburg, Alice, who was watching the Hedi people with her head down, frowned. Seeing the woman's strange expression, Cray was a little anxious. Because he was too short to see anything outside the wall, he could only judge the situation from the woman's expression. The long-term battlefield life made the irritable Yodel people learn to be more patient. In the days of fighting side by side, Cray had already placed his undoubted trust in the woman. After counting several times through the telescope, judging from the fur tents alone, there were as many as 30,000 Hedi people chasing this time. But recalling the experience of the previous night attack, it was impossible for the Hedi people to withdraw so many troops so quickly, to retaliate against themselves in a short period of time, and it was even more impossible to withdraw half of the troops besieging Shelly Fortress to chase and intercept. Supply alone was a big problem, and there was definitely no way to fight a protracted war. Alice, what's going on? Seeing the woman's expression gradually calmed down, Cray, who was carrying a battle axe, asked. I suspect the Hedis are deliberately setting up a false front. There shouldn't be so many Hedis outside the city. If you ask me, those fishy bastards must be afraid of us. Hearing Alice say this, Cray grinned, and his single eye flashed with a cold and ruthless light. Whether it is a deliberate false front, we will know, as long as I lead the cavalry out of the city to charge once. Cray was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Alice, and the Yodel people were a little confused. Don't worry, we can use magic to test it first. Less than 10 minutes later, a flying bird condensed by magic element flew from Northenburg to the Hedi camp, but before it could really detect anything, several scattered magic arrows accurately shattered the flying bird, causing the wizard who cast the detection magic to shake his head helplessly. The magic used by the Hedis is completely different from the orthodox white magic and the black magic of the Black Rose on the Valoran continent. The unique special magic system allows any Hedi with magical talent to cast terrible magic like arrows or energy bodies such as missiles. However, apart from energy attacks, Hedi magic is far less convenient than runes or arcane magic. However, it is more than enough to kill people on the battlefield and poses a great threat to ordinary people. This is also the main reason why Alice is unwilling to fight the Hedis face to face. If you must fight head on, you must not give the Hedis a chance to breathe, and you must annihilate them all at once. These dishonest fishermen will definitely not let us get their intelligence easily. Alice, are we just going to be surrounded by them and do nothing? No hurry, no hurry. Let's make a judgment at daybreak. We must not attack rashly when we don't know the enemy's strength. Even if we have 5,000 people facing 30,000 Hedis head on, we will not lose too badly with the elite level of our Emerald Lord's army. On the contrary, if we fall into an ambush, we will suffer heavy casualties and our strength will be greatly reduced. At worst, we can set up our formation tomorrow morning and have a fair fight with the Hedis. In the end, the vigilant Alice still did not agree to Cled's idea of rushing out of the city. The 10,000 people stationed in Northam Castle may seem a lot, but in fact, the elite army of the Emerald Lord is only more than 5,000 people, and the other 5,000 are new recruits temporarily recruited in Naxos, and their combat effectiveness is worrying. Under the leadership of the veterans, throwing some battering rams and stones on the city wall from a high position may be fine for a favorable battle, but if it is really put on the battlefield, I'm afraid that the slightest disadvantage will immediately turn into a major defeat. Once the bridgehead of Northumberland is lost, it will be difficult for Naxos to contain the Hedi people's offensive to the south, and there is no way to cut off the Hedi people's supply line. At that time, the Emerald Leader's reinforcement heading north will most likely be blocked in Northumberland and watch the entire army annihilated in Shelly Fortress. This is a major strategic mistake. Alice has been immersed in the battlefield for more than 10 years, and she will not allow herself to make such a mistake. Compared with the surprise attack, she prefers to use force to suppress others. This is the confidence given by the Emerald Leader. It was not her main task to contain the armies of the Hedi and Freljord people. Her main task was to defend Northumberland. This was the keynote for the reinforcement, to rescue the garrison of Shelly Fortress and to contain the Hedi and Freljord people from moving south. She was very clear about this. Besides, if the Hidi wanted to fight, she didn't mind a good fight. She really didn't fall for it. According to our plan, Horace, it depends on you here. You must delay the army of Northumberland for 10 days. After 10 days, you can retreat. Understood. Under Northumberland, the Hidi General Mosley, who had already laid an ambush of 40,000 troops, saw that the Narxans in Northumberland did not act rashly, so he changed his order directly and asked 10,000 people to start setting up magic traps in the camp. He took another 30,000 people and half a month's worth of dry food, quietly bypassed Northumberland, and went directly south, heading towards Norska Castle at the northern foot of the Goral Mountains. No one would have thought that the Hidi people, who were secretly building a plank road, would bypass Northam Castle and Shelley Fortress and directly attack the Narxan hinterland with empty troops. At dawn the next day, the gate of Northam Castle slowly opened. Under Alice's arrangement, 4,000 elite troops of the Emerald Territory and 4,000 Narxan recruits were divided into 6 phalanxes and 2 reserve phalanxes, arranged into layers with veterans and recruits interspersed with each other, and slowly spread out, stretching for more than 10 miles. 2 teams of Narxan Black Iron Guard Spear and Shield Infantry and the cavalry led by Cled were the 2 wings. In the middle, in addition to the other 2 teams of Narxan Black Iron Guard Spear and Shield Infantry, there were also long-range infantry with crossbows and long bows, as well as Narxan recruits with long spears and short bows. In addition, 20 Black Rose military mages were distributed everywhere, ready to summon defensive barriers at any time, to resist the magic attacks of the Hidi people. In the center, Alice placed the only 3 immortal shield bows, and the Dark Blood crossbow guards and Narxan Black guards guarded on both sides as the decisive trump card, to determine the outcome of the battlefield. As the heavy Narxan horn bugle echoed on the battlefield, the Narxan army began to move forward slowly. Unlike the uneasy recruits, the recruits stationed on the city wall were somewhat expectant, wishing that they were the ones standing in the army at this moment. But the war was far more cruel than people imagined. Just as they approached a distance of 6 miles, thousands of white energy arrows flew out from the Hidi camp without warning, whistling towards the Narxan square. The new recruit, the spearman Austin, looked up at the countless magic arrows with cold hands and feet. He felt that his legs were weak, and he couldn't stand. His palms were sweating. He instinctively wanted to turn around and run away, but a strong push came from behind, and on both sides, so that he could only move forward in the new recruit square, getting closer and closer to the terrible magic arrows. Only then did he realize that once he was on the battlefield, his life no longer belonged to him. If he wanted to survive, he had to keep moving forward, entrusting the hope of life and death to his generals and comrades. But an endless arc-shaped magic shield was stretched out above the army formation. As the central army flag waved, the trumpet sound disappeared, and the army stopped moving instantly. The Emerald Spearmen at the front of the formation held up their iron shields at a 45-degree angle, providing shelter for the panicked recruits who were at a loss. It happened in a flash. Most of the light arrows were intercepted in midair by the magic shield. At the moment, when the magic energies collided, the 2 incompatible magic energies burst into terrible energy fluctuations, and the crackling sound of explosions was endless. Although the shield continued to surge, it was never broken. A small number of light arrows hit the blind spots that the shield could not block. The fine iron shield was blasted with cracks by the light arrows. The light arrows that hit the human body were directly penetrated by the armor and a blood hole was left. The bodies of the recruits wearing leather armor were directly blown apart and reduced to a pile of limbs. In just one wave of attacks, the army suffered more than 100 casualties, and he didn't even know how many heads the Hidi people had. Austin, who was protected by the magic shield, had no time to rejoice before the second wave of light arrows attacked again. A new soldier who had witnessed several of his companions being turned into minced meat began to scream in fear and desperately pushed the people behind him to escape. After knocking down several people, he was pierced through the chest by a sharp sword, which made the other new soldiers who were ready to move more rational. Looking down at his chest that was beginning to bleed, the fear in the new soldier's eyes gradually disappeared. When he raised his head, there was more doubt and resentment on his face. Just a few nights ago, he thought that this old soldier who got drunk with him was his best friend and the most trustworthy supporter, but today he killed him mercilessly. Those who retreat will be killed. Hold the line. Those who retreat will be killed. Hold the line. Alice's murderous voice came from the center of the army, which reduced the guilt in the old soldier's heart. There was no room for personal feelings in the battle formation with swords and sabers. The second wave of light arrows fell, taking away the lives of dozens of soldiers, and even the magic shield had several obvious cracks. Alice suppressed her anger and issued an order to the soldier who controlled the immortal shield bow. Fuck these damn bastards. Red. Switch to explosive crossbows. Let them taste our power. Understood. Red, who had been hiding behind the shield bow's magic steel protective armor, finally stood up and shouted an order. Shield bowman, listen. Switch to explosive crossbows. Target the enemy camp. Prepare a shoot. The soldiers took several bloated crossbows from the carriage that carried the crossbows. The pottery-shaped crossbows are different from the magic steel crossbows used for sieges. The explosive crossbows are made of alchemical magic bombs as the main material. They have the effect of blooming on the ground and sending people to rest in peace. Fire. After the order was given, the operator wielding the wooden hammer hit the tight hammer trigger hard. The magic light arrow that devoured life was still vivid, and it seemed as if the hammer was hitting the head of the Hedi people. The bowstring was released, and a huge crossbow arrow as thick as an adult's waist, carrying an all-chemical bomb weighing more than 100 kilograms, whistled and flew to the location, where the light arrow flew from 6 miles away. The immortal shield bow has a maximum projectile range of 3,500 meters, which is perfect for dealing with the Hedi people hiding in the camp. Boom. 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 3 huge roars came from 1,000 meters away. The sky-high flames made the new recruits in the Naxos army cheer a few more times. The next second, hundreds of light arrows flew from the distance again, causing the cheers to stagnate. However, compared with the previous rain of arrows, the light arrows this time seemed a little too sparse. Many soldiers believed that the Hedi people's magic had been exhausted. General Alice, the enemy's magic has been exhausted. Do you want to issue a charge order? Alice shook her head at the flag bearer and said in a deep voice, keep advancing in a defensive formation. Shield bowmen continue to suppress the attack. Don't be afraid of wasting crossbow arrows. The Naxan bugle sounded again, and this time, the Naxan slowly advanced towards the magic light arrows. What kind of alchemical weapon is this? The terrible alchemical bomb blew the camp into a sea of fire like a punishment from heaven. The most terrifying thing about the flying crossbow arrows was that after the first explosion, the crossbow arrows would form a secondary explosion in the air, with a range of 15 meters. The powerful fire element shockwave turned hundreds of densely arrayed Hedi mages into firemen. Even if the order to disperse the formation was issued, the crowded camp did not have enough space for the Hedi mages to disperse for a while. In addition, the exploding crossbow arrows did not stop for a moment, like the messengers of the underworld, ruthlessly harvesting lives. The explosive and chaotic element even destroyed many of the magic traps that had been set up. This made Horace finally realize how difficult his enemies were to deal with. The wailing in his ears made Horace a little irritated, and the hot breath came with the billowing smoke. Horace had long heard that the Jade Territory's mixed mage army was very difficult to deal with, but he did not expect that the magic arrow rain he had carefully arranged could not cause any effective damage to the Naxans. At this moment, he could only launch another surprise attack as much as possible before his mana was completely exhausted. Seeing that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, Horace no longer hesitated and asked Hedi, who had deliberately held back, to release the last bit of magic. He believed that, as long as the Naxans suffered an effective magic attack, the low morale would be enough to make the Naxans completely collapse. And his mages only needed to rest for a day to fully recover the consumed mana. In an instant, thousands of magic light arrows flew towards the Naxan army. He raised the magic mirror and looked 1,000 meters away, but saw that his own light arrows were blocked by the Naxans again. The actual damage was very few, and it might not be as many as the Hedi people who died in the sea of fire and explosion. Putting down the magic mirror, Horace's face was extremely ugly. Retreat. Retreat. The wind helped the fire, and the smoke grew thicker and thicker. Alice could also see shadowy figures beginning to retreat in panic. Putting down the telescope, the female general's eyes were as cold as frost. The enemy is fleeing. Order, the cavalry on both wings bypass the enemy camp, encircle from both sides, and charge immediately. The infantry shield formation follows closely. The archers are free to shoot and kill the enemy. Those who refuse to surrender will be killed without mercy. Cray, who was on the right wing, didn't learn much else, but he learned a lot about flag signals and war horns. Seeing that the Central Army issued an order for the cavalry to encircle and charge, Cray excitedly patted the dragon lizard scares button, raised his big axe. At this moment, even the timid scare was full of courage. The sharp and ferocious fangs rubbed against each other, and Cray roared. Cavalry General Kled is here. Knights of Narxus. Follow me. Kill all these cowardly bastards. Alice said no prisoners. No prisoners. Kill them all. Kill them all. Behind Kled, who was whizzing past, 200 Narxan riders in leather armor, with spears at their sides, rushed towards the distance in a cone formation. Chapter 349 The Iron-Blooded Female General Who Wants to Find a Man. The Narxan cavalrymen who were whizzing by held a leather wooden shield in their left hands, and a 2-meter 3-pointed cypress lance in their right hands. They were wearing iron-studded kilts weighing more than 50 kilograms. Although they were still not as good as some barbarian riders who grew up on horseback, their stirrups were enough to make up for the difference in riding skills between the two. At this moment, the cavalry teams with a total of 1,000 people on the left and right wings were like a pair of pliers about to close, encircling the two sides of the Hedi camp, and quickly caught up with the more than 5,000 Hedi soldiers who were evacuating. Horace did not expect the Narxans to charge so decisively. He knew very well that, if he could not stop the cavalry, once they were caught up by the Narxan infantry behind them, these 5,000 soldiers would have to die here. The other 5,000 people on the second line of defense were setting up magic traps at the moment, and could not provide any support. Conan, you lead 500 people, to stay behind to cover the rear. Make sure to hold back the enemy cavalry. Knowing that this was a suicide order, Conan shouted without complaint. Who has any remaining magic power? Follow me. For Lord Hedi. Kill. Seeing that his soldiers were about to catch up with the Hedi people, before Cray started to charge, he saw hundreds of people going upstream and raising their palms in his direction. The next second, more than 100 magic light arrows came straight in the direction of the cavalry's charge. Because the charge formation was too dense, the riders had no chance to dodge for a while. More than 50 riders were directly blown off their horses by magic, and they fell to the ground in chaos. The momentum of the cavalry charge stagnated, and several riders even began to turn their horses around instinctively. With an axe, he split several magic light arrows shot towards him. Cray looked back at the knights following him, his eyes began to become bloodshot, and his mind gradually disappeared. He couldn't remember the names of all the Narxan riders, but the Yodel's innate ability to perceive emotions made him know that he was a general respected by humans. They didn't fool or tease him like other Yodels. They were the closest comrades. The title of Cavalry General was a self-proclaimed title, but it was also the recognition of the Narxan riders for their bravery. Now, so many comrades and companions died in inexplicable magic sneak attacks. He could accept his men dying upright on the battlefield, but he couldn't accept dying in despicable magic sneak attacks. Scum. I'm going to kill you. Skarl. Sensing the raging fury from his master's emotions, Skarl, who had been a little bit withdrawn by the magic arrows, finally stood up, his ears covered with dragon scales. The dragon lizard quickened his pace and roared in his own way. Giluhu gaga. The magic steel axe glowed with blood. The desire for killing made the magic steel axe, Kled and Skarl merge into one. Like a stream of blood, they broke away from the cavalry behind them and killed the Hedi mages who had just organized a resistance formation. Attack that Yordle. Conan roared and gave the order, but before the Hedi mages could lock on their attack targets, the blood-red axe chopped down and directly cut the 3 Hedi mages in the front into 2 from shoulders to waists. Then the dragon lizard knights rushed forward like a blood-red whirlwind, making it impossible for the Hedi mages who had suffered heavy casualties to stand still and cast spells safely. How can this dwarf be so strong? As soon as the last thought came to his mind, Conan lost consciousness, his head flew high, and landed gracefully among the pile of corpses. The next second, the Narxan cavalry following closely raised their lances and pierced the robed Hedi mages one by one into the ground. While clad in the right wing, cavalry were killing people wantonly. The cavalry lieutenant on the left wing bypassed the 500 ED people who were destined to die and continued to chase forward under the magic light arrows shot from behind. Further behind, the infantry led by Margaret approached quickly. Under the pursuit of the cavalry, the Hedi people's formation was completely disrupted, and the retreat finally turned into a rout. When they evacuated to the second line of defense, Horace found that less than 3,000 of the 5,000 people had escaped. Horace, with bleeding heart, began to gather his strength. Seeing that the cavalry was still chasing, the man directly gave the order to attack. Thousands of magic arrows caused heavy losses to the cavalry on the left wing. The leading cavalry lieutenant turned into a pile of broken meat, and the sparse 500 people fell down directly. Boom. Boom. The cavalry, who were red-eyed with killing, had just stepped into the magic trap when they were blown into pieces by the sudden burst of magic energy. Seeing that things were hopeless, the remaining more than 100 riders finally chose to turn their horses around and retreat. However, Horace did not intend to let the cavalry go. Under the attack of the magic arrows, the last more than 100 riders also fell to the ground and merged into the pool of blood. Save mana. Remember to aim when casting spells. Under the counter-attack of the Hedi people, Alice had to stop the offensive and began to gather the team. Originally, he wanted to use the magic trap hidden on the ground to drag the Narxons here, but Horace saw the whistling exploding crossbow arrows again, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. Several crossbow arrows were fired directly into the area of the magic trap due to miscalculation of the trajectory. The violent fire element detonated a large area of land, creating more than a dozen large and small pits. The magic traps used to block the attack became completely useless. Horace did not dare to bet on how many alchemical crossbows the enemy had. Seeing that the second line of defense did not play its due role, and knowing that his men could not experience a second defeat, he issued an order to retreat to the Anvil of Chaos. Knowing the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy, Alice had no intention of continuing to force the enemy because of the heavy losses of the cavalry. She also chose to call off the troops and no longer deal with the magic traps. Instead, she simply cleaned up the battlefield and withdrew to Northumberland. The continuous tents had turned into ashes, and the Hedi people had retreated to the north. The siege of Northumberland had been lifted. The Emerald Support Corps held a simple military meeting, sitting on the first seat and letting the middle-level generals below discuss spontaneously. Alice frowned and said nothing. Although the battle was going smoothly, Alice always felt that something was wrong. Creddy cursed the Hedis for their shameless fighting style and angrily leaned his axe against the wall. Creddy sat on a high stool, took off his hat, and slammed it on the table. The murderous yodels made the other generals shut up. These hedgehogs, whose courage is not even as big as that of fleas, simply don't engage in a head-on battle with us. Their weird energy magic doesn't seem to require chanting or magic circles at all, and can be directly triggered, and is hard to defend against. We need more cavalry. We also need hard armor that can resist their energy magic. As long as we can rush in front of them, they will become lambs to be slaughtered. The armor of the Black Guards may be able to withstand the magical attacks of the Hedi people, but our horses simply can't bear the weight of the Black Guards. We can't outrun those lightly armed Hedi mages with our legs alone. Lord Edmund, I wonder if there are any mages in the Black Rose who can add a magic shield that can at least resist 3 attacks of Hedi's magic. Yes, there are, but unfortunately this kind of magic can't last for too long, and we can't cast a magic barrier for too many people. It's meaningless to have a barrier for just a few dozen people. It's better to save mana to resist attacks by releasing large-scale barriers. I heard that in addition to the Mage Legion, the Hedi people also have a legion of ordinary people. Unfortunately, our enemies are not those enemies with swords, but mages who are simply out of reach. Listening to the subordinates discussing the post-war summary, Alice was suddenly stunned. Why did the Hedi deliberately leave the Mage Corps to deal with us? Is it to capture Northumberland? The generals were stunned, not quite understanding what Alice meant. What I mean is, including the tents and traps deliberately left by the Hedis, judging from their purpose alone, they seem to just want to cause enough casualties to us. Their intention to capture Northumberland is very weak. Those long-range mages alone cannot capture Northumberland at all, so what's the point of their harassment? Alice, do you mean that they are stalling for time? But with our own forces, it is impossible to go to Shelly Fortress to rescue it. The most we can do is to harass the Hedi supply line north of the Anvil of Karaos. It is completely useless for them to mobilize a 10,000-man mage army to deal with us. Instead, they will suffer heavy losses like today. When Margaret's reinforcement arrive, the Damopline is so large that there will be no other force that can be our equal. It is meaningless to delay time like this. In the entire legion, only Kled called her and the legion commander by their names. Knowing the nature of the Yodel people, Alice didn't care about this small offense. She just felt that she was about to grasp a key point, like a thin film that could be broken with a poke, but before it was broken, she was always in a state of exploration. This is what doesn't make sense. Kled, I need your cavalry to scout the situation near Northenberg. No problem, I just want to get more. Picking up his hat from the table and putting it on, Kled carried his axe. If I find the enemy, I will chop it down with my axe. If you find the enemy, you must evacuate quickly. Everything is based on safety. This is an order. Kled pouted and waved his hand. Okay, you are the boss. You have the final say. In the middle of winter, at noon, the disturbing atmosphere of war spread from the border of the Kingdom of Northland, causing the soldiers of the Meteor Fortress next to the Black Iron River to nervously hold their spears and short bows, watching a ferocious black dragon go up the river. Among the fluttering flags, General Anthony recognized the meaning of the winged sword and quickly wrote an expedited letter, which was sent to the capital of the Kingdom of the Moon by a magic pigeon. The general of the Kingdom of Northland understood that the owner of the Black Dragon was a neighbor in the southwest on the Nokmachi Plain. Although they belonged to Naxos, they were a unique and independent territory. The Emerald Territory produced many court luxury goods that the upper-class nobles liked to use. It was also a territory blessed by gods and protected by angels. The name of the Silver Dragon Knight, the Demon Lord Lester, was known to everyone. In particular, the front of the Emerald Territory's gold coins was engraved with the handsomeness and honor of the Lord, which made countless young girls and ladies crazy, and even caused a craze for collecting Emerald Territory gold coins in the past few years. Whether it was Emerald Territory or Lester, they were the favorite topics for the ladies of the palace to discuss. Thanks to this, Anthony knew very well what it meant for Emerald Territory to send troops. The Angel Dance, which was collected in the royal family, was a rare treasure for worship and appreciation in the eyes of most people. In Anthony's view, Angel Dance meant the absolute crushing of divine power over human power. He was willing to tell his children stories about gods before bedtime, but he was absolutely unwilling to face gods on the battlefield. A few kilometers away, Anthony could see the endless transport ships because of the high terrain, but he could not see how many troops were on the transport ships. Only the black armor was very conspicuous. No one is allowed to leave the fortress without my order. After giving the order, Anthony left the fortress sentry tower. Before getting specific news from the king, he had more important things to do. More than 40 large ships carrying soldiers and food were sailing upstream of the Black Iron River. With the blessing of magic, they did not need oars. The ships carrying more than 300 people could easily break through the waves, leaving the scenery on both sides far behind. At this moment, Margaret did not wear the heavy magic steel plate armor, but only the latest general's robe designed by Cui Sealy. The hem of the robe rustled in the biting cold wind, but the woman was as still as a mountain. The middle-aged woman with a dignified face just stood there quietly, looking at the sky in the east. After the breeze blew, she squinted her eyes and glanced at the adjutant lightly. The female adjutant beside her lowered her head and stepped back consciously, leaving the time to the woman who held the supreme power. After the female adjutant left, Margaret sighed softly, revealing a bit of loneliness. It has been 5 years since she last saw her man. Margaret often recalled everything that happened in the past in the quiet night, recalled the hugs the man gave her, and recalled the promises he made to her. Every time she woke up in the cold night, the man was not by her side. This made her begin to doubt whether the man would never come back. This seemed to have become her nightmare. Even the Nightblade assassins who went to Ionia to look for the news of the Lord did not get any effective information. Even the local assassin league admitted that they had never seen an Arxen riding a dragon bad with a noble face. Such terrible information does not mean anything, but it can also explain some problems. In fact, although the top leaders of the Emerald Territory did not say it, they all had this unspoken guess in their hearts. No one knew what was going on the other continent across the Sea of Watchers, and no one dared to pat their chests to guarantee that the powerful Lester would be able to walk safely in other parts of the world. The reason why the Emerald Territory, which had no legitimate heir, had not been in trouble was only because the man left his mask when he left, and another woman put on the mask and made herself look like a man. This mask lasted for 5 years. It was about to be the 6th year. Margaret did not dare to imagine what a terrible scene it would be if the people of the Emerald Territory knew that their lord was missing forever without a bloodline. The woman was unwilling to imagine it either. The battlefield had already worn her into a cold and hard iron man, just like the armor she wore. In this world, apart from that man, no one could shake her emotions. The woman was very sure that, after rescuing the Vakal Warband, she would gradually transfer power to the young Alice, and then she would lead the elite legion of the Emerald Territory to form a fleet across the ocean and set foot on another land she had never set foot on. Anyone who hindered her from finding her man would be her mortal enemy. Chapter 350 The best embodiment of impartial law enforcement. Eastern Valoran, eastern coast of Grand Kingdom, Langman Port. Another year has passed. In the season of spring, the earth is back and everything is revived. A warm sea breeze is floating on the blue sea in the distance. Gray-spotted seagulls make crisp calls, and from time to time they whistle their wings and rush down, picking up small fish on the sea and feasting on them. As the most famous port city in the eastern part of Grand Kingdom, Langman is moored with a large number of ships traveling between Valoran and Ionia every day. There are also Shurima merchants from Shurima who like to trade along the coast of the continent. Different trade materials gather in Langman in large quantities, bringing countless wealth, and with them all kinds of stowaways and fugitives. The public security of Langman has always been a serious problem, and there has never been a shortage of people on the sling. Sinclair, the coast guard holding a spear, tried to keep himself indifferent, his eyes constantly scanning the people shuttling back and forth on the dock, as if those vicious pirates were hiding among the crowd. Sinclair, look at that guy. His shoulder was patted. Sinclair knew without turning around that the person who was talking was Blake, who was not doing his job every day and had connections with gangs and many captains. Although he had just joined the Grand Kingdom Guard, he knew to ask more about his colleagues, to avoid provoking someone who should not be provoked. Although he didn't like Blake, he didn't dare to provoke Blake. He could only keep a distance from him. Unfortunately, some things were doomed to be unavoidable. Look, that handsome silver-haired boy with dog ears, and the tall Vastea beauty next to him. Do you know how much these two lowly beast cubs can be sold for on the black market? Looking in the direction of Blake's finger, Sinclair, who was choking, soon found the target Blake mentioned in the vast crowd. The two people's unique appearance and temperament were so eye-catching that even a blind person could see it. In fact, there was a small commotion at the dock because of the two people. Sinclair could see that many spies of the underground gangs were ready to make a move. Fortunately, they did not kidnap people in broad daylight, otherwise Sinclair would not be able to pretend that he did not see it. Brother Black, I don't know how much the two Vastea people can be sold for. I only know that they did not violate the laws of the Kingdom of Gran. The rest has nothing to do with me. I just want to do my job well. Black is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He has a big belly from being in the tavern for many years, but this does not affect his strong body and fierce temperament. At this moment, he is shaking the garnet and emerald silver ring on his right hand in front of Sinclair, who is in his 20s. The gem ring emits a dazzling colorful luster under the sun, which makes Sinclair a little distracted. Hey, don't be so cold, young man. You don't really want to work at the broken dock for the rest of your life, do you? My friend, your annual salary is only 60 silver coins. If you add in all the other income, it's only 1 gold a year. This garnet silver ring is worth 2 gold coins, and this flawless emerald silver ring is worth 3 gold coins. Do you know how I'm so rich? Sinclair knew that Blake was talking about the coins minted by the Grand Kingdom. Although the value was far less than that of the Shurima coins and the Emerald Territory coins, it was also extremely rare. 3 silver coins were enough for a family of 3 to spend for a month. Even so, the salary of the kingdom's soldiers was already very high, and the salary of the guards at the Longman Wharf was even higher, with about 5 silver coins a month. However, this was far less than the worth of the man behind him. Sinclair knew very well that only black money could make a person so rich. Blake pursed his lips, his face full of pride. Just for those 2 Vastaya, if they are sent to the kingdom's underground auction house, the conservative figure is this: it can only be higher, not lower. Seeing the 5 fingers that Blake stretched from behind his shoulder to his front, Sinclair's heart skipped a beat. He had guessed how much money could be made from trafficking in foreign people, but he didn't expect it to be so profitable. 50 gold? No, 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 for such a top-grade beast cub slave. Considering the preferences of those masters, you should add another 0, and it should be an Arxen gold coin with the face of the Emerald Lord of Demon Mask printed on it. You should know how much those princes and nobles like exquisite and beautiful things. In daily expenses, those masters will not even use the coins minted by their own country, as if it is an insult to them. The contempt in Blake's tone was fleeting, and Sinclair did not care about his colleagues' and seniors' disrespect for the nobles. He just found that his brain had stopped thinking. Normally, a gold coin minted by an Emerald Leader is equivalent to 2 Kingdom gold coins. 500 Emerald Leader gold coins mean 1000 Grand Kingdom gold coins, a number he dared not even dream of. In fact, his short-term goal of making money is only to earn 20 Grand Kingdom gold coins in 5 years. Even if there is an element of exaggeration, the value of the 2 Vastaya is probably close to that. Isn't it impressive? To be honest, even I have never seen such a top quality product. I have seen many slaves with beast features on Shuri merchant ships, but I have never seen such people. As long as we make this deal, it will be enough for us to use for a lifetime. I have someone behind me. As long as we get it to the dungeon, each of us can get at least 10 Emerald Leader gold coins. As long as we convince that lord, the price may be even higher. The 2 were still talking in whispers. The 2 Vastaya had already left the dock, and Blake was not in a hurry, because some fools who didn't know their own limits had helped him to eye the fat sheep. The inferior black forces will decide the outcome in secret. He only needs to show up at the end and kick the winning competitor away. The real hunter must show up at the end. He is very clear about this. This is the consciousness of a hunter. Looking at the 2 gem rings on Blake's fingers, greed finally overwhelmed the last bit of reason. Sinclair was not in a hurry, but asked seriously, "Blake, I want to know why you came to me. You should have your own way. There is no need to find someone to share the money. I want to hear the truth." Hearing what Sinclair said, Blake knew that the matter was already 80% done. He was too lazy to hide anything. After all, he was not plotting against the other party. It's very simple. You have enough strength. You are greedy, but you have your own bottom line. I can see that you are more reliable than those two-faced bastards. At least you won't stab me with a knife after taking the money. To be honest, I plan to leave the Kingdom Army after this job and set up a fleet to trade slaves. I will be the matchmaker. We will make a fortune together. In less than 5 years, you can live in the most prosperous street in the capital. Sinclair stared at Blake's eyes for a long time and nodded slowly. Tell me, what should we do? We don't need to do anything. We just need to enforce the law impartially. Looking at Blake's malicious smile, Sinclair felt a little uncomfortable, but he was also trying to adapt to the changed environment, so that there were a few more similar smiles on his face. His heartbeat quickened. He was afraid, but his mind was clear. He knew what he was going to do. Sinclair finally understood what it felt like to commit a crime. After finding out the news he wanted to know, Lester took Zaya back to the street. Zaya glared at the malicious eyes around her. She was not afraid of humans, and she knew that humans could not bring any threat to her. She was just very irritated and disgusted. She did not understand the true meaning of the eyes of the men on the street. This was something she had never experienced when she transformed into a dragon. Since she transformed into a human, many people have cast such eyes on her. She did not understand that it was the extreme greed and desire for destruction of beautiful things by humans, and the robber nature and possessiveness of humans from their blood. Lecht, I hate the way they look at me. I want to eat them. Finally unable to bear it, Zaya pulled Lester's hand and made a request. Is it okay, Lecht? Lester was also very pleased that Zaya knew to ask him before taking action, which showed that his training were not ineffective. In fact, Zaya Yanayu has always taken education to heart. Zaya, in the human world, you must abide by human rules as much as possible. You must not kill people at will, unless they really hurt you. Before that, we must use human rules to solve the problem. If that doesn't work, use covert means to get rid of them, and don't let others find out. Launching an attack openly will only make them regard you as a monster that is incompatible with humans. Although there are many bad guys among humans, there are also many good people. This way you will lose the opportunity to make good friends with humans. Holding Zaya's soft and slender hand, and looking up at Zaya's watery vertical pupils, Lester's voice was very gentle, which gradually calmed Zaya's restless and uneasy heart. An offense in the human world is not considered a real offense. Instead, it shows that you, Zaya, are beautiful and lovable, and that's why they want to possess you and rob you. Humans avoid ugly things, and you should be proud of your beauty. Now you understand their malice towards you. There are many kinds of malice, the most common of which is the desire to kiss. They want to do the same thing to you as I do to you, Zaya, and you have to take the initiative to guard against them hurting you and protect yourself as much as possible. After that, you can slowly learn how to survive in human society. Now, just stay with me, and I will protect you, and not let you get hurt. Are you willing to believe me? Zaya nodded without hesitation, her eyes curved into crescents. Yeah, I believe Lester. We don't have much free time today, so I'll teach you how to assassinate humans. Assassination, you know? It's about killing people quietly, so that you won't alert anyone, and you won't let anyone know that it's Zaya who's killing people. Okay, Zaya must learn to assassinate. After comforting Zaya, Lester took Zaya and successfully got lost in a dark alley in the manner of shopping. As expected by Lester, a dozen humans holding long knives and short swords blocked the road from both ends. The middle-aged man in the lead had a fierce look on his face. Judging from the way the man held the weapon, the man had quite a lot of combat experience and was likely to have killed someone. The man greedily scanned the top Vastaya people, and his eyes finally stopped at the curvy body of the female Vastaya. He licked his lips obscenely and shouted viciously, "You despicable Vastaya bastard, you actually dared to sneak out by yourself. You are really tired of living. Brandon, catch these two escaped slaves for me." The man obviously didn't have much patience, and directly ordered his men to rush towards Lester and the other two. Lecht, how are we going to assassinate them? Don't worry, there are still people who haven't come yet. Sure enough, as soon as Lester's voice fell, the sound of heavy armor colliding came from one side of the alley, which was the direction Lester walked in. Stop! A loud shout of justice made Brandon, who was about to lead his men to pounce on Lester and the other two, stop in his tracks, and then turn to look at his boss. Obviously, Brandon had recognized who the person was. The gang leader's face was uncertain, and he waved his hand at Brandon, signaling Brandon not to take action first. A few seconds later, two Kingdom soldiers wearing sophisticated chainmail passed through the crowd and came to the front of the little leader. They were Sinclair and Blake. Although surrounded by a dozen gang members, the two did not show any fear at all, but had a serious expression on their faces. Sinclair looked directly at Black, wanting to see how his predecessors did things. Although his body was ready for battle, Black looked righteous. Black Scorpion, what are you doing brandishing swords and guns? Are you going to rebel? The gang leader known as the Black Scorpion had already cursed Black's ancestors in his heart and was thinking about the possibility of hacking the two bastards to death, but his face was full of smiles. Lord Black, what brings you here? What you said, how dare we rebel? We just came out to capture two escaped Vastaya slaves, but we didn't do anything illegal. Lech, they say we are Vastaya slaves. Why do they say that? We are obviously not. Zaya didn't mean to cater to the atmosphere. Her angry voice made Black and Black Scorpion stunned for a moment, and they turned to look at the woman who was speaking. This woman is beautiful, but it seems that her brain is not very bright. If they catch us, we will really become slaves. This is just an excuse for them to do it. Humans like to use a high-sounding reason to do bad things. As the saying goes, an aim without a right reason is not justifiable. It seems that finding a reason can make them feel at ease. Blake just opened his mouth to speak, but saw another Vastaya man explaining to his female companion, as if no one was around, like a teacher who was patiently persuading them, as if they were the ones holding the knife. Another fool without tact, probably those Vastaya country bumpkins who have never seen the world. After reaching this conclusion, Blake turned around and said coldly to Black Scorpion, "These two visitors from Ionia are not slaves of the poisonous insect gang." Black Scorpion, put away your little thoughts. Lungmen is not a place where you can do whatever you want. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.